Good morning, Chairman of the Board and fellow board members. This is Troy Cardellino. I'm the Deputy Director of Quality Assurance, and I'm joining you via Zoom today. We do have a presentation regarding May being a Mental Health Awareness Month. So May is our Mental Health Awareness Month. In our presentation, I guess we should share my screen here. All right. There's some statistics up on the screen that basically talks about American statistics all the way across the United States. 4.8% of our adults have a reported serious thoughts of suicide. These numbers were quite increased during the pandemic, and we did see a lot of resources going back towards the mental health awareness and through the states. Locally, what we're doing here in the community is we do provide all of our services via telehealth and in person, including our substance use disorder. We do have our Cedar Home Care Respite Center, and it is currently open Monday morning at 8 a.m. through Saturday morning at 8 a.m. Our Milestones Wellness Center is starting to be more open Mondays, Wednesdays, and Thursdays from 10 to 2. We have implemented some telehealth stations across the communities and the schools where students can actually connect with their therapist or with a doctor without leaving campus. I'm hoping to provide a more less stigmatized session for them and not pull them out of school for so long. And we have recently been approved for our mobile crisis unit that hopefully we're going to be shopping for a mobile crisis unit so that you'll start seeing it out in the community. And that's going to be for all of the football games, the baseball games, everything in town that we can pop out and go and see. And we are here. So we are here Monday through Friday, 8 to 5. Our clinic is open except during the lunchtime hour. We are continuing to see all of our clients. As many clients are coming in the door, we're seeing them as quickly as we can. And we also are seeing people out in the Mayfork area as well. So that clinic is open just the same. And we do look forward to answering any questions or providing any additional information. And that does conclude my presentation.
Anyone have any questions? All right. Well, I will read the proclamation. A proclamation of the Board of Supervisors of the County of Trinity recognizing the month of May 2022 as May is Mental Health Awareness Month. Whereas May is celebrated as Mental Health Awareness Month across the United States of America with emphasis on wellness, and whereas the Trinity County Board of Supervisors recognizes the impacts of untreated mental illness and substance abuse on the lives of the residents of Trinity County and desires that all of our residents live healthy, productive, and satisfying lives, knowing that wellness is attainable, and whereas the Trinity County Board of Supervisors recognizes residents of the county who struggle with the symptoms of mental illness or addiction and encourage their full recovery. And this board also honors those providers who assist in the recovery of county residents, whereas all citizens are encouraged by this board to learn more about mental illness and the potential for recovery so that all county residents can enjoy the healthy, productive, and satisfying lives with a vision of wellness as a new reality. Now therefore be it proclaimed that the Board of Supervisors of the County of Trinity do hereby proclaim the month of May 2022 as Mental Health Wellness Awareness Month. Duly passed and adopted this third day of May 2022 by the Board of Supervisors of the County of Trinity.
So moved.
I'll second.
I have a motion and a second.
Supervisor Brown?
Aye.
Supervisor Groves?
Aye.
Supervisor Cox?
Aye.
Supervisor Gogan?
Aye.
Chairman Frazier?
Aye.
Thank you.
Okay. With that, we will open public comment. So at this time is for information from the public on matters not appearing on this agenda or within the consent calendar. All comments are limited to 3 minutes and must pertain to matters within the jurisdiction of this board. When addressing the board, please state your name for the record and address the board as a whole through the chair. No action or discussion will be conducted on matters not listed on the agenda. However, the chair may refer the subject matter to the appropriate department for follow-up or schedule the matter on a subsequent board agenda. Do we have any public comment?
Before the day gets too heavy, let's kick it off fun. Good morning, supervisors, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Veronica Kelly-Albies with the Weaverville-Douglas City Parks and Rec District. I just wanted to come and let you know that pool season is here. Yesterday, the Weaverville waves got in the water and we began our aquatic conditioning camp, and I'm happy to see some of the waves here today. Weaverville, Douglas City, Junction City, and Lewiston schools will begin pool visits next week. The pool will be open to the general public on June 20th, as then we will have all of our lifeguards available. Programming will once again include open swims, swim lessons, aquasize, lap swim, and family fun night. With support from First 5 Trinity, we were able to offer free swimming lessons to all 5 and unders. We just received a grant from Trinity Rivers Community Partners to be able to offer swim lesson scholarships for those 6 and above where needed. Recreation and programming is growing, which is such a big win for our communities in Trinity County. We have amazing community partners that will be supporting fun-free events at the pool this season as well. We are working on finalizing all of the pool programming schedule, and I wanted to take a moment to thank the community for their continued support and use of Loudon Park Pool and all of the WDC PRD youth activities. I would also like to thank the Trinity County staff that has continued to support us throughout our existence, and especially wanted to point out to Trinity County General Facilities. They are an amazing partner, and we exist because of their support. And we exist also because of community volunteers and those local partnerships. If you need tangible proof that Parks and Rec programming is beneficial, I point to this year's Trinity High School girls basketball team in particular. I was privileged to watch former Parks and Rec participants such as Aubrey Prunty, who will be moving on to Butte College for their basketball team as well, take the team to state competition. There are so many benefits, and I personally am grateful to be part of the Weaverville-Douglas City Parks and Recreation District. Now to the really big news. I'm giving you and the community a save-the-date notice as you're invited to the free community pool party and ribbon cutting for the Splash Adventure Pad. It will be held June 9th, 5 to 7 p.m. More details will be sent out as they become available, but I did want to take the opportunity to thank you and our community for supporting recreational activities in Trinity County. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, my name is Sandy Faulkner with a Y, and I'm here in response to the complaints during the April 5th meeting regarding Roosters and rural residential zoning. I purchased my home intentionally in a rural residential area, did the research, because I wanted to allow my children to understand the benefits of hard work, as well as supplement some of our food with the prices of things on the rise, as we know. Now, I have a rooster to protect my hens, and I'm currently not in violation of any regulations. A rooster crows a couple of times and moves on about his business. This is not any more disruptive than my 5 children on the trampoline, than the mill whistle, or the structure fire horn at the fire department. I've lived near both of those, and never once did it occur to me to say, could you stop making that noise, because I'm sleeping. And at what point do we draw the line when new neighbors move into a rural residential area and they don't like the smell of my horse poop, so now I have to get rid of it, or they don't like the sound of my hens clucking when they lay eggs, because hens make noise too, or my dog barking, or the fact that I drive a black car. While my hens are laying my breakfast, I appreciate the noise that they're making. A friend of mine referred to this topic as urban interference. There are lots of places you can live in this great country that are livestock and rooster free. And if people purchase homes in rural residential areas and they're not happy with being neighbors to livestock, they could relocate. I cannot believe we live in a time where taking private property owners that are law-abiding and changing the rules for those that are purchasing in an area without doing the research on the rules. And I get that this isn't a conversation that is on the agenda, there's no action items, but there are a lot of people that feel the way I do. Making a change to roosters would cause undue hardship to law-abiding, tax-paying citizens of our county and set a dangerous precedent. Let's start holding those frequent callers accountable for tying up minimal law enforcement resources when they've already been informed that they can't do anything about the roosters in rural residential. We all know that our law enforcement are really busy. And let us country folks do what we do. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Save the roosters. Also, I have petitions. I'll make copies and bring them back after.
Hey, this is the first for me. My name is Laura Rivara. I'm a respiratory therapist, and I also live in a rural residential area, and I'm here because of the rooster complaints. I have a daughter with special needs, and you may or may not have seen the article in the paper, but I moved to the area so that I could have my daughter raise chickens. Bill number 468, Emotional Support Animals, California section 122319.5, published 2122, states emotional support animal means an animal that provides emotional, cognitive, or similar support to an individual without a disability, and it does not need to be trained, certified, and it was published in 21. And my daughter has chickens, including a rooster, gives her emotional support and has made a big improvement with her. And I also have a letter from her doctor stating that it gives her emotional support as well. And she had to get rid of a rooster, not knowing the rules, and Celeste, and she was very devastated, and she was in emotional distress. She lost sleep and interest in everyday activities, causing her depression and a backwards process in her recovery. And American Disability Acts prohibits discrimination based on a person's disability, and she's being discriminated by the frequent complainers that constantly call in for some law or some rule that I'm not breaking because I'm being a disturbance. I've also received a threatened letter that was not addressed or did not have a name from who it was from addressed to me, and I was not aware that they were going to complain about this until it was pointed out by my neighbors. My daughter is also an FFA member in section 6.040.020 Trinity County Ordinance. Last version, agricultural means those activities relating to the growth and harvest of crops, rearing and managing of livestock, production of plants, animals, useful to humankind, not limited to, and it listed. But my daughter, she sells eggs, and we don't really make a profit. I have her give me a little bit towards the feed, but really it doesn't even cover the feed. But I sell it for less than what's in the store, so that it can keep the costs lower for families. There's a food shortage right now, and you need a rooster in order to produce more hens. You need hens to lay eggs, and they slow down their egg production. And we also are allowed in a rural residential area to be allowed to keep 25 chickens per 0.459 acres. So we are breaking the laws, and all I ask is nothing's changed and that people don't take my daughter's pets and emotional support away. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Sandra Ekman. I am a local resident here. I actually moved here from Washington to Lewiston and then to Weaverville to be closer to the city but still be in the county. I currently have 3 horses on my property that I use for therapy. I have 3 girls that come up from the Bay Area to spend time with my horses. And I'm just asking that our rural residential not be changed to residential, because we do participate in the fairs, the rodeos, the gymkhanas, so we do put the money that we make back into our community, and I think taking away our livestock would be detrimental to all the children. Thank you.
Any other public comment in the room?
Not anything.
Anything that's not listed on the agenda?
Nicholas Holliday, Burnt Ranch. Some of you guys I know, some of you guys are new. I haven't really been up here very much because honestly I haven't had the bandwidth to deal with everything that's been going on. And honestly, I've been issued my license for cannabis, no problem, for the past 3 years after my CPs. I understand that there's a whole lawsuit going on with all the Appendix C licenses and everything's taking a long time to get through those or whatever the holdup might be with those. But I have a full CEQA on my property that is not being processed. I have tried through my consultant for weeks to get my license renewed. It is now 2 months past due. And up until recently, I've had no exchange of words with Sean, our new director. And, I spoke with him earlier. He told me that, I should have something within the week. But then when I spoke with him in the parking lot, he said he doesn't have the authority to sign my license. And he said county council is who he'd have to run it up the chain to, and Richard Coons. Now when I spoke to Richard Coons, since then, he said that Sean has full authority to sign my license. So I'm just trying to get Sean some help. I want to know who he needs to sign my license to get me out of the way so that you guys can go through the 350 or however many of the licenses need Appendix Cs and need to be inspected. Because I've done this for 3 years now with my own CEQA. There's plenty of people that don't want to work in this world right now. And you have 350 farmers in this county that want to pay local taxes and pay cannabis tax on top of wanting to work. Like, what's going on? You guys can say, oh, it's because of CEQA. Well, I have my own CEQA, so why isn't it being issued? Who signs it? County council? Richard Coons? They both, Richard Coons says that he has full authority, so I'm trying to get him the help he needs to get everybody back to work here. I don't understand why this is such an issue. This seems like an absolute no-brainer. Put me on the list, hit print, and get me out of here. Like, the print button in this county is very hard to find, as we know, don't we, Keith? Like this elusive print button for the county licenses. What's going on? We can call this CEQA, game all day long, but really, I have a CEQA. I'm not being renewed. What's the real answer? What's going on here? I'd like to know. I'd like to know where our funding is going. I'd like to know where the efforts are going. I'd like to know who is going to give this guy the authority to sign my license.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you.
County Council, Chair, do you mind? Can we address that concern as far as being able to identify who is the point of contact to address that concern, so I know who to speak to elevate that concern and have a clear path forward?
In terms of, go ahead. Yeah, Margaret, we might throw it down either one. I think our answer should be the same.
Go ahead.
The planning director has the authority to sign a license or his or her designee, and in her absence, his or her designee is Sean. Am I correct, Margaret?
You are correct.
Thank you.
So, Jeremy, I think that this is one of the things that the ad hoc does, so if the gentleman brings this up at ad hoc, then we can get answers of what is going on within that we can't delve into here. So,
I couldn't get onto the Zoom for the last ad hoc. I apologize about that.
yeah, that's the appropriate place that we can get some answers for you.
Are we continuing public comment? Yes. Good morning, John Brower from Junction City. This matter has been brought up to the ad hoc for quite some time, and the ad hoc's done a mostly good job of trying to keep this ball moving through super challenging times and hollowed out departments and leadership vacuums, lawsuits and such. A really good job, but there's so many facets to this collapsed cannabis program and planning department here. And this matter's been, it's something that guys have been aware of for quite some time. I think it requires immediate attention. That these are pre-existing certified CEQAs, pre-existing licenses. We don't need to reinvent the wheel here. All we need to do is reissue these licenses. And it needs to happen immediately. Here we are in May of 2022. We've had a certified CEQA document since December of 2020. We have not one single license approved, not one. We have a streamlined process with the Appendix C checklist. How many have been approved? Well, we understand there might be up to 9 that the technical reviewers have recommended approval on for months and months now, 2 to 3 months. We have a director who's been here for 2 months. We need immediate resolution of this. It's been 2 months now since the new director's shown up. We haven't seen a single one of these 9 recommended for approval be noticed in the newspaper or the proper legal notice. I think everybody has lost patience at this point. We're coming up on our 2nd full year of 0 licensing in Trinity County. We're missing this opportunity. And like Nicholas just said, I mean, these are the people that are trying to follow the rules. These are the few that are attempting to follow the rules, and they're paying to do it. So the ad hoc committee has tried to address these issues, and but at this point, I think it needs to be dealt with by the board as a whole, all 5 of you. You guys are the bosses. You guys supervise the matters of Trinity County. The buck stops here in this room, and we want immediate action on these matters today. Today. And we would like a future agenda item at the very next meeting to deal with this subject in a broader sense with the entire board and a public component to it. Thank you.
Terry Mines, Junction City.
Hello? Sorry.
I think, wow, I don't even know what to think anymore. Accountability, you guys just had a meeting about accountability, empathy, and coming together as a community. Might be good to follow what you're preaching. Seriously. You guys have some serious issues here. I wouldn't even know where to begin to start to try and fix them, to be honest with you. Lady, thank you for taking that position. It's a good start. You can't push the buck of penalty for your mistakes onto the farmers. That's actually very seriously true. You can ask Margaret Long. It's not legal, you guys. You have to do something immediately, like Mr. Brower said. No. This continual delay or coming up with an excuse to talk to someone else like the ad hoc, it's kind of irresponsible, to say the least. It really is. You guys need to do your job, work, resign, and let the governor appoint some people that want to come in here and actually do this job correctly. It's embarrassing. It really is. We're the laughing stock of the entire state, and we're the poorest county in the entire state. As they've said, you've put a lot of people out of work. That's also another lawsuit. You have to be very careful. That's federal also. You're stepping into a really big puddle of mess here, and I don't think you're getting good advice. You should probably get into some federal issues here because you're getting into work-related issues. I have 18 employees. We all pay federal taxes. It's going to get you in some big trouble. We're not here to litigate. We're here to work, as they've said. We just want to work. We need your help. We don't really like the help we've been getting, though. We'd like some good help that's going to help us actually get back to work. You have a responsibility when you took the oath you took, and you need to do your job. That means these other meetings that don't mean anything and all these other things, you actually got to stop for a minute and fix this, you guys. You got a serious problem here, and it's going to bring you immense litigation. A bunch of FPPC violations are coming down. I can't even give you the list of things that everybody's talking about. You better get serious.
Hello everybody, good morning. My name is Jordan Casper. I'm here as a concerned citizen today, just about our county. This is my first time at a Board of Supervisors meeting. I do know some of you I don't. What I'm concerned about in our county is our county as a whole, let's say foundation-wise. We're seeing tourism not come here as much. We're seeing it not promoted as much. We're seeing, these shadowy figures around Weaverville, around all Trinity County, really, that, are less than decent. I, as a boy, used to ride my bike all around town with my friends and come home at dinner time, and it was fine. I now have a daughter who is a little older than I was. She's 11, and I do not allow her that same right for what lurks in the shadows. I know you guys see it. You guys are residents too. I've lived here my whole life, and I've seen the degradation of the county go down and down and down. And here we are years later, and all our county entities are hollowed out, our behavioral health hollowed out, our sheriffs hollowed out. There's got to be something we can do about this. And I understand you guys are doing your job, but maybe there's something we can do as a community to make these changes. The county's got to get some more money in it. We're broke. We're the brokest county in California. I've known that since I was 13. I'm now 31. It's not something new. We've been broke. So I guess what I'm bringing in front of you guys is what can we do to change that? We're all concerned citizens back here, and you guys are in the position of power to kind of mitigate that. So I guess what I would like to ask the board is what can we do to change that? I want to see my beautiful town back. I want to see tourists come here thriving. I want to see businesses, whether it's a grocery business or a cannabis business, I want to see businesses thrive here. They're all legal. We need to let it happen. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Jennifer Henson. I came over from Humboldt County this morning, and I can help with that. If we can get that retail ordinance on the agenda. I sell local flower only at my shop in Humboldt from the Emerald Triangle. Sold $1 million in local flower last year. Brought some weed, just kidding. Jars are empty. These are from your farmers right here. I work with the distro. We do the labeling. Within that is distro, is sales, is finance, is metric, is everything. So I just want to show what you guys have hidden up in your hills. And again, if you want money in your county, let me know. I would love to come over and support these local farmers, bring some tourism to town. Thanks for your time.
Thank you. Is that it in the room?
Who might do the paperwork too? You guys want to? Copies of it. Thank you. I sorted it out best I could. I didn't know what to do these. Thank you.
Chair, Commissioners Lisa Wright, Lewiston. I'm not sure the door gatekeeper thing, but there are people out there who have difficulty hearing. I don't know what the issue is with having the door open. I'm not here to speak to you about that today, and I am here to speak to you about recognizing conflicts of interest. A guide to the rules of the Political Reform Act, which is enforced by the FPPC, Fair Political Practices Commission. I think it's very important, and perhaps Chair Fraser, you would consider an ad hoc that would establish a conflict of interest code for Trinity County. There seems to also be kind of a lack of knowledge about this. This not only applies to the board, it applies to commissioners, other appointed government officials. This lays it out very clearly, so if you haven't been exposed to this, you should, as well as all of the boards and commissions. But basically, what this does is a conflict of interest can be established in a variety of ways, and it requires recusal by an individual. If you go through to page 3, really understand the different types of financial interests that may be the basis for a conflict. Of particular note on action on items on the agenda today is the real property. So if an official has a financial interest in a real property worth more than $2,000, that potentially presents a conflict of interest in an area that's being considered for any kind of zoning changes. But then you have to go on and say, consider the decision, whether the decision's effect on the official's financial interest is reasonably foreseeable and material. This was presented to the board via email earlier. You've been notified. You should have known anyway. But if we go to page 5 and I look at number 3, an interest is explicitly involved in a decision if the decision affects the real property, as was described. Then it is reasonably foreseeable that the decision will have a material financial effect on the interest. What's material? Go on to page 7 regarding ownership in real property. If the decision is material, if it determines the property's zoning or rezoning, annexation or de-annexation, or inclusion in or exclusion from any districts other than a zoning decision applicable to all properties designated in that category. So you're about to look at an action item later that I'm going to ask the chair to continue until these kind of issues can be resolved. Planning commissioners, there are 2 complaints filed with FPPC for acting without considering this. 2 board members also can be affected, and please continue this until that can be resolved and clearly indicated that there is not a conflict. Thank you.
Hi, Steve Lyon, Junction City. I want to know what in the world is going on with the licenses. I get no answers. I show up at ad hoc. You guys are great. You're the only real source of information. Everything else is a giant black hole. There's no answers. Nothing's going on. Look at the spreadsheet, the terrible spreadsheet, by the way, terrible spreadsheets that update very irregularly, very inaccurately update backdated dates. Look at what has happened through the month of April. Look for anything with a 4, with the month of 4. Nothing happened. Very, very few things happened. The same 9 licenses have been out of technical review and have gone nowhere. We have a new planning director. Nothing is happening. I've asked you guys at ad hoc, where is the malfunction? Can we identify what the problem is? Nobody has an answer. It's nothing is happening. We just burned through April. It's now May. I have no hope in sight of anything happening with my license. My business is starting. I'm burning through my savings about as fast as it can go. You have hundreds of businesses floundering while we have a $3.5 million grant to pay to get us through the licensing, and nothing is happening. Nothing's been signed. Are there going to be notices in the paper tomorrow?
Please address the board.
From the planning director, there weren't last week. Tomorrow's Wednesday. Were there notices put in the paper? Can anybody answer that at the board meeting today? Like, are we just going to burn through another couple weeks? Everything that happens is another week, another 2 weeks, another 2 weeks. When it's an agricultural crop, that these weeks, the springtime, the spring for agriculture just got wasted on nothing. Nothing is happening. No licenses. Nobody has moved through technical review. Nobody has been noticed. I haven't heard anything on my license. I've asked. I've written Sean Cameron. Nothing. You get no answers. It's a black hole, and I have been a positive attitude person through this whole process. I've tried to keep a positive attitude. Hey, we're gonna move, it's gonna happen. We have a process, let the process roll. The process has stopped. There's no movement, no forward movement, and it is complete incompetence at the county governance level. And it's insulting. And now you're gonna do a notice of determination for 5,000 parcels of opt-outs when I can't get a notice of determination? It's a spit in the eye of those of us who've been working hard this whole time to see a notice of determination for opt-outs.
Thank you.
Adrian Keys from Mayfork. Really, I don't have a whole heck of a lot to add to all of that. I've also tried to keep my attitude positive, and I can tell you that I'm on the brink of losing that ability. I've had to come to a realization as I've watched this pass that I'm not going to have a job this year. I'm unemployed. Thank you.
Good morning, my name is Karla Avila from Hyam Chair, Supervisors, I won't repeat what has already been said this morning because you heard it loud and clear, but I will say that as Executive Director of the Trinity County Agriculture Alliance, I can really only hold this tidal wave back for so long. And I appreciate the work and the effort that has been done at the ad hoc. Thank you, Supervisors Groves and Frazier, for that incredible service that you've done. But after 6 months, we're still going to the ad hoc with coming away from hours and hours of discussion with not a lot of progress. And this is going to be, for many of us, a multiple year out of operation process, because if we cannot plant this spring, then this year is out. And then you have to recognize that if you're an outdoor farmer, you only pull the one crop a year, so that will be 2 full years before we have any product that will be able to be sold again as of right now, and the clock is still ticking. So you're looking at 2 years for most of the outdoor farmers to be able to make any sort of income or revenue again. And we have to remember, this isn't just hundreds and hundreds of families, this is also all of their employees and all of their families and all of the businesses, ancillary businesses that are supported by this in our county. This is so serious and so critical, and your leadership and your clear direction. We have to put the politics aside. We have to start using smart land use. We have to stop treating this plant like it's some alien creature, and we have to start treating it like an agricultural product that has heavy regulation around it at multiple layers. We have to stop duplicating processes and complicating processes when we really need to be streamlining them. We keep talking about streamlining, but we keep creating more problems. So I wish I could provide more solutions. I wish I could provide staffing for you. We have tried many ways of doing that, and we don't need to bring that up right now, but I can tell you that it's a poor excuse, and it won't do you any good moving forward. We have to fix this. We have to fix it now. Thank you.
Thank you. All right.
My name is Jared Howergan. I'm also a farmer from Mayfork. I feel similar to a lot of these people that already spoke. Unfortunately, I have been through the CEQA and got the final technical review on my property, and at the same time got my state license renewed and thought they went hand in hand, and we planted our crop. I've since then been inspected. My CEQA advisor didn't say anything about a walkthrough with no plants. I believe that was added from the county, not CEQA. Maybe I'm wrong. Long story short, I have plants on my property. The county comes out, says don't do anything rash. Someone will be contacting you. Next thing I know, 7 days later, the sheriff is honking his horn at our gate. Everyone is scared. Long story short, I got 7 days to abate my property. I'm out quite a bit of money and trying to figure out how to move forward. I talked to county council about reducing the fine on what is left to finish here in a few weeks. They mentioned that that was a great possibility to get my fine cut in half. I'm just wondering where we go from here. I'm not trying, so I've abated 2 greenhouses. I have 2 left that have my life savings in it. From when I talked to county council, it's probably worth me paying this fine versus cutting the other 2 greenhouses down. But is this gonna put me to the back of the line? Am I gonna lose my license over this move? You know, what do I do? Do I go after my last bit of money that I have? County council says they'll reduce the fine. That's where I'm headed. But then if I go down that route, are you guys gonna take my license? Pay $20,000 for my state license. It's a mixed light license. It's already hard enough to grow in this county with that type of license because 4 months out of the year, you're not gonna compete with the rest of the state. I don't know if you guys noticed, but Santa Barbara County issued 1,500 acres. That's about 6,000 licenses, 10,000 square foot licenses. It's already hard enough for any of these guys to compete. They don't need you guys to do this for them to fail. The way the market has went, you know, no one grows agriculture in Trinity County, right? I'm from Bakersfield, that's where farming's from, right? It's done there because you can't compete in a place like this with outdoor in the future. It's already tough on these guys. You know, most of these people are losing their life savings. So I have till to the end of the day today to debate the rest of my property, or the sheriff might come out. You know, I don't know. My wife's a school teacher. I have 2 kids. I haven't gotten in trouble in 20 years. I don't want to go to jail. What do I do? You know, and I'm just, we never got a notice when TAA sued you guys or whatever, no one in the county even had the decency to send out an email or a letter to let us know we lost our license.
Thank you. So I'm sorry. We have a lot of public comment.
Hello, Chair and Supervisors. Danahauser from Mayfork. I'm sure you can imagine that I agree with a lot of what's said. It's beyond frustrating. What's happening, there's no excuse for it. The flow of communication to paying license holders is, if it is there, it's bad. But in lots of cases, it doesn't exist at all. It's not consistent. I am extremely concerned about future litigation for this, our whole county, in existence of what the community that I call home and the community that I work for voluntarily. Adrian Keys mentioned that he will not be employed. I'm in the same boat. Along with hundreds of other people and families. I really appreciate all the hard work and the load that everyone bears in the county and for near minimum wage. It is a huge burden. I know what carrying that pressure as a business owner is like, but that's part of being a business owner, and it's harder for a paid position to bear all that weight. We don't have answers. We feel gaslit. I'll speak for myself. I feel gaslit. I feel like I'm at my max threshold. Anger isn't a solution. Thank you all for being here and for looking at me and for hearing me. I do feel seen. We aren't going away. I'm not selling my property. I'll get more roosters. I love this place. I put everything into my community.
not limited to Mayfork. All of Trinity County. Every single community here is magical, and I want to live in every single community because each one is unique and different and beautiful. All of your homes included. We are in this together. Thank you.
Thank you.
Liza Wisniewski, Junction City. My Appendix C was recommended for approval March 8th. I've had my county site inspection as of early this month, early April. Now I'm being told more additional requirements need to be followed. When I'm asked what those are, I get blatantly ignored. I would like answers, I would like my license, I would like accountability, I would like transparency. Thank you.
Joe Davis, Junction City. Happy spring. Enjoying the weather, everybody? It's planting season. It's in my bones. Are you feeling it? I grew up on a farm. This is what I did. I used to do it. We all used to do it. Hundreds of people here. There's 131 people employed at the mill. That's nothing. You know how many mills are laid off right now in terms of cannabis? All of them, actually. So if you compare these businesses like that, man, we praise the mill around here. I get it. They don't have anything compared to what we're putting into this economy here. It's like 15 or, where's the fee study? Did anybody remember those words? Nobody cares. I've been at this microphone since 2016, trying to help this program get off the ground. Boom, it's in the dirt. So we're back here trying to figure out why. Where is the accountability? When I bring up the chronological sequence to other farmers in California, they say things like, you're frauded. When I bring up the entire chronological sequence since 2016 to now, to attorneys, that takes hours out of my time, they say things like, embezzlement. It's clear. Why was there not an appeal to the lawsuit? That's the first thing attorneys ask me. And they're chomping at the bit pro bono. Now, for farmers, we're not trying to stall this with attorneys. But the threat of a lawsuit, we saw how that happened when TAA threatened you guys. You said, oh, no, we'll get 55% of the fees, the program fees, to the sheriffs if he wants it. Just for a threat. And it happened. New cars. What happened after that? Abatement to the tune of, you guys profited $900K. Did you give money back to the program? No. We know we're paying for this jail. We know that, the farmers are. Who's going to be in it, is what I'm wondering. I had a couple other things I wanted to say, but I'm just really here to beg for you guys to really think about the job losses here. Not just the farmers and their families. Everybody that would be employed along the way is practically, I don't think there's been any accountability to understand that. How many jobs are literally lost here because of this incompetence? This has never happened in this county. We've never seen this amount of job loss. It's pitiful. Can somebody do something about this? Can somebody help our program director out? Instead of sitting on his hands? Who hired? Who's responsible for this? Please help us.
All right. Public comment on Zoom.
Can I speak?
All right, if you guys are planning on speaking, could you move a little quicker to the podium so we don't have to wait a minute between the 3 minutes?
Yeah, we would like you guys to move quicker too, but it doesn't happen. So, I just want to say something. There is resolutions to all the problems that we have in the county, especially for the ladies that don't like us. There's like indoor licensing that could be fully approved, like on the state basis. So all those greenhouses will turn into warehouses. Everything is going to be enclosed. Everything is going to be sealed. Nobody can see us. Nobody can smell us. It's much safer than a greenhouse. We're going to be able to work year-round instead of 9 months out of the season. That's just one of my propositions for eliminating the problems with people that they don't want to see us and they don't want to smell us and all that stuff, you know. Plus, it's way more beneficial, you know, water-wise, and there's so many aspects. I sent you guys an email. Only one of you responded. I just wanted to ask, so we were CEQA exempt until September. How is this new CEQA Appendix C changing my status right now? Because my property is fully developed, nothing is happening on it, and we're stopped from working on something that is, so you build all those businesses and now you close them. Employees are leaving, it's very hard to find employees nowadays. If somebody is staying, we're paying premium for day to stay and just, so we don't lose them because nobody wants to come here and work. Just want you to keep those things in mind. Like everybody said, we're burning our money just to save our businesses and it's not happening. Nor that this Appendix C, how is this changing things? How? If you guys explain to me, I don't understand. Nothing is changing. We're just putting new plans, and that's it. I know it's a court order. I just wish there was like, at the beginning, okay, we'll give you the license, but you have to finish Appendix B. Okay, you have 6 months to do it. Okay, that's fine, let's do it. So we're functioning, we're working, we're paying taxes. I owe you guys now like $8,000 in taxes for the product that I've sold. It seems like I've been robbed last year, and this year, like, it's boof, it's all gone. Like, so I have to pay all this money, and I paid those money, and now I cannot. So I just have a very sour taste of going and paying that tax of the few hundred pounds that I've sold. I just wanted to clarify that, you know, the Appendix C doesn't change anything. It just explains what is already done. Why would you stop this business from operating and generating income for this county? There is a lot of us in the same situation.
Thank you,
guys.
Can you give your name for the record, please?
It's Miro, M-I-R-O.
Thank you.
Hello, Board. Carl Wampler, Mayfork. I've had my Appendix C turned in and complete since February 3rd. I spoke to the ad hoc with 2 of you last week. I followed directions, and I still have not heard back from the CEQA email of Sean. I've hit him up every day, even over the weekend, and we just need answers. I mean, I need a plan now. I have a mixed light license. This is the 3rd year now where I have been strung along for this, so I really need this county to step up and have our backs. We have 6 employees that don't have a job right now, or sitting around going to go work somewhere else if we don't plan now. So, I mean, if we don't plan now, what are we doing? Why are we taking my fees for a mixed light license? I mean, do we have any answers that we can get today out of that? Is there any way that LACO or LACO is represented where we can actually get a hold of them? I tried to get a hold of Byron Turner so many times to get my letter of completeness, which he said in one email he would respond with March 8th. And I've requested it multiple times, and here we are, May 2nd or 3rd, still not planted, still haven't heard anything. I've had my Appendix C turned in since December 1st. So, I mean, we're almost 6-7 months later from when this program started to reboot. Please, get us through the program. Please stamp our projects. We're completely secret compliant. I pay for biological, archaeological, every review under the sun, and pass all of them. So, please.
State your name again for me.
Carl with a K, Wampler,
Do you have your CCL number on?
675.
Thank you.
Well, please, I beg you, fix this today. Don't do anything else. Don't deal with opt-outs. Don't do anything. Deal with the program before you move forward with anything else. This is number one. It employs more people than anything else in Trinity County. All my employees live in Trinity County. They don't want to have to move to go work somewhere else. So please, help us. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, I think you can go to Zoom now.
Tyler?
Hi, good morning, Chair, Board. I have some of the same sentiments in regards to the cannabis issues at hand, but I had actually, prior to learning that there may be a large group also having some of the same issues, I had a request that somewhat echoes a lot of the issues within cannabis, but it's regards to planning in general, and that request is for a project that I have. It's P16-20. It was a subdivision from year 2016 that has not been able to be finalized. And I have done, I feel like, everything that I have been required to do to get that project finalized. I'm working with a local engineering firm that is fully capable and getting projects approved in other counties and jurisdictions. So I just don't feel like it is on me or the engineering firm that the project is not completed. And I don't disagree that there have been things that needed to get done, corrections, modifications, whatever it is, but to have it take 6 years when I have been more than willing to get it done in a shorter amount of time. So my request is for an automatic extension and fee waiver for such projects within the county. I know Supervisor Cox has expressed interest in getting a subdivision review committee going. I appreciate that. I just feel like as a whole within the county, there's so many projects, and I just don't think that it should be on me financially or on staff, the very limited staff that is trying to keep things going, to have me go in and request another extension, which takes their time to prepare, has to go before the planning commission, who expressed not wanting to have redundancy within projects coming before them. This would be my 4th extension. So I don't know what the options are, or if there are options for possibly just blanket extending these types of projects within the county and waiving fees until it can be figured out. I won't get into the cannabis things, although I share many of the same sentiments that others have expressed. So I don't know if that's possible to get this on an agenda item before my particular project is up for another extension on June 8th. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next we have Matt J.
Hello, Board of Supervisors, Matt Jefferson, Coffee Creek. I guess I'm just going to say I have to reiterate what everybody else is saying. I have license number 112, I've paid, I've done every environmental review process. We've got through technical review, blah, blah. It would be nice to be able to plan and have a job this year. So I'm really hoping someone can sign a license. But anyway, on another note, I I've been requested to speak on behalf of my friend and neighbor Henry, who cannot attend today. He lives in East Fork Valley, Coffee Creek, with his 36 wives. He is our rooster. Recently, his flock has heard that Henry may be asked to leave, or could even be relocated to a stew pot. This has caused great concern in our flock. We're all asking that all the current and previous rights of the roosters in Trinity County be upheld. For the kids, for all those people that were speaking before, agriculture is a very important thing for Trinity County. I hope those rights can be respected. Thank you for your time. Have a good day.
Thank you.
Next, we have Olivia.
It's actually Jake Rosenquist. Good morning, Chair, members of the board. First and foremost, I want to discuss this rooster issue. I believe I am one of the largest, if not the largest buyer of the FFA auction the last few years, and I am incredibly concerned that the conversation has been happening about restricting agricultural uses down to roosters and chickens and whatnot on our that's insane. Please stop cock blocking all of us. I also want to reiterate what Nicholas Holliday spoke about. You know, he is a prime example of how ludicrous this is, and how if you keep someone licensed, they leave you alone. No one's seen Nick in 3 years because he's been hard at work being one of the most successful operations in Trinity County. The other thing that I wanted to discuss is a gentleman talked about his abatement earlier tied with an inspection of his property. I myself has been a victim of being raided as a licensed farmer. I spent 3 years in court before the county dropped the charges. Still have never had any of our personal possessions returned to us over it. It is alarming to me, and maybe I missed the agendized item, maybe I missed the conversation, but it seems that county council, the Prentice-in-Law is telling people you can just pay the fees and keep growing. So the way I'm seeing this is the county is not doing their job and not issuing licenses to then go out and do a mandatory inspection and then immediately reporting that to the sheriff's department, who is then filing an abatement, and then the county is saying, okay, you can pay us $500 a day, because they offered, I think that gentleman said half. You can pay $500 a day to keep growing, because paying a licensing fee and paying taxes wasn't enough, evidently. So if you want to keep legally growing, I guess we'll say, you pay $500 a day now, but any day the sheriff could come in, which I'm fairly positive closed session a few minutes ago, I guess hours ago now, was about the sheriff's department, or the sheriff's union or whatever, potentially suing the county about gutting their program because we don't have any money to pay for sheriffs in this county. And we don't have any money because we're not letting the biggest cash cow in this county operate to pay taxes. I'm one of the people who has to go in the next couple days and pay my next installment of cannabis taxes after millions of dollars of sales in the last year. And this is as ass backwards, upside down, asinine, and ridiculous as it possibly could get. And the people on this board need to take a personal interest in what in God's name is
Thank you. Your time's up.
Next, we have Nam Tron. Apologize if I said that incorrectly.
Hi, thank you board for listening to me. I run a small distribution out of Orange County, California. In the last 3 years, I've been working with Trinity farmers. I've come to love the people. They're great humans. They're great families. They work hard. I watch them want to protect the environment, and it's very heartbreaking to hear what's happening to them. With the current market, the heat wave from last year, the fires, then this this is the nail in the coffin to them. And it just saddens me because in the last 3 years, I've come to realize they're great, great humans. And I don't want to see anything happen to them. It makes me cry to know this is happening to them. And I just beg of the board and the county to do whatever it takes to just make this a priority to save them. They are the heartbeat of the county. They are the future of the county. I'm not from Trinity, but I'm there all the time dealing with these great humans, these families, and I don't want to see them die. I just don't want to. It brings tears to my eyes. Sorry. It just hurts me. These are great humans. I don't want to see them hurt. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next we have Patrick.
Hey board, my name is Patrick Kahn from Sawyer. I've spoken many times over the years at all these meetings, and I have great faith in this community and in democracy and fair play. It's May, and I'm sick of seeing the board just deflect the question of where are the licenses. Jeremy, I appreciate you standing up just a minute ago and asking, and Keith, I understand you might know more than the rest of us about why that discussion should happen in ad hoc. But the reality is, this is the most I've heard about what is actually going on because the farmers are standing up and telling their stories. So my story is that I have turned in a CUP. My CUP is supposed to be a document that gets me over the threshold of my existing operation as well as potentially gets me an expansion. I've asked you many times for 6 months. I've got all of my environmental documents in a row. My license is number 37. I have a MND, and all I need is a renewal. That document and all those documents correspond with an Appendix C. They're above and beyond what's needed to approve my project with my understanding of all the professionals, all the consultants, and all the staff. And so I am frustrated. It's Mental Health Month. I lost a friend who I would never have expected to lose to suicide in the cannabis industry. I lost a friend, and I see people hurting, and I just want to say, we're fighting back because that's all we have left, is to fight the good fight against what I see as hypocrisy. And when I listen to these farmers, I know I'm right. I hear it. We demand something more than this. Sean, you need to step up and say, why are you...
Please address the board.
Sorry. The board needs to ask Sean. Somebody needs to address us in this meeting. Look at, here we are. Please, farmers, keep telling your stories because we're learning and we're growing and we're making this community stronger by doing so. And we have been for many, many years. We love this community and we love the democratic process and we respect neighbors' rights. But the idea that you can just push out the farmers in May and June and agendize other things with our depleted staff, then to consider farming in May and June, like we need a discussion about how you're going to pay farmers not to grow this year and guarantee them a license next year. Something like that needs to be the new discussion because we're getting really close to past the 12th hour. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next we have Marie.
Hi, this is Marie Peterson, Weaverville. Right now, you guys the county needs to deprioritize every single other issue except processing Appendix Cs and issuing licenses. We're living through another extinction event at the hands of the planning department. And I really want to know who made up the rule of visiting each site prior to issuing a license when we have very complete files. We should have enough information in those project descriptions and the files in the previous inspection notes and the maps that are provided including site management plans for the CEQA to be able to be processed without going to every single property first. This brought to my mind something that happened to me several years ago. There was a time that the water board issued, I think, around 700 notice of violations in Post Mountain. And as a result of that, my consulting team was out. We had 2 different teams out every single day for months, visiting 3 to 5 properties every single day, each team visiting 3 to 5 properties. That work actually that workload was so heavy, and we didn't even go to 500 properties during that time, maybe a couple hundred, but the workload was so heavy as a result of getting to each of those properties that were all in close connection to each other, processing the data, processing the pictures, keeping all the properties straight. It's just not really feasible to go to 530 properties within the amount of time that's needed and then still be able to have those same people or maybe different people processing all of the data and then processing the CEQA in 1 year. It's not going to happen. To me, it seems like nothing less than sabotage that the county now has to go to every single property, and then if there's plants in the ground, plants that are actually registered in metric, legal, white market cannabis, then those properties are going to be prioritized for abatement by code enforcement. This is parasitism. Right now, the only work that needs to be done is deprioritizing every other action except processing Appendix Cs and issuing licenses. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next we have Amber.
Hello, thank you. I'm a Weaverville resident, business owner. I own commercial property and residential property. I am just floored at what I've been hearing. My heart is breaking for these people, your constituent Board of Supervisors. I encourage you to do your part and help these people that are living here in this county and paying their taxes and voting. I, as a business owner, have seen a 25% decrease in business this year over last year. Last year, as we all know, was COVID. So this year, what I'm seeing a huge loss in is the deliveries to farms. I deliver water. Farmers are not buying water anymore. So I'm a business that is not cannabis related, but it is affecting me in a negative way. It is affecting my family. I have kids. I raised a kid here already, and I'm raising another one now. To see our county just be crumbling before my eyes, and really it sounds like there's things that can be done, and it's either being done the wrong way or not at all. Personal biases need to be put aside. It's not about you, it's about everyone. And it sounds to me like the most people that are hurting right now are the least people that are being helped. So I really hope that you guys change your tune and change your attitude and get it together and start serving your people better. Serving my friends, my customers, and everyone in this county needs to be represented better. I'm ashamed of what you guys have been doing to these people. How horrible and unjust. And in other news, I would also like to support the Roosters. I would also like to support retail cannabis and new business, economic growth and development, community togetherness and profitability. We can see jobs grow, people grow. We don't need to have these people leave and lose their jobs and move away. Other businesses don't need to be hurting because of this and your decisions and poor decisions. Please start making some good decisions for your people, not for yourselves, or for backdoor, closed things outside of church, talking bad about these poor, wonderful people in this county. Step it up. Thanks.
Next, we have Walter.
Hello. Thank you for listening to me. My name is Walter Wood, license number 2483. I've been out here for 20 years. On my small farm, I'm sorry. On my small farm, this directly affects my family, and we have 3 other employees on the books paying taxes. Full-time, plus we would hire other people seasonally, and that's all gone. They're, we should have already, been flowering our first greenhouses of the year to be able to continue paying these people. That, so these people are in families, right? So this is 9 people directly affected. There's over 300 licenses. This is a huge percentage of the county. And this is so hard to speak about. It's so ridiculous. It does not make sense. We were CEQA exempt. I just spent months when I should have been planting and taking care of workers and getting things going. Instead of doing that, I'm doing the CEQA. I'm doing the Appendix C, whatever the hell you call this thing. It's ridiculous. I'm exempt on all this stuff. It's a pre-existing thing. I took over an abandoned vineyard. I could grow rice here. I could flood the property. I could plow it. I could do all this crap if I was growing rice. But I can't even touch the stream now. I'm using all water catchment. All this stuff so well. We don't till. We're building soil. What in the world is going on here? Why have I already let go of all these employees and their families and they're moved out? No more taxes, no more any of that. Why are we doing this? This can't be set aside and pushed off and pushed off and pushed off. It cannot keep happening. We all need extensions. We have licenses. I have an annual state license. What good does that do me? I gotta renew it. I'm not allowed to have plants in the ground? I'm farming, hello? This is so crazy. Please fix this. Give us extensions until the county can get their act together. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next I have iPhone.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
This is Yang from Lewiston, and everything has been said already. I just want to beg, and I just want to ask the supervisor to just please help. We did everything we need to do for the county. We did everything we need to do with the state, and we are compliant with them. We just need them to give us an answer. So please, for the supervisor, please help or give us an answer. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can you state your name one more time, please?
Yang Zhang.
Thank you. Next we have DeAndre.
Hello, this is DeAndre Caldwell Johnson out of Weaverville. I imagine much of this, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. I imagine much of this has to be hard for you guys to hear today. Many of the disheartened faces and voices throughout the audience, and even via Zoom. And I myself am one of them. I spend just over $100,000 a month running a legal marijuana business in the state of California. And unfortunately, I'm unable to operate in my existing county. It makes us want to withdraw from where we are. And I'm sure that's not just the case for me in my business and the employees that we host. In fact, we just purchased another farm this year to find out that the license is not even going to be recognized as transferable. Where does the value hold then? As many of you are aware, we're amid one of the worst economic recessions since the Great Depression, over 100 years ago. And cannabis has been seen by many economists, futurists, and politicians throughout the nation as integral towards the revitalization of our gross national GDP. Although cannabis remains illicit in nearly 80% of the county, the cannabis industry still employs approximately 250,000 people nationwide. These are based on figures in 2020. And I believe we have a great opportunity here in Trinity County to promote progressive legislation to make our county an industry leader as the industry continues to dawn on the country and reach throughout. Amid economic downturn, sales continue to grow in cannabis, by the way, nearly 45%. Not only can our county continue to benefit from the taxes brought on by legal cannabis, but the other associated fees that us as legal businesses are faced with. We don't think to push for political reformations, which is what we're here for today. However, rather than think progressively, we're acting in a regressive manner, trying to outlaw and ban further regions of Trinity County. We first must think about the economy. Put the philosophical and moral objections beside you. And let's get the issuance of licenses done here today. Because our local economy needs it. Not just in lieu of the cannabis cultivators, but all those that benefit thereof. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next we have SD iPhone.
Hey everyone, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, my name is Steve D. I'm in Mayfork, license 447. So I think maybe you guys understand the situation with what's going on in this county. I think it's time to think outside the box. You have the power. The state is okay with whatever you guys want to do. They've already stated that. They stated they're in opposition to this TAA settlement pretty clearly. So whatever's going on with TAA, I don't care, maybe you don't care, rip the settlement up. Let them re-sue you. Let them re-sue the county. Tell them to go pound sand at the end of the meeting today. It's very simple. You guys could draft something with the approval of legal counsel or in opposition to legal counsel. Just saying, hey, no mandatory inspections for these CEQA sign-offs. Tell the cannabis director, stop doing these inspections. We do not need that. Okay? You guys have the power. You don't have to be bound by restrictions that are malleable. Okay? You're looking at economic destruction here that is unparalleled. I mean, education, local economies, everything is going to be destroyed here. And you can't get that back easily. So there's something that you guys can do, even if it gets overturned, even if TAA sues the county again, okay? Even if the cannabis director wants to do these crazy inspections that they're not going to get done because they don't have the people, just say, you know what, here, this is this, sign it, boom. Figure out something so that people can fulfill their livelihood, so they can get up and provide for their families, because without that, you're looking at bankruptcies, long-term destruction of the cannabis industry in this county. And I fear it, but I think there are going to be suicides in this county. People are going to start taking their own lives because they feel helpless, despondent, unable to see the light at the end of the tunnel, right? So just do something, right? I know you guys are bound by whatever code you feel is applicable to this situation. Maybe you're anti-cannabis, but you got to look at it from a black and white, cut and dry thing. What can we as a board do immediately to alleviate some of these pressures on this industry immediately? It's May, so whatever can be done, and you might have to ignore the legal counsel. TAA might have to re-sue the county, but you know what? That's going to take time, okay? It's going to take time. And that might be enough time to let people to get a crop in, to grow, to get some product on the market, right? So just think outside the box. There's got to be something that can be done. And nothing really is not an option. Think outside the box and get a little crazy, you know? So thank you.
Next we have Chris.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Good morning, Supervisors. Chris Williams, Weaverville. I'm desperate. I need your help. How many times do we need to ask you to do something of meaning, something meaningful? I graduated from Harvard University in 2019 and decided to return to Trinity County, where I grew up, to work in commercial cannabis consulting and to contribute to this community in a meaningful way. I love Trinity County. I love what I do. I'm dug in, but I need a viable work opportunity. But your actions say over and over and over, you know you don't matter to our community. We don't want adorable, obviously, educated, creative, do-gooders. And I don't get it. Today is May 3rd, 2020, and my clients had CEQA appendix Cs submitted since October 2021. That's October, November, December, January, February, March, April. 7 months. Why? 7 months of a year of waiting and waiting and waiting and waiting and waiting for movement. No licenses have been noticed, no licenses have been issued, and I'm tired of excuses. Do you have a fear of success? Are you trying to sabotage the program? Do you want it to implode? Do you either want a program or you don't? Choose one, but stop this economic torture. It's a plant. We're the poorest county with an amazing opportunity for economic growth that we keep stalling. Why? The cannabis director hasn't provided a report to the Planning Commission or BOS in weeks. Why? You appear complacent with empty promises. Why? You know that the cannabis funds are being used inappropriately and do nothing. Why? You appointed a planning commissioner that doesn't want to do their due diligence in shaping a cannabis ordinance of meeting because they want to, quote, get to real planning things. Why? I'm watching you trash this program, waste time, waste money. Why? We need action, we need oversight, we need accountability, and we need your leadership. Please demand more of yourselves and of the people in power. Also, stop entertaining rooster NIMBYism. Thank you very much.
Next we have Trinity's Finest Farms.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes.
This is Trinity's Finest Farms, license number 697, been licensed for the last 3 years, Trinity County. I'm already getting my state approval license before you guys are renewing my license from last July. I have jumped through every legal hoop. I have 2 kids that I'm supporting, my 2-year-old and my 5-year-old, plus my wife, and spending every dollar I have from my logging business that I shut down to go commercial legally in Trinity County. I'm a 20-year ex-logger. The logging industry will never create enough economical growth in this universe that cannabis will. That is hands down been proven. I've done it for 20 years. I have done both businesses for 20 years. You guys are letting these illegal growers sit here and run amok all over Trinity County, yet making us jump through hoops. When we jump through every hoop, you guys throw another one at us, yet we still clear it. What is the holdup? You guys have gotten every dollar out of us. You guys have gotten every piece of paper out of us. You guys are asking pretty much for the toilet paper that we use on the toilet at this point. It is just getting to be ridiculous that me, a small-time business owner, self-employed, can't even afford to get employees anymore because you guys have made us jump through all these hoops, spend all these thousands and thousands of dollars because you guys can't get your act together. It is not that hard. If we can get our act together and go legal and be all by the book, why can't you guys do it? We're the ones that pay your guys' bills. Our tax dollars is what gives you guys these jobs. You guys should be fighting for us to keep your job, keep the good money coming into the county, and keep the growth. But yet you guys are fighting us? It makes no sense whatsoever. I have people that have been in Trinity County for 70 years in this industry. It has never been this messed up with you guys allowing all the illegal growing going on and then abating us legal farmers that are trying to do right and do our due diligence. We need answers. We need them now. Do you understand? You guys are taking food off my family's table. Every month you guys sit here and drag it out. Every month. My savings account is going down, but I'm paying fees and bills and everything else to keep this operation going and not even be able to operate. If you guys did that to any of the corn farmers, rice farmers, wheat farmers, any of the orchard farmers anywhere in California, they would be shut down or have government grants or have assistant programs to help them get by in these hard times. You guys have done none of these things. None. So where's the answers? Where's the end result? We're all tired of sitting here playing the waiting game. We're not your guys' puppets. Pretty soon, you guys are gonna lose every single buddy. Somebody like me that is now looking to outsource and go buy another legal farm so I can actually operate in a county that has their head on straight.
Do I do an 812?
Oh, we got some issues here.
You have at least a quarter inch. That must be like the limit. But
Good go.
It's pretty sad that you guys don't get what's going on with your guys' own community. It is that sad. You guys are that blatantly blind to everything. Thank you.
Thank you.
I apologize. Emma?
Good morning, supervisors. It's really nice to be on this side of public comment. First of all, welcome to real farming. I grew up on a 16,000 acre farm in, Kansas. It sucks. Welcome. I love to see it. Good luck, everybody. Second, let's get some of these people who think they're out of jobs to come work for the county and help. We have 3 cannabis employees. Yeah, we can't make site inspections. Maybe it's time to get some applications in, everybody. Third, we have a supervisor who grows legally. Let's recognize some leadership. Things are working out. Maybe because people follow the rules. Supervisors, thank you for your time. I hope the rest of this board meeting goes by quickly. I know it's been a long day already. Thank you.
Thank you.
Deidre?
Good morning. Well, first I want to comment on the rooster matter. I think maybe people who don't want roosters should not live in a rural environment. But my primary concern is obviously cannabis. This has been a rough morning for anyone who has feeling for their fellow men and women. I hear these stories every day, not just on the 2nd and 4th Tuesday of the month. For years, I've been able to work with the county and solve problems. Today, that's not working. I spend so much of my time attempting to work with the county on behalf of licensees with little to no cooperation. Months get spent on a single matter with no resolution. I still have actual deliverable work to do, and I must find a way to balance all of it. So I find it difficult to accept the county simply can't get anyone licensed. Instead, the once licensed are paying for their enforcement, while those who choose not to participate in the regulated market will more than likely not be enforced upon. Everyone here is looking for solutions, and they're doing everything that has been asked of them for years. In response to the previous speaker, several people have applied for those cannabis jobs, and I think people are jumping in and they're trying to help. But I wonder, what does Trinity County want here? We don't want roosters, we don't want businesses. It would be nice if this was a place that actually was a little bit more conscious of what is happening here and could have some solutions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Shane.
Good morning, supervisors. Thank you for taking a few minutes out of your day to listen to me. I am definitely a full supporter of the cannabis farmers, and I would like to just voice my support and my concern about how processes are being completed in-house. I'd also like to roll up my sleeve and help out any way I can. So, a lot of people it's hard to be on the other side, and I know that you guys have a hard position, but like I said, being on the other side myself in a different world, I'm willing to help. So a lot of people are asking for help, they're looking for help, and they're looking for direction, and I just want to let you guys know that there's a lot of people out there, a lot of good people that are here to stay. And if you guys need help, if you're short-staffed, if something's going on, then like we said, be creative. Let's figure it out, but let's do it together as a community. But we need to get these licenses approved ASAP or extended this year. Thank you.
Can you provide your name for the record, please?
Yes, Shane, okay. Douglas City.
Thank you. Next, we have David.
Good morning, this is David Skinner, Skinner Water Quality. I represent 64 licenses that are in the cannabis CEQA process right now. Obviously we've been going through the ringer all this. Just want to give some feedback that we're very confused by the process and there really isn't a lot of direction. And I know there's been a lot of effort to streamline this process. And by the time we get done, I think we'll have it about figured out. But in the meantime, a lot of folks out there are not getting the communication on what's required and when these inspections come up, what's going to happen during the inspection, what they should or shouldn't have out there. They have licenses from the state, they have all the metrics in place, everything's in place. They haven't actually even received any legal notice that their licenses are expired from the county. And then they're getting an inspection out there and they're completely out of compliance is what they're told and they're getting abatement. Generally without really much legal recourse whatsoever. So, you know, the people are confused. They're trying to do it right, and they're the ones that are going through the ringer. The folks that are doing the inspections are driving by 3, 4, 5, 6 unregulated, unlicensed operations to go to the legal ones, and those are the ones that are getting abated. The sheriffs are driving right by 3, 4, 5, 6 unlicensed operations, and they're putting the notice on these guys' doors. We're going to obey you because you stuck your head up and you tried to do the right thing. So it just provides a real hard disservice to these folks when this happens to them. It's not the right way to go, and we are not serving the folks that are trying to be a contributing part of this system and a contributing part of the county. They're trying to do it right. They really are. I get these phone calls day after day after day where they've checked every box, they've gone through every hoop. They've done it again, and they've done it again. Every time we get an incomplete letter for the next thing, we do it again. And they're very confused on where this process is going, and I have no answers for them because I'm just as confused. We really need to see some resolution on these, and a few emails back would help too. It takes 6, 7, 8, 9 emails sometimes to get a response. That's just some feedback there that we're not getting the feedback that we need to help these folks get through the process the right way. So I just encourage you, that's what we need. We need some clarity, we need some feedback to be heard, and we need just this communication to be squared away and really help to shepherd the folks that want to do this thing right to get through this process. Because every single person who isn't regulated is watching this process, and every time they see one of their neighbors just give another pint of blood, it pushes them further in the darkness and makes it harder and harder for us to get this entire industry back to where we all want it to be. So I just encourage you to keep pushing forward, but we really need some communication and some leadership on this going forward. Thank you.
Next, we have Jeff.
Hi, Jeff Gadella, Xenia. Well, I was a licensed farmer in the county. Since 2016, I had my first inspection. License number 9. I've been at this since it was a thing. And you guys have failed on every level, from county council to the planning department. And like I said, I've been involved in this since the beginning, and I know the difficulties the planning department's having. Well, you know, at some point you got to stop having excuses and you got to start having answers. And you guys must have an idea of the hurricane of litigation headed your way. It's good. That's going to be brutal on the county, unless you guys pull some wins out of your pocket. You know, the state, the country is in an economic downturn. This industry is in an economic downturn. It's hurting every business in Trinity County. You know, combine that with your guys' knowledge that there's been a misappropriation of cannabis funds, on top of the litigation coming, on top of the influx of roosters about to be coming into rural residential areas, as a protest to the county's screwed up priorities. This is a resource extraction county, and the first time a sustainable industry has come to the county, you guys choose to fight it tooth and nail, hire poor legal representation from Derek Cole to county council, and it just ends up costing the county more money, no matter who you get sued by. You guys gotta pull something out of your hat, a win. You guys gotta do something. It's 11:23 on May 3rd. No licenses have been issued, and your meeting hasn't really started yet because you've got so many upset business owners that are losing their patience. They're not accepting excuses anymore. Things are only going to get worse. You can expect more of this at every single Board of Soups meeting from now until you guys actually do something. It's go time. The growers have been optimistic. I've been optimistic. That's over now. It's a new day. You guys got to do something.
Thank you.
Okay, next we have Ryan.
Good morning, or should I say good afternoon, supervisors. Ryan Tarbell from Mayfork. I'll keep this short, because I know that there's a lot of business today. I agree with many others that I find it really frustrating that we have the cannabis opt-out or exclusion zones coming forward today before we even have one license through this Appendix C program. The last time this process has moved forward was the April 5th BOS meeting when the supervisors voted for a path forward for these compliance determinations through the cannabis director's signature and approval. That was a month ago, and up to that point, what we were hearing at the ad hoc and from everyone else is that was the logjam. That once that problem was solved, that the 9 that have been sitting there for almost 2 months now, ready for approval, were going to get noticed, and this process was going to begin moving forward. And we haven't had any new information since that point on what's actually holding up this noticing process. So today, supervisors, you need to demand answers from the cannabis director and figure out why this process is not moving forward. It is imperative. There are hundreds of small businesses that are on the verge of collapse right now. It is so important. And I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next we have Annie.
Good morning, board. My name is Annie. I'm from Kitten Pond. I also wanted to address the whole Appendix C. I have
I think we lost Annie.
I want inspection. I just want somebody to come here and to see again what they have already seen. It's nice to hear more than 30 people already spoke. I have neighbors, I have friends, and everyone is in the same boat. We just want to start working. We want to be able to pay our employees, and we could use all the help we can get. Thank you.
Chairman Fraser, I have no raised hands and no chats requesting to comment.
Okay, well with that, we will close public comment.
My comment?
I guess, is it on items not pertaining to the
Yeah.
agenda? Okay.
About the things I've just heard since I've been here.
Okay,
Okay.
I guess.
Hi, my name's Carol Fensel, and like I said, I just arrived and I was listening to the comments. And I just wanted to apologize to you guys for having to listen to all those negative comments from the growers. On behalf of the people that are not growers, I'm glad you guys are taking other things into consideration. We were here first. I believe we're still in the majority that we're the non-growers. And I was really shocked to hear you being told to ignore philosophical and moral issues involved with this. How can you ignore that? You're being told to ignore legal counsel and allow the county to be sued again. That's just bad advice. And threatening you with people are going to take their own lives because you guys aren't issuing licenses just is appalling. So I just wanted to apologize to you guys that you guys are being bullied. I wanted to stand up and speak on the behalf of the people that are not growing and make sure that our side is heard also. Thank you very much.
Cold-hearted. I see two more on Zoom.
Okay, we have Ilya.
Hello?
Yes.
Hi, sorry, I don't know how to push the button to raise my hand. Anyways, this is Ilya from Witherville. You probably already forgot my voice and my accent, but I was watching through this period, all of you guys. In any case, I want to ask the community a kind of thing. Why are we going through the same exact thing already for the second year? I hear the cries from the community and nothing, absolutely nothing is being done. I have a situation where I had to start driving a truck in order to support my family because the business which I invested thousands of dollars, it's not sustainable. I'm in a huge debt because of inaction of the county to legalize the growers who want to be legalized. I'm really sorry, I was not prepared for the speech. Instead of basically staying with my family, raising my kids, and sleeping in the same bed with my wife, I have to sleep in the truck to support my family, and this is ridiculous. A lot of my friends, they went to other counties, they went to other states like Oklahoma, where they have no problems at all on growing, on distributing, on selling. It's just ridiculous, and that's it, I guess. My point is that all those words from the community, I think it's just a waste of air, because we've been speaking like that for past 2 years, and it's just very bad. Besides the market, you guys are drowning us, literally drowning us with the inability to start the business and continue doing the things what we're doing. I'm very nervous. I'm sorry that I screwed up all my speech, but thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next we have Cheyenne.
Yeah, this is Ben Brady from Wildwood. I have license number 36. Been in the program for pretty much the whole time, 5 or 6 years now. Also been a resident of Trinity County for 11 years now. I submitted my appendix C the first day that you guys started accepting them. I had my site visit on April 11th. And I was under the impression that there would then be a 10-day public notice period following the inspection, at which point the licenses can be issued. I still haven't heard anything from the county yet, so it's been 22 days. I also haven't heard a single word almost all morning that I disagree with. I hope you guys can take some action. I really do. I started letting employees go in October when you guys took our licenses. Tried to keep people on as best I could, but I have 5 full-time employees and I just let the last one go last month. I haven't taken a paycheck myself since October. So yeah, let's get it together, let's do it. Thanks for hearing my comments.
Thank you.
Okay, the next person who's raised their hand does not have a name. They just have a little circle with their name.
Well, hello. Howdy. This is Steve Reynolds from Mayfork, and my real concern is not with why are these licensed tax-paying people are not being given licenses, but yet the black market illegal cartel grows are still flourishing. And it seems to me like there must be some corruption or grift from the county to be on the take from these cartels, or why else would they be ignoring all this black market going after tax-paying citizens? That's all. I just want to call for a formal inquiry, find out why the illegals are not being addressed, and yet the county is wasting resources on going after these tax-paying licensees. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chairman Frazier, at this point, I have no new raised hands, and Tony Miller.
Tony Miller, okay.
My chats. Tony?
Is Tony Miller on there? All right, hearing nothing. Seeing no more movement in the room, we're going to close public comment, and I won't reopen it again. Moving on to consent calendar, unless anybody needs a break right now.
We'll do the consent and take a break.
Do consent quickly? All right, sounds like a plan to me. These items include routine, non-controversial matters and will be acted upon by the board by one roll call motion. If a member of the public has any questions or comments on an item or on the consent calendar, they may provide them now. A member of the board or staff may request an item be pulled and considered separately. Do we have any public comment on the consent calendar?
I have no raised hands and no chats from members of the public.
I would like to pull 2.18, please. Mr. Chair, I would like to pull 2.5 and 2.19.
2.5 and 2.19.
Mine are very quick and easy.
All right. Any others? Hearing none. Anyone care to make a motion?
So moved. Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none.
Supervisor Groves?
Aye.
Supervisor Brown?
Aye.
Supervisor Cox?
Aye.
Supervisor Kogan?
Aye.
Chairman Frazier?
Aye.
Thank you.
All right, item 2.5. Adopt a resolution regarding the use of remote teleconference meetings pursuant to the Brown Act. Supervisor Groves.
Yes, so this is the resolution. For those that have it up, it is the very last whereas. And it says, whereas continued rates of transmission of the virus and variants causing COVID-19 such that a meeting in person would present imminent risk to the health and safety attendings of public meetings. I would request that the would be changed to could. That they could be a present imminent risk, not that it would.
All right, do we have any public comment on this item? Seeing none.
No raised hands and no new chats.
All right, we'll close public comment, turning back to the board. And
I would put that in the form of a motion that, I don't know how I better identify that.
Gotcha.
Okay.
I'll second.
I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
Okay, Supervisor Cox?
Aye.
Supervisor Groves?
Aye.
Supervisor Kogan?
Aye.
Supervisor Brown?
Aye.
Chairman Fraser?
Aye.
Thank you.
Okay. Item 2.18, award Car Consultants the contract to provide professional surveyor services not to exceed $250,000 from the surveyor budget over the life of the contract. David.
Good morning, Chair, Supervisors. David Colbeck, Interim Deputy Director for the Department of Transportation. Just wish to pull this item for more review, more time to review, and to bring back to you at a later date.
Okay. Do we have any public comment on this item?
I have no raised hands and no new chats.
And you don't have a date certain, you want that brought back?
My aim is for the next board meeting on May 17th, but I would like the flexibility for additional time.
Okay, so you're just asking us to pull it?
Yes, please.
Okay.
We posted it in Novus.
I would move to allow chapter.
I don't think we need a motion for that, right, Margaret? We
No,
can just
so-
pull it from consideration.
All right, item 2.19. Adopt a resolution which approves Trinity County Transportation Commission's fiscal year 22-23 overall work program and authorize the executive secretary to execute the regional transportation planning certifications. Supervisor Groves, you had a question or comment?
Yeah, so this seems kind of silly, but since I only have a Trinity County education, on page 26 you use the term multimodal, which is hyphenated, and then on page 32 you use the term multimodal, which is one word. Is there a difference in the meaning?
Again, David Colbeck again. I don't believe there's a difference in that meeting. It's a very detailed question. I appreciate that for wordsmithing, but no, there should not be any difference in that meeting. I did not come prepared to discuss that at any greater length.
It's not, because I wasn't familiar with the term, so I had to look it up and then, right?
So a variety of transportation methods, essentially.
Right.
Yes.
Right. Okay, thank you.
All right, do we have any public comment on item 2.19?
I have no raised hands and no new chats.
All right, with that, we'll close public comment, bring it back to the board.
I will move to approve 2.19 as presented.
Second. Further discussion? Hearing none?
Supervisor Brown?
Aye.
Supervisor Groves?
Aye.
Supervisor Cox?
Aye.
Chairman Fraser?
Aye.
Thank you.
All right, and with that, we are going to, well, let's make a decision. Do we want to just take a short break and come back, or do we want to take an hour for lunch and come back, knowing that our agenda is still extremely large? You want to come back at noon? For ground help? All right, we'll take a break. We'll be back at 12.
What's,
Trying to do the right thing and being bull-elected. Sorry.
what's the name of the city council?
I wrote a letter this morning, so I wasn't able to go out in time for people to review, but I do understand there's a way that it can be submitted to. Okay, so hopefully I'll be here to speak on it after.
Right here? Yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to toggle this off with that, and then back on.
As long as it's solid, it's good. If it's flashing, it's not working, but don't, I mean, I don't, that's okay.
If that's the case, I'll text you.
Yeah, something like that. And then, they're on, so like that, it was on. So, and you can see what's happening. See that signal right there? Sound on.
Oh, that's awesome.
What that's doing is turning the sound on both cameras.
Oh, gotcha. Oh, it's like one of those.
Yeah. Well, no, it's these two right here. 1, 2, 3. So there's 4 possible feeds here. So this is this camera, this is that camera, this is the computer. So and let's just leave it. Yeah, that's right. Okay. That's right. So for purposes, just leave it on Zoom. But I do want the camera recorded. So if something messes up, I can get it back.
Gotcha.
So I'm gonna leave in a few minutes. I will be back before 5. So these cameras will have, particularly if you break for lunch, will have enough space on them before then, so they won't stop. The main thing is to keep these recording, because then I can always put it up on YouTube.
Gotcha. You have something to edit from.
Yeah, I mean, I can just take that video and load it up there. So if this fails, I don't want it to, but at least I have a backup. So I want to preserve the backup.
If I have any questions,
And you can call me.
refiring it up after lunch.
You can call me. But this is what it will look like when it's operating properly and that kind of stuff. I apologize. I'm sorry for having this.
No, that's good.
I really, my wife has an appointment down there. She's been a month waiting for it, and I can't really get those cases.
It's fine. If there's issues, I'll text you.
So if we get an ISIS back, worst kind of can be worse. She will have it recorded on Zoom. I'll be able to get the image from her as well. So I'll always be able to get it up somehow. Okay. But I really would like it. See, I'd like it to be like that, working like that. But so here's what I'm going to do though right now. They're on break. Turn these guys on. Okay. Go ahead and hit them.
Oh, gotcha.
That's, you know.
process to ensure that every applicant who has applied for a license in Trinity County will be treated the same regardless of where they're located or their type of use. That has been the work that has been going on in our office in order to ensure that we can not only process this initial 9, but every permit that is to follow. I will say that it takes roughly 20 to 30 days for our consultants to do their review for an Appendix C document. It's taking, on average, from applicants, 30 to 45 days to resubmit documentation back to these consultants to review it so that they can recommend an approval. There are issues with the way that these Appendix Cs are being presented, from applicants to the consultants. Where there are issues, we're actively investigating and trying to address a clean, clear, and repeatable process. I will bring forward the CRIS searches that are required in our EIR have been a major point of contention, both for our consultants and our applicants. They've been something that we at the county have been actively working to ensure that we can streamline that referral process. There are standard planning existing contracts with the information center that is required to review these types of requests. I'm trying to make sure that we as the county can forward these requests to them instead of putting that onus on the applicant or their consultant. It will save them money and it will save them time. Additionally, we are continuing to be actively engaged in inspections. We're noticing applicants with more than 7 days notice prior to us being on site, getting confirmation of us being on site, and even providing some leeways for rescheduling when unexpected events happen. Our staff is not allowed more than 2 requests for a re-inspection. That is so that we can drive through the number of inspections that are required. I'm not sure if you guys remember, but I did put into the caveat that I was asking for 30 inspections a week. I was then told that I need to, at minimum, double that standard. Today, I can confidently say that by the end of this week, we will, with 2 inspectors, have completed 50 on-site inspections in this county. We are well ahead of the pace required to approve licenses when they get recommended to us to approve them. However, we only have 9. By the end of this week and next week, all 9 of those should be in the paper and have been legally noticed with a 10-day delay time for me to sign and issue those licenses. At that point in time, applicants will be contacted by me directly to inform them that their license is available for signature and approval and pickup at my office. At any point in time, should they not be able to make prior to the 2 o'clock where our doors close to the public, to let me know the time and date that they would like to be there so I can ensure that I am present. Because I will wet signature every license issued from this county. It is my signature authority that people are looking for, and is what I'm actively making sure that when I sign a license, that I can confidently say to that cultivator, he is not at risk as losing his license in the next 10, 30, or year. I want every license that gets issued by this county to be an active license for years to come. In order for that to happen, it requires that I build processes that are not currently existing so that we can repeat the same process every time we have an application, whether that's a renewal or a new application. They should all be treated the same. We're working with our other departments to strengthen our relationship. That's building environmental health, code enforcement. These meetings are ongoing, and they're really driven by both the results of on-site inspections as well as the feedback that we're getting on Appendix C documents. And we're preparing for budgets that will be coming to you guys later on in the year, but is due at the end of this month. That is quite a large lift for me personally, as I am not familiar with the county budgeting program or what is expected, but I do know that through that budget, it will give me the opportunity to look at a fee study, so that way I can properly project the earnings and revenue for this department's needs in order to accomplish the goals set forth by this board. What we have done is that we have addressed the approval process, and we are actively creating streamlines to ensure that that process works, is effective and efficient with our time and our needs. We've worked with Helix and Lego to solidify and finalize the inspection protocol. Because they are not from Trinity County, There are additional resources that are needed. They have to schedule hotels outside of Waco, who is based out of Eureka and does make day trips into this county. But they also need to know what the expectation is from Trinity County. And that's what we've been working on. And that's what we have finalized. We've separated this county into 3 distinct regions, one that will be covered by Waco, one that will be covered by Helix, and one that will be covered by county staff. County staff will primarily focus on the Douglas City, Weaverville, and Post Mountain area. I believe it's also known as Trinity Pines. I'm not quite sure how those two fit, but I do know that when I look at Google, Post Mountain is the actual name, and that's what I will continue to use here. So that will become the county's responsibility. The west part of the county will belong to Waco for inspections. And the south and east, portion will belong to Helix. They've actively promised that we can meet our intended goal of over 30 inspections a week. And I'm continuing to drive to make sure that that is met on a weekly basis. I think I've already mentioned it, but just so I can give credit where credit is due, my 2 inspectors, and the only 2 staff members I have in my office currently, Bella and Daniel, have completed over 50 inspections since I stood before you and was directed that that was the intent and that was the mission. We've also prepared and will have, within the next 14 days, notices for all 10 licenses that are currently sitting in approval, because we feel confident that we have flushed out that approval process and that it can be repeated as we move forward. And last, what I want to finish with is what we're working on. I'm actively working to fulfill every open position in my division prior to budget starting. I cannot accurately forecast the need of this division without proper staff. I am handcuffed currently by my lack of staff. Now, I will caveat that the CAO Coons has done a great job of opening up an emergency extra help position that allows me to fulfill 3 immediate and direct hires. I've already sent out 3 requests. I've heard 2 confirmations back, and tomorrow on Wednesday I'll be sending out a second round of requests to get a total of 3 emergency extra help personnel in my office to operate and assist us over 30 days. That is all I get from them. 30 days, that is what is in our code, that is what is allowed, and they cannot start until they clear background checks, which are different than live scans. So if I have cultivators who are interested, just please know that you will need a second background check, that your live scan will not work. And so we're actively pursuing every avenue to ensure that we have the proper staff to review and approve permits from this department. And I think that's all I have for you. So with that, I'm available for your questions.
Do you have any questions for Dr. Powell?
I've got a couple that are just technical. So as of last week, in our last meeting, that you said 44 inspections, but only 2 of those had plants on them.
Correct.
So we're running less than 5% that didn't have plants. And will there be notices in this week's paper tomorrow?
That would be impossible for there to be notices tomorrow, but as I said, all 10 licenses will be legally noticed within the next 14 days.
Okay, those are my 2 for now.
What makes it impossible to have the notice tomorrow?
They would have had to been sent to the paper on Friday.
Why did you send the paper on Friday?
Because I wasn't confident in the position to approve those licenses. There was a few remaining lingering things that we needed to flush out and make sure we're prepared prior to noticing those licenses.
You could not have sent them in Monday? No?
I could have, but they wouldn't have been noticed this week, they would be noticed last week. So just for the understanding, Fridays is when that would need to go to the paper for a Wednesday publish. It's the same way that we do planning commission notifications and all legal notices. They go out on a Friday and they get published the following Wednesday.
Okay. How many inspections a week were you doing?
Our goal, with the assistance of our consultants, is at a minimum 30 a week. I was directed by CAO to double that at a minimum. I am actively driving to make sure that we can get somewhere close to 60 a week.
Okay. Can people request to be inspected and expect it to happen?
At this point, I've really tried not to allow people to request inspection since we only have 2 staff members. One of them is out in the field, the other one would be in the office, and then they vice versa. They kind of flip in reverse. Because we have such a lack of administrative staff in our office, that is our heavy burden, and we are responsible to work with the public, and so it is important that we have somebody there. And so by requesting inspections, it doesn't allow them to really dictate their schedules and properly coordinate those. And so we've kind of tried to maintain integrity in that fashion to make sure that they're not overburdened and not having 9 inspections on the same day that are impossible to accomplish.
If there was extenuating circumstances, someone was sick, someone had to leave town, and they wanted an inspection, would that be possible?
You know, at this point in time, Supervisor, I would say no. I would say that should they be notified that they were going to have an inspection and they're not going to be present, that they would just request to reschedule with our staff, and then our staff can build that in versus trying to get it done beforehand. I mean, there's just certain things that it allows us to kind of dictate our operation to make sure that we're marrying and matching to the referrals. So, you know, as things come out of technical review or as we notify that they're getting closer to approval lines, we're really starting to ramp up inspections. That is all caveated as I am only speaking for our staff. Now, once we have our additional assets, our consultant teams doing inspections, they have the numbers of the CCLs in their region, and they will be actively going to complete every submitted Appendix C site will have an inspection. And my goal is hopefully before July 1st.
Right, you had mentioned that there was 243 turned in, only 9 of them passed. What was the common deficiency in the other 235 or so, 36?
I wouldn't say they're common deficiencies because every site is individual and very specific, but for an overview of the CEQA document, one of the biggest issues that we have is an inconsistency. And that's standard pretty much across the board for any CEQA document that's not provided by the county. There's always a level of inconsistencies. You know, things like, I mean, let me just take a moment to explain that that project description is your project. What it states in there should clarify everything that you have going on that site. All of the questions under the CEQA guidelines, whether it's aesthetics, biological, cultural, water use, water availability, those all are based off your project description, and the information in your project description should be mirrored throughout your document. There should be no inconsistency, meaning that you shouldn't say that you have 5,000 gallons of water storage in one area, but 15,000 gallons of water storage in another area. That would be an automatic request to clarify, which would be an incomplete letter.
And that takes 30 days to resubmit?
From the numbers that I'm getting from my consultants, anywhere between 30 and 45 days for an applicant to resubmit material back to them.
Can we use help from local residents and some of the staffing?
Yeah, I have sent out, I believe I've contacted Flora, Trinity River Consultants. I know I sent it to TCAA. I know that it's been on public comment here at the board multiple times. It is literally an application process that I review. I only have a budgetary allotment for 3 emergency extra help for 30 days. In conjunction with that, Supervisor, I have flown a full-time administrative position as well as an extra help position in order to cover that gap so that we can have full-time, long-term employees here in the county.
So in the interim, can we use, we'll say, volunteer labor?
Yes, they would need to fill out an application, they would get an offer letter, they need to clear a background check and do an HR onboarding, and then they can work with us for 30 days at maximum.
Can I just get a clarification on that? And I'm sorry, Supervisor. Mr. Coons, is it legal for us to take a volunteer, or do they have to be a paid volunteer?
If they're vetted, I still think they would have the same vetting where they have to be go through the screening, but I believe we could take a volunteer, but again, they'd have to go through a life scan.
So that's not supplanting the job?
No, so we would, just to be clear, that we do have a volunteer program within the jurisdiction. There are some requirements about when you can and can't use volunteers. Specifically, we can't have a staff member volunteering their time for a job they're currently performing, and we can't supplant a long-term position. But if we have a vacancy, we're actively recruiting, and we haven't yet filled it, I don't believe there would be an issue with using a volunteer. But there is an application process, and the vetting is exactly the same, so that wouldn't reduce the amount of time to get somebody on board, but it would take away the 30-day limit if someone was interested in doing that.
Thank you for the clarification, and thank you for letting me interrupt you.
You're welcome. Is 30, the 30-day limit 30 working days or 1 month?
I believe it's 30 working days. That's my understanding from HR.
So I have a couple of other questions here and statements. I really would have liked to see you get those things in the paper last week. I know you didn't have it done by Friday, but you can see by the 80 people that came forward today, it would have also been a big thing for them. It would have been a big push and gave them a lot of hope that we're moving forward. I know your hours and what your hours are, but I expect that you get the things done in a timely fashion, and I think you missed it by a little bit, and you could have worked a little harder and got it done. And that's what we do up here. You know, you said you almost had it Friday night, but you had to wait till Monday. Well, my answer would stay up a little bit on Friday. We do. To get that done, to make the impact we're looking for. We, you know, obviously the communication between yourself, the growers, the consultants is extremely poor. And I've heard it from everybody. I'm not making this up. I'm not a grower, I'm not a consultant, or just an average licensee. But getting hold of you, getting answers from you has been extremely difficult. That needs to change. The clarity that they need, the transparency that we need, needs to start happening. It's 2 months now. We're not getting anything out. We haven't even got 9 things in the paper. I mean, it just amazes me. And it kind of goes to something that Emma said today, who sat there for longer than I've sat here. And she has no dog in this race. She just watched how we did things. And she generally said that the licensing program is a mess. And she's been here the last 2 months. And for her, you know, that's a powerful statement. I've never talked to Emma. I don't think any of us ever talked to Emma before about cannabis. And for her to pipe up day one, she's out of office, and tell us how bad of a job we've been doing, you know, I would take that to heart, because we have been doing a bad job. It's time to turn that around, start talking to the consultants, the growers, us, and start getting some stuff out. I know this is a stressful time. I know it takes a lot of hours, but that's what you sign up for. That's what coming to Trinity County in your capacity requires. Now, hopefully, 6 months down the road, it doesn't require that, but now it does. We all work overtime. We all answer emails at any time of the night. We all try to get the job done to help the people that we work for. And I work for them, you work for me, and that's what I'm asking for.
If I can say something to that. I understand that, Supervisor, you may feel I've fallen short. I would like to caveat that and actually push back a little bit against that, because the way that I see it is that I am doing what is right. It's not fast. It can't be fast and right. Those two don't exactly work in the condition that we're in here in Trinity County. There is no policies or procedures in place for me, who's been here since March, to step in and drive those approvals through the door. It was not that long ago that we stood before you and had to have clarification on the actual approval process. That is because we want these to be right. We do not want to end up in another court situation. I don't want to be sued. I don't want my staff to be sued. I don't want cultivators to have their licenses pulled from them halfway through a season. So I have taken it as my responsibility to ensure that we do it right. It may not be the fastest way, but it will be right. And you will be able, as a board member, as a group of board members, as my CAO and my county council, to know that these are right and that you're not putting yourself in a liable situation where you could be sued And this whole program could be shut down and then ordered by the court to be handled a completely different way. So while I understand that time is of the essence, I completely understand that time is of the essence, but I also understand that it has to be right this time. We can't cut corners. We can't take the fastest way and skip over the important details. We need to be scrutinizing these applications in the event that we have to defend our decision. And so I will take my time to ensure that it is right. I may not meet your goals of fast, but I will meet your goals and your intent of right, of quality, of sustainability. Those are the directives that I have heard both from this board, the CAO, and the community that started at 9:30 and didn't finish until 11:30, which I would also like to say that if that were my office hours, and I was talking to every person on only 3 minutes, it's 2.5 hours of work that's gone every day.
Sure, I don't
To include
think
Fridays.
they're all showing up today.
Correct. They might not all stand in line because they only have access to me at one point in time. However, those hours would be spread out throughout the week to include the weekend. I do answer emails. I do address concerns. I am one human being with 10 hours of a working day. I'm here at 6:30. I'm out of my office at 6:30. I am actively trying to ensure that this program is moving forward. That requires that I focus my attention on the needs to move those programs forward. And at this time, it is getting licenses approved. It's training staff. It's working with consultants. It's bringing forward ordinance amendments. It's making sure that this program is ready to run and continue to run and not be left in the stables. So I understand that there are frustrations. I just have priorities that I have to focus on, and sometimes that means that I don't have time for community, that I don't have time to sit there.
That's not a good answer.
I understand, Supervisor, that may not be the best answer.
You have to have time for consultants, the growers, the community. That's part of your job.
Yes, sir.
That is absolutely part of your job. The lack of communication so far is underwhelming, to say the least. And I've heard it from, you heard it today from I don't know how many people. I've heard it for a month from I don't know how many people. The communication is failing. You know, this is what will keep the growers, the consultants, with a positive outlook. If they just knew where they stood, knew what was happening, knew what you're thinking, knew where they were at. You know, and they don't get responses, and you know, that's part of your job.
Correct. I believe that that's why we've put the forward-facing document for the spreadsheet tracker, so that way that they're not required to contact me to find out where they're at in the process. We've actually made it available online. I believe this morning I worked with somebody on his cell phone to actually show him where that sheet is, so he could find out where his permit actually is. He turned his technical document on the 2nd of March. So we understand that there is a lack of communication, there's a lack of staff and people who can actually respond to those inquiries. And so that's why we are trying to actively put tools in the hands of cultivators. The more knowledge they have, the easier my job becomes. I'm fundamentally committed to making sure that this program works.
So I heard earlier today from a few people, maybe several, that they've had their secret document in from October, December, November, and still have had nothing come back to them. Is there any reason why that there's that 6-month delay?
I think that we might be talking about two different things, because there's a CEQA document being a mitigated negative declaration or initial study, or there's the Appendix C. Oftentimes in this county, those things are conjoined and brought together to kind of mean the same thing. I will say that use permits have been just behind Appendix Cs. And so I'm actively trying to accomplish what I can accomplish as one individual within this department. And so I have worked through my Appendix C process. I feel confident that we have that flushed out. And now I get to turn my attention and my focus on ensuring that CUPs are going through a proper process that is in line with CEQA, that is in line with the code, and that is confidently able to approve. I do not have a planning director. I want to take that back. I want to immediately backstep on that one. I do have an interim planning director, and that we are working very hard with, but he started yesterday morning. And so there is a lot of work to be done, and we are committed to making sure that work gets done in a timely manner, but we will make sure that it gets done right before fast.
We expect right and fast. One other question I have is, how much of your lack of staffing are you using up on this opt-out thing instead of getting growers' licenses?
I'm not sure if I understand the question.
Well, some of the staff must be working on the opt-outs.
That some of the staff is me.
Okay, you. So I would, and this is just mine, I know Keith and Dan are doing a great job with the ad hoc, but the urgency of getting licenses out to me would be, especially since you're one guy, would fall way in front of the opt-outs. I know there's people here that don't actually think that that's true, but that's not how they make their living. So I would like to certainly prioritize getting the licenses prioritized over on and on with the opt-out. I'm not saying anything bad about the opt-outs, but just getting our priorities straight and getting the number one thing that needs to be done first. And I think opt-outs down the road, after we get this licensing thing streamlined, fixed up as you're working on, then we go to opt-outs and we discuss that. That would be my wish and my goal. And I think it would be the wish and goal of most of the people that are here and have spoken today. Thank you for your answers. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Supervisor. I appreciate it.
I've got 4 questions. First one, can you turn in the notices today? Is there anything inhibiting you just turning them in today and being early for the newspaper?
Time, that's about it. That's about it.
2, been asked, can authorized agents sign on behalf of applicants to receive their official license, or does the applicant themselves?
Applicants need to sign. Applicants sign in most other standard parts of the county. It's the applicant's requirement to sign for, things that are going to happen on their property, specifically in California, where it's property owner responsibility to maintain their property. And so we just feel it's probably a safer bet up front to ensure that applicants are in our office, wet signatures on paper, embossed, formally embossed paperwork so that there is no question of whether or not it is an active licensed farm in Trinity County.
Okay. You kind of talked about CUPs, and it sounds like there's murmur of them getting figured out, but like we heard from Trinity Sungrown, Mr. Holliday today, his CUP is already CEQA certified. Does it need to be re-looked at under the new template or anything like that, or is it just a staffing issue and timing issue?
I would say staffing and timing. I mean, I will be very honest that before I put my name on a sheet of paper, I will review it and I will make sure that I understand what I'm signing for. There is a heritage here that, things sometimes slip through the cracks. I'm trying to actively fill all of those cracks.
And last question, the online spreadsheet shows April 7th as the last received application. So is that the last actual date that an application was received, or is there a lag time from what gets processed until the spreadsheet is updated?
I would actually need to reach out to LACO to get confirmation on that, but I can get you that answer for sure, Supervisor.
Okay, thanks, John.
Director Connell, I have a couple of things. I'll let you finish writing first, I'm sorry.
Yes, ma'am.
No, do you need a moment?
No, ma'am.
Okay. First of all, I would like to apologize to you for not being in my seat when you began your comments. I did not mean that as a disrespect to you. And then the second thing is I just would like to say that each of us as supervisors, though we act as one united entity, for lack of a better definition, we all have different input that comes to us, and perhaps from that input we all derive independent viewpoints, maybe. And I just would like to express that mine are that I am hearing that you are doing excellent work. I hear that you are prioritizing, and I appreciate that. I appreciate your comments today. Fast and correct cannot always coexist. And I want correct, and I also appreciate that we are working very hard to avoid another lawsuit. And while I can also understand that from those people who are very anxious about their situations right now, it's much easier for me to say that than somebody else. But from a little higher altitude, it's really important that we don't get sued again, that we don't get our ability to control our own program taken away from us. And you're kind of the gatekeeper of that for us right now. And so from my chair, I would like to say thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor, I appreciate it.
Question? Thanks, sir.
Thank you, appreciate your time.
Do we have any other department heads?
Hello again, Chair, Supervisors. David Kolbeck, Interim Deputy Director, Department of Transportation. I was requested by our Senior Transit Planner to just speak to the RTP again. I've spoken in report out before, and this is the Regional Transportation Plan Update, which is a process that is currently ongoing. There are some public meetings that are set, and these are intended to be in each district on top of those meetings that had already occurred, in order to get public input about what projects should be prioritized for the Department of Transportation in the next 20 years, with the understanding the next 5 years are the immediate priority. So I'm happy to answer questions to that, but otherwise just so the public knows, so that you all know that meetings are set starting on May 16th and proceeding through May 19th. Where and when those meetings are going to be held is available on the Department of Transportation website, and right up front you should be able to see where those meetings are. I'm hoping that you all can attend or otherwise get as many of your constituents to attend as possible. This is very important for the Department of Transportation, for the county, in terms of pursuing funding and prioritizing the right kind of projects that this county needs to see happen over that time period. There will also be a presentation by our consultant who is conducting the update, Green Dot Consulting. There will be a board presentation at the next meeting on the 17th. I believe that is to be agendized, but that is something to look forward to, where again, the public can provide input and the supervisors as a group can ask questions and clarifications as needed. Again, I will stress that the DOT website is the place to go for the flyer that is signifying where those meetings are to be held. To speak to that a little bit more, after public input for these public meetings, they will go back to their desk and compile the actual plan update, and then there will be another opportunity for the public to review the suggestions coming out of the consultant's work before it is put to you for approval. With that, that is my main update. I do want to point out just briefly the Coffee Creek debris flow cleanup has commenced. This is something that has stemmed out of the atmospheric river in October, which has now a gubernatorial declaration, disaster declaration, which allowed us to unlock some funding and allowed us to proceed beginning in April. I will say that the coordination for this has involved more than a dozen different federal, state contractors, property owners, agencies. There's quite a few moving parts for this particular project, which is still considered an emergency cleanup and not a temporary fix. But I just do want to speak to the board that progress is being made for that one component of disaster cleanup, which this county has seen enough of already. With that, I'm happy to take any questions if needed.
I don't have any questions.
We got one. Is it the same meeting that we had here in Mayfork with Green Dot? Just going to be spread out throughout some of the outlying areas? Correct.
We have had 2 meetings so far, one in Weaverville, one in Mayfork. Yes, this is a similar type of meeting. You're trying to branch out to different corners of the county, from Henson to Burn Ranch to Ruth, I believe, to get as much input as we can. Yes.
Yep. I think they did a great job. It was very informative.
And I'm looking very much forward to the agenda item coming up in reference to the DOT. So,
Director Kolbeck, would you just repeat for me one time again, what's the funding agency for the Coffee Creek debris flow cleanup? Or is that's multiple?
It is multiple, but at the work that has been conducted to date is through CDAA, which is the California Disaster Assistance Act, which is operated principally by, say, Cal OES. So that has allowed us to initiate the work And in the several phases that this cleanup effort, this project encompasses, further phases we anticipate to be funded to a large degree by NRCS, Natural Resource Conservation Service, through their emergency watershed program.
Thank you.
And David, I was up there last night. It's moving along. Thank you for finally getting it on.
All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you. Do we have any other department heads that wish to report out?
Chairman Fraser, I see no movement on Zoom.
Okay, we'll move on to report from County Administrative Officer.
I guess it's afternoon now. Camera. As you've seen, Ed Presley was promoted to interim deputy director of planning building, and he'll be working on the administrative side to assist that department with getting more consultants, managing the contracts, and helping to stream some of the calls coming in, and hopefully provide some stability for them. It's a great guy. He's been doing a wonderful job for our areas, and I'm happy to see him move over there. Also promoted Susie Combs. She's now the division director of grants and housing. And if all goes well, after 4.1, we may have a DOT director. So we're slowly kind of chipping away at the open positions. I'm still working real hard, working with CPS consultants to find us a HR director. So with that, yeah, I can answer any questions.
Anyone have any questions for CEO Coons? Not seeing none. Guess you get off easy today.
Thank you.
Reports from members of the Board of Supervisors. Where should we start?
Start the other way.
All right, we'll start with Supervisor Brown.
Okay, one moment here.
All right, I'll go in Jeremy's place for now.
All right.
On the 21st, I was at the fairgrounds meeting in Hayfork. Everything is going as scheduled. It looks to be having a great fair this year. It seems like everything is getting in place. I don't have anything bad to say about that. On the 25th, I was at the Trinity Restoration Program meeting. I'll leave that at that. The other day, I think it was Saturday or Friday, I was at the Rogers Center for the grand opening, which was a big hit. A lot of people there. They've been closed down, only doing drive-thrus for a couple of years now. We finally got to open back up, and it was good to see the people that were there, and let's hope we can stay open forever now. And then the last thing I did, I think we all did, we went to a special board meeting for strategic planning, and if anybody wants to go into length about that, they can. Jeremy, you're up.
All right. So probably the biggest meeting was RCRC and Golden State Finance last Wednesday. We got updates on a lot of the California Connect Authority funding, which is related to broadband development. Supervisor Cox and I are organizing a meeting with some of our broadband stakeholders within the county, and we're going to sit down and look at the program and what this JPA that we signed on for really provides to our local broadband and fiber providers, and also for planning for future needs for broadband and how other projects, regional projects, statewide projects are going to impact Trinity. So that's going to hopefully happen here in the next couple weeks, and I think we'll be able to give you a good kind of general report on the overall status of broadband opportunities and which ways or which way that the county will be able to work down that line to improve and respond to the requests for people that want to go and do online college courses and seem to not have the reliable internet to do that. Other information from RCRC, federal priorities, there's 2023 Farm Bill, strategic plan getting updated. I think RCRC is going to have some recommendations on that for all their board members. You know, as a side note, most of all the RCRC board members are Central Valley, so they're big ag counties. So the Farm Bill plays a lot into the ag world. It affects us slightly, I think, but it's not as detrimental to, or not as involved as the Central Valley. There's going to be a, what's it called? I guess they called it a rural playbook on utilizing all of the programs and funding coming from the infrastructure bill. So hopefully within the next month, I think we'll have a little playbook or guidebook to share with all the department heads and county staff. And it's going to have refined descriptions and details about all of the infrastructure bill plans and programs. What else? Jill, is there other stuff from RCRC that you'd like me to emphasize?
There's some housing funding available, but it isn't clear that that's really going to fit our situation here. We had asked if it could apply toward owner-builder loans, and they said at this time no, but there might be some creative solutions to that.
That's right.
So that could be on the radar.
I did circulate the program with Human Resources, and it's for RCRC member county employees can get assistance for down payment and also for, there's a two-part, I have to look it up, but it's a lending program for RCRC member county staff members. And the rates are really good. It's supposed to essentially be a mechanism to help with county recruitment. Trinity County's issues with staff recruitment or even with the sheriff's department are not unique to Trinity County. This is across the whole state. Typically at an RCRC meeting, you'll see supervisors warning them, saying, we're about to steal your sheriff, give me one more month, we'll have your sheriff stolen. And you know, it's really about who has the most money and who has the most property tax coming in or other revenue streams to be able to spend that money to steal these other staff members. So it's kind of getting, I don't want to use the word dirty, but it's a little ugly out there as far as qualified staff members, qualified deputies that aren't just coming out of the academy. And I guess last, the chairman had requested an update on the community choice aggregate. And county council, can I just report out on it and we can withhold from discussion? Is that okay?
This would be your time to report out, correct?
Yeah. So, and I guess the ask I'll have at the end of reporting out is, you know, how much further we want to look into it and stuff. And so essentially, the community choice aggregate would serve approximately 900 customers, both residential and commercial, some cannabis. It would be approximately $3 million a year in revenue. Approximately 10% of that would need to be set aside for savings to go into a fund to cover the years when the electricity is more expensive. So during low flow years when the power rate goes up, we would have to have buffer funds to cover a fixed rate, so you're not always fluctuating your rate necessarily. According to TPUD, the formation of a CCA wouldn't cause further diversions of water. I kind of need to understand that on a physical level from TPUD. But the community choice aggregate would be making its own federal water right declaration, and it would be its own authorized entity outside of TPUD. So kind of we're at a point where we need technical assistance to actually look at the feasibility of the financial and business side of this. There are entities out there that do this kind of stuff for the state of California and for for community choice aggregate interested counties. But that comes at an expense, most likely. And so at some point, the board's gonna want to decide if we want to put any money towards looking into this and getting like a professional third-party consultant report out on the actual pros and cons of the community choice aggregate for Trinity. Anything to add to that, Jill?
No, it's a hopeful program, and it's interesting. There's still some, you know more than I do at this point, probably. There's still a few unknowns out there, but I think it's a really hopeful thing, and it's exciting to look at.
Council, can I ask a question?
Yes. But briefly, please.
So you stated that it would have to have its own water right, and so it can't just go under the TPUD water right?
That is not my understanding.
Okay.
That had been before. I thought we would be getting the power from TP, but no, I've been educated at least slightly.
And that's came out of Paul's report?
Mm-hmm. Informal. Yeah. So I guess if the board desires, I'd be happy to write up a formal staff report and invite TPD and maybe another stakeholder if there is one identified, so we can have a more thorough conversation so the board can ask questions and so TPD can answer some of the stuff about the water issues. That'd be good.
Yeah, absolutely.
That concludes. Oh, you know, I do have one more thing to say. How do I say this? My approach to the Big Flat Restoration Standing Wave project was not respectful to multiple tribes. And I made the mistake of making an assumption that the one tribal contact I had made represented the official avenue for running projects by councils and tribes. And I was totally wrong with that. And I'd only actually reached out to one of the at least 5 tribes that want to be have a voice in this. And so I apologize for that. The Two Rivers Tribune did a really good article on the project in whole and also on my disrespectful approach, more or less. And I encourage anyone that's interested in the project to read the article from the Two Rivers Tribune. It was very informative. Thank you.
All right. I don't have nearly as much to report out. The one thing I do have to report out, finally traveled out of county for a meeting, the first one that I've done in the time I've been on the board. I attended the North Coast Unified Air Quality Management District meeting in person on the 21st of April, where the discussion was budgetary, and also the fact that North Coast Unified has had several of their people be poached by other agencies recently, so they're also looking for staff. It's definitely not only Trinity County that's bleeding employees at a profuse rate. So other than that, most of my report out will be during the cannabis ad hoc. Go ahead.
So PSA 2, if you aren't familiar with that, is it's Public Service Area 2, which isn't definitive at all. It's funding that comes into the state. It's federal money that gets divided up amongst, I think there's 7 or 11 regions in the state, but it serves the aging population. And that has both an executive board and an advisory council. And that advisory council is really important as far as what the executive board then does. And the county has not had anybody on that advisory council since I have been in this seat. And I've located a person now who is in conversation with the executive director and seems to be very excited about that. And so I feel like that's a real win because we need that advocacy. And so if you know of a person who would like to advocate for those sorts of needs, to understand the diversity of what those funds can go toward and how we can advocate for those people, I encourage you to reach out to me. I certainly can make that connection for you, but I'm pleased that we at least have one person that will begin representing Trinity County. On the 22nd, which was a week ago Friday, I spent the whole day with District Ranger Tara Jones on a great field trip. We went up Musser Hill and looked at some field reduction projects that have been implemented there, and took a little trip up Weaver Valley, and then we spent the rest of the day south. We went about 8 miles down the High Pond Road and looked at the hazard trees that have been removed from the roadside there. Went on down 3 to 36 into the Hellgate campground, and there's a campground beyond that, I don't recall the name of it, and to see the cleanup that's gone on there. Thank you, Forest Glen Campground. Beautiful, beautiful area. It will be beautiful again one day. So I feel like not only does that increase my education, and I've shared these kinds of things before. I jump on these forest field trips whenever I can. So to have a whole day with the ranger was, I think, special and unique. I appreciated it. The understanding I gained is good. The relationships I'm building there are good. And then this Friday, I have a quarterly, I meet with Forest Supervisor Berkey. So I feel like what's really important here is not only to continue to build these relationships, but to understand when we get frustrated with the Forest Service, we're not frustrated with our local Forest Service employees. They are our community members working hard with the same goals that we have. And Ranger Jones is the exact same way. And so it's coming to understand when you get to the Forest Supervisor level, where does she have power and influence, and where does that stop? And she hears our frustrations, and her hands are as tight as ours. And so the bulk of my conversation with her is going to be centered around incident management teams, how they're run, why they work the way they do, frustrations that I observed last summer and have heard. And so I appreciate that she gives me an hour of her time once a quarter, and just to let you know that's what's going on, and I'm continuing to work to build on that. On May 7th is Wildfire Preparedness Day, and it's from 10 to 2 in the meadow there between the Highland Art Center and the Congregational Church. That meadow has a name, but I can never remember the name. It's there in the meadow. That will be fun, but it will also be important if you are interested in what's going on with homeowners insurance policies, if you've been canceled or you are fearful you may be. I've been on a number of calls where these conversations are going on, and what can you do as a homeowner in order to prove to your insurance company that your home's been sufficiently hardened. So this is all kind of new. It looks like moving pieces right now, but there will be a realtor there, and her presentation begins, I believe it's 12:15, so get there a little bit early, and she'll have information from a realtor's perspective on what is required to be disclosed when you're buying or selling a home, and just more on that conversation. So I feel like that's going to be really important to us in days and months to come. I'm working on another project that I'm hopeful Supervisor Brown and I are working on this, and I guess I'm not going to report out on it right yet because as much as I'd love to and just fill the room with all the hope I feel, might be a little bit premature. So I'll leave it to that for today.
Yeah, so I had a CSAC meeting, which I had to duck out of the cannabis meeting for a while on Thursday, and I did have to miss the NORTEC meeting because of cannabis. Cannabis is sucking up a lot of our time. But so the CSAC, I think the big headline out of that was something called CARES Court. And this is a new program that is getting a lot of pushback from counties, but the governor is going to push this forward, and he may do some tweaks, but it's going to happen. CARE Court is going to be a new part of the court system, and it's designed for homeless, mentally ill people that will be run through the court system to try to get them help and to set goals for them. So, for example, that, you're supposed to go to rehab, and then 2 weeks later you go back to the judge, and the judge says you haven't done it. And so this is, it's, like I said, got a lot of pushback because the counties feel that this is going to be a little overburdening on the counties. But we're going to have to just kind of wait and see how it shakes down. CSAC's still pushing hard for more monies for illegal cannabis. They're also, I'm sure we're going to see some modernization of the Brown Act because now we're still, as we saw earlier today, acting under the emergency, but I think there's going to be an expansion of the Brown Act for more input from the public. A lot of talk about drought and how it's going to affect us. It's going to be interesting. Of course, we're not like the cities where they just say, cut 50% of your water or we're going to charge you some ungodly number, but there's a lot of different ideas on how to deal with drought. None of them are going to be terribly pleasant to deal with. So yeah, that's it from CSAC.
All right. Well, we have our cannabis program ad hoc report out. Quickly, I'll start off, then I'll let Keith do most of the heavy lift. But I can say, and I said it earlier jokingly, but it's actually kind of true. Welcome to Cannabis Ad Hoc. That's what you sat through this morning. This is what Keith and I do on Thursday. We listen to all of these issues from both sides, and that's how Thursday goes. We listen to these things, and then we try to find a way to to get the answers from staff. That's how Thursdays work around here. The other thing that I do have to report out, our last report out, we forgot to mention David as one of our standing members. So he's an important member of our ad hoc in the sequel world. So besides that, I will look for my notes, and Keith can take a stab at it for a moment.
Actually, David was delighted. He thought that that was a release that he would go do other things, and he was disappointed when I said it was an oversight on my part. So first off, which is not cannabis, but I want to make it clear that this Board of Supervisors did not initiate the talk on roosters. We are not planning at any time to take up the rooster controversy, and this will be something done through the general plan and the zoning update. And so people interested in that, when we redesign our zoning ordinances during the general plan, please save those comments for them. All right, so there's still some confusion out there. I see it in the paper. I see a lot of other things about private meetings. I'm getting some notes today that TAA felt that they were not allowed to come to these public meetings. So again, on Thursdays, the public meeting is from 11 till 12. The stakeholder industry group is from 12 until when we finish, and then we have our official ad hoc from 2:30 to usually 4:30. Anybody in the community is welcome. There was some confusion earlier when TA was officially threatening to sue us over the transition plan, and we just had said that they cannot talk about the transition plan. So any member of the public can come and ask questions, learn. I would be very appreciative because there's a lot of just really kind of nonsense that goes out there in the world. So these meetings public meetings are usually very cordial, and people talking and discussing solutions. And there's some people that come every week to find out what's going on. So please stop on by. Onto what we heard today is a mass amount of frustration against the county, against the state, against the federal government, against living in the state of California. Some of this goes back to just what it is to be environmentally sound CEQA process in the state of California, which isn't in Oklahoma. So a couple of things. No, we can't issue extensions. Order says, no, we can't do it. Site visits ordered by the state or the courts. So those are things that we have to do. The process is slow and painful, and I feel very bad for people that are slugging their way through this process. It's painful. I will say that I wouldn't be as tough as Liam, but the lack of communication that we get is one of the main roles that Dan and I do. And when Dan says that was like it's like an every Thursday to us, maybe a little longer, but that's what it's like. Because there's venting of frustrations of not getting through the process. And a lot of it, you know, we hold fault in some of this, but we don't hold fault in everything. So, and I want to go back, there's an important issue. We talked about some money earlier in the day. I do want to do a little historical thing so this board kind of gets what's going on, because there's a lot of misinformation about out there when I'm out campaigning about what has happened. So really quickly, most people know this in the room, but you know, we had our first lawsuit that said, you know, you have to be compliant. We thought we could. We thought we could get to the compliance issue. So we agreed to make people compliant in CEQA and do an EIR. We did an EIR. We got a lot of people through, but we couldn't do it. So we then went into negotiations, and this is, you know, there's big periods of time in here. We went into negotiations with the litigants on this, and I had, you know, made the case that it was going to take 3 years to get through this process, and this was about 2 years ago. And they felt that it should only take 3 months. And as you all know, as the board as a whole, we decided to challenge that, and we had to pay $300,000 in losing that case, and the program was shut down. So in total, there's $400,000. So I hear a lot, well, if the county wasn't spending that $400,000, if the county didn't do that $400,000, which is a lot of money, I get, and that comes out of the general fund. But I want people to understand what we're losing by not having this program functioning. So what we get between the taxes, between the general fund, and between the fees paid, we are losing. Taxpayers of this county are losing out on $250,000 a month that comes directly to this county. And that's between fees of a couple $1 million a year, $250,000 in general fund revenue, and you know, make up the tax dollars. Even at $700,000, if we had the 300 functioning, and if we had all 500, it would be much more. So when we got sued to stop the program, it wasn't just stopping the program to do the environmental work. It stopped the program to pay for all this sort of stuff. So it is not in our best interest to stall. And I get that people sit and say, you know, this is all a conspiracy. Quite frankly, none of us are that clever to pull off this conspiracy. But I think that needs to be out in the public, that it's not just stopping the program, it's costing a lot to stop the program. And in the end, the goal in this county, from the county standpoint, and I'm hoping, I'm kind of saying this to get future input from the board, is to have 210 plus acres of cannabis in a 2 million acre county. Previously, we had a board of supervisors that stood up in the dais here and said that they felt that 178,000 acres would be an appropriate number for this county. So we're at 200 acres. So I feel so much anger out there on all sides. There's just so much anger, and we're not getting anywhere with this anger. I mean, you can yell at us, People can write nasty stuff in the papers, people can do all this, but we have to slog through this and get this done, or this board should take a review and say, no, we want to do something different. So that's my soapbox for the day. Thank you for your time.
Keith, I have one question on that.
Yeah.
You said we're losing $250,000 a month?
Yeah.
So.
And not all of that's general fund.
Exactly. Exactly. So wouldn't it be prioritizing things? Wouldn't the priority be to get those funds back up and running by setting the priority as licensing and not a priority to work on opt-outs at this time?
I believe that we're doing both. If we did away with opt-outs or any of our ordinance writing, this would not slow this process up. And there is some time taken from Sean in this, but I don't see it as, I don't think we'd have the 9 licenses today if we didn't do opt-outs. Because the vast amount of the work is done in the ordinance writing through Heidi. And of course it takes a lot of planning commission time up, as you saw, but that still isn't an issue that is holding up licenses. And remember, we brought you guys the priority list of how these ordinance goes, and I'm sorry that I thought, I don't think I promised it, but I thought retail would come through first, but retail is now for the 17th, which probably in my view would be just a slightly higher priority, but there is time constraints. So if it was one or the other, Liam, I would agree with you, but I don't see it that way.
If it was 103, how do you see it?
Well, we're doing them at the same time. That's what it's like.
Well, with retail, since that got pushed back.
Well,
I'm not sure why retail got pushed back. That's kind of out of our.
Yeah, that's.
We just came to the last meeting and said it wasn't going to make the agenda. I think it was more of an agenda issue, and that the fact that we had a board meeting on Friday was the big issue. But that we'll see. But that was I mean, they were equal priorities to me from that side of the wagon.
Thank you.
Could you clarify one statement for me, and perhaps I took it down wrong? I typed down that you said we wouldn't have the 9 licenses today if we didn't have the opt-outs. Is that what you said?
No, I'm saying that those licenses wouldn't have gone through any faster than if we weren't doing the opt-outs.
Even if we.
Right. I will say that Dan and I are as frustrated as everybody you've heard here today. But I will agree with Sean that this county, what we have to understand, and we sat in the room and got a lot of pro-cannabis support to just get it done. There is a large part of this county that's waiting to challenge these as soon as they come out. And what Sean is doing is, he can't guarantee, but he's coming out and saying, this product is as good as it's going to be, it's going to get out, it's going to stand a challenge, and you're going to go forward. There's not going to be tolerated any sloppy work in the courts. There are people that are making a living challenging this program. And good for them. Everybody's got to make a living, but that's their job and their role. So I agree with him that we have to get these right and move through and get that process going.
All right. Well, with that. Director Coons, do you have anything to add to that? Or not Director, CAO Coons, or Director Colbeck, do you have anything to add to our opt-out discussion? All right.
I do not. If the board wants some clarity on why retail is coming after opt-out, I can do that for you. Otherwise, no, I have nothing to add.
Are you guys interested in that information, or do you want to?
Sure.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, it was discussed that running them simultaneously, which is a hard word for me to say, if there could be some problems if we try to run them at the same time, because some of the results of the opt-out could actually affect the placement of retail establishments. So it was come to the conclusion that it would probably be better to complete the opt-out to see what the results of that were regarding some retail, because retail might be included in the opt-outs. So rather than passing an ordinance that would then place retail in some of the opt-out areas, where the opt-out says, no, we don't want them in those areas, could cause a problem. So we want to see what the results of opt-out were before we began retail.
Thank you, sir. All right, with that, we will.
Well, Dan, I'm going to add one more thing here.
Okay.
Was not going to do it. So there's been this, for 5 years, there's been this ongoing controversy over what an ad hoc is. And I guess I'm throwing this out for the board's wish on, we know that they have to be all government employees. We know that they have to be time sensitive and focused. I don't know, and I guess, Mr. Chair, if that is the will of this board for us to come up with a matrix or time sensitive definition of when it is over with or not. So I guess throw that out to the board. If the board at some date wants us to try to come up with something like that, I'm sure we could try to figure it out. Yes.
Are you asking for a response on that now, or are you asking for us to think about it?
Well, it's up to the chair. I just threw it out.
Yeah, I would be willing to take the board's comments on that, and you don't have to give that to me now. You can send that to me in an email or however you want to do it. And then if that is a desire, then our ad hoc as a whole would have to discuss that to try to come up with a way to determine when we accomplished our goal, or when we knew that we were not going to be able to accomplish it, and disband the ad hoc. So if anybody has thoughts on that, just send me an email. You can CC Margaret if you want, just to make sure that I don't do anything wrong.
Got it.
All right, that will end reports and announcements. Move into county matters. Can you guys hear me on my microphone, because I'm not hearing it very well? So these items include non-routine or controversial matters and are listed alphabetically by department. A member of the board, staff, or public may request that an item be heard out of order. And we have had a request to hear item 4.2 first. So unless there's a lot of issues from the board with that, I'm going to do that. Item 4.2, take the following action in the Sheriff's Office Jail Division retroactively effective April 1st, 2022. Approve the job description, set the salary range, and add to the alphabetical listing of classifications a jail commander at range S188. 2, modify the Sheriff's Office Jail Division Department allocation list by replacing 1 correctional deputy sheriff sergeant with 1 jail commander. 3, pursuant to Trinity County Code Section 2.60.360, reclassify employee ID number 01921 from correctional deputy sheriff sergeant to a jail commander at step B. And 4, delete the correctional deputy sheriff sergeant classification from the alphabetical listing of classifications. Approximate cost and salary and benefits per month for a correctional deputy sheriff sergeant at rate S169E step is $13,330, and for a jail commander at range S188B, B step is $13,864. And I believe this would be Shelley.
Chair, I'm going to handle it for Shelley because it's not available today. And the description of what you described describes what's happening in the law enforcement, having a jail commander is an industry standard. This would just modify from a sergeant position to a jail commander position. The cost again would be something around $500 a month, but it allows you to have an individual with more jurisdiction and ability to handle situations as they arise in the jail setting. So happy to take questions on it.
Does anyone have any questions before I open public comment? All right, I will open the public comment on item 4.2. Do we have any public comment?
I have no raised hands and no new chats.
All right, I'll close public comment, bring it back to the board.
I'll move to approve 4.2 as presented.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion or competing motions? Hearing none.
Whoever was in charge of making this happen, good job.
Supervisor Gogan?
Aye.
Supervisor Brown?
Aye.
Supervisor Cox?
Aye.
Supervisor Groves?
Aye.
Chairman Frazier?
Aye.
Thank you.
Excuse me. Okay, item 4.1. Take the following action effective May 16th, 2022 for Director of Transportation candidate number 114579. 1, pursuant to Trinity County Code Section 2.60.270B2 and 2.60.410A. Authorize the county administrative officer to hire a director of transportation at range D074 step E effective May 16th, 2022 and pursuant to county code section 2.60.500A. Authorize the human resources director to transfer 5 years applicable longevity from a prior employer to Trinity County for Department of Transportation position to be accruing 10 hours vacation accrual per month. And 3, authorize a vehicle allowance of $550 a month in lieu of the use of a dedicated vehicle per County Code 2.56.040A. Approximate cost and salary and benefits per month for Director of Transportation at A step is $16,689 and at E step is $20,031.
Thank you, Chair. On behalf of Human Resources and CAO Coons, we're very pleased to present you a candidate for position of Director of Transportation. We're even more excited this individual comes with a lot of experience. And coming with experience, we are asking for the salary to be risen above the A step for the purpose of attracting this candidate and getting these positions filled. Happy to answer any questions if you have them.
Is this in-house and how much experience do they have?
It is not in-house, and their experience is enough that based on the position of the committee that reviewed it, they would qualify as a E-step, which from, again, we have to be a little careful about revealing who the individual is until they've accepted the position they're onboarding. So it's a kind of a walk. We walk kind of a line on this, but that is a very experienced individual to have a recommendation of an E-step.
Yeah, we did essentially a nationwide recruitment, and on our interview panel, we had both the DOT director for Shasta County, that intern, and then the DOT director from Humboldt County, Tom, I can't remember his last name, but they were both been in the field for a long time and have worked with this individual for a long time. And when they saw his name on the interview panel, they said, why are we interviewing anybody else? This is the best person you could possibly get. So he came with real impressive references. And also, just as a caveat, will be the CI president in 2023, which again gives Trinity County a lot of clout in the state, as when Director Tippett was, I think he was in 21. He was able to help with legislation and bring more funds this way. So there's another benefits to having this individual, but yes, he has a lot of experience and understands succession planning also. That is very important for us to immediately find also a deputy director. So I'm very pleased that we have the quality of individual apply for Trinity County.
So just for the public, would you spread that acronym out? Is it CAC?
SEAC, yeah, it's what is, I see Rick's on the line raising his hand, so he would, but it has something to do with, it's like CSAC, but it's a SEAC, so it's the engineering portion of the CSAC.
I believe it's
California
the
Engineering
Civil
Association. Yeah.
The Civil Engineers Association of California.
They are so important, they won't let supervisors into their parties at CSAC.
They do invite board clerks.
Well, they know how to get things done.
Any other technical questions before we get lost in the weeds? All right.
I have a concern, does it come as part of the question or when after we move to?
Probably, unless it's a question, we'll do that in further discussion. So we will open this item to public comment. Do we have any public comment?
We have Rick online.
Rick Tippett, former Director of Transportation. I have known the candidate for many, many years. He was involved in quite a few things that we were involved that were important to Trinity County, such as safety programs and funding programs. I also recently, before I retired, had made a trip to Washington, D.C. with him to talk to legislators about the infrastructure programming. And one interesting thing, his daughter actually interned for State Senator Garamendi, our House of Representatives Garamendi. And so he is very well known both here, Sacramento, and in the circles at Capitol Hill. So I highly recommend him.
Former Director Tippett, are you telling us we're going to get a lobbyist out of this?
No, but you'll have someone that'll have his ear to the ground and will watch out for the county, because we do live in a world where a lot of the MPOs, larger agencies, try to find ways to get to optimize the dollars that are heading towards them. And many times, the small counties aren't there to necessarily speak up and miss out. And he will make sure that that doesn't happen, because he already knows some of the triggers and some of the important points to raise the flag and make it an issue that we get our fair share.
All right, thanks, sir. Do we have any other public comment?
I have no other raised hands and no new chats.
All right, I guess with that, we'll close the public comment period and bring it back to the board.
I'll move to approve 4.1 as presented.
I will second.
I have a point of discussion. Item number 3 says that we authorize a vehicle allowance of $550 a month in lieu of the use of the dedicated vehicle. The county code tells us to just authorize that vehicle, and I think a couple of things here. First of all, I think he's going to come out better with the county vehicle, considering the advocacy group that he is going to be able to be a part of for us. Cost per mile, it just seems like that's going to be the better way to go. And basically, I just want it to be really clean for the public, because if there's no monitoring of this, which there can't really be, it just looks to the taxpayers like we're just giving them an extra $550 a month bonus. And so I think it would be better transparency-wise, better for him if we go ahead with the hiring that looks like we would love to do, if we just gave him the vehicle.
So Jill, you're saying we're more transparent if we gave him the vehicle and he could use it for anything he wants, or use his own vehicle and we give him $550?
Well, no, because we should probably ask the question of the auditor for clarity, but my understanding is that it could kind of go either way. That if we gave him the $550 a month to use his own vehicle, but when he goes further than Sacramento, he takes the county vehicle for that. And so then there's kind of both going on. I just think it's cleaner.
Why do they have to take their own vehicle if they're going past Sacramento?
We should ask for clarity from
Is that a policy?
higher up.
Well, I know that when we were elected to the board, we were offered a $250 a month travel stipend for in-county travel.
Yeah.
And so I don't see really where there's much difference here. I don't know.
Does it read he has to take a county vehicle? I thought it was, if they go past Sacramento, they have the option of either taking a county vehicle or they get mileage once they exceed Sacramento. I don't have the contract sitting in front of me.
So if we do it that way, is there monitoring of that for your office, Susie?
Monitoring of,
Yeah, monitoring of what?
yeah.
Well, to me, it would be if somebody was doing this using their own vehicle and they did travel wherever, and they exceeded their mileage, they would have to send in their mileage log, so there was paper trail there. I think that this is, I think the county gets off easier by paying $550 a month than by supplying a vehicle, because $550 a month doesn't even cover your gas now, let alone tires and oil changes. So
Okay, so I'm not trying to cheat anybody. I just wanted clarity and the best, cleanest.
So was there a mile amount? We use Sacramento as a border, we'll say. Is it also Medford to the north?
I was not involved in these negotiations. I know that this is being modeled after the negotiations that former Director Tippett, or I believe this is being modeled after the negotiations that former Director Tippett did a few years back, where he originally had a dedicated vehicle that is provided to the Director of Transportation for everyday use. And instead of replacing that vehicle, brought an item to the board to authorize a monthly vehicle allowance in lieu of the county providing him with a daily vehicle to use every day for all county travel. Then if he was traveling farther than Sacramento, then he was able to use either a county vehicle or to submit for mileage reimbursement for those trips that took him beyond Sacramento. That is my understanding. I was not involved in the negotiations of this item, so I can't speak to specifically what it was, but I do believe it's being modeled after what former Director of Transportation had negotiated and this board had approved for him. Or not this board, but a board.
And Supervisor Ekman, I believe it is a mileage limit, so it's the 160 miles in all directions. So it's just giving a distance that is considered farther than average and part of the normal scope of his employment.
I will say one of the number one complaints that we had was, I saw a previous director in Reading, so he's just driving around in his own car, or is in the county car going shopping or whatever. So that was a lot of complaints that had that. So Rick's answer to that was, well, just pay me and I'll drive my own car everywhere I go. So people do get a little cranky when they see a county logo out of county or someplace like that. So it doesn't matter to me. I think the 550's a steal.
Yeah.
Oregon.
Okay, well, thank you for the clarity.
Yeah.
I can tell you that won't cover my mileage reimbursement per month. So we have motion and a second. We've had discussion. Do we have any other motions or further discussion? Hearing none.
Supervisor Kogan?
Aye.
Supervisor Brown?
Aye.
Supervisor Cox? Aye. Supervisor Groves?
Aye.
Chairman Frazier?
Aye.
Thank you.
All right. Moving right along, item 4.3. Pursuant to Trinity County Code Section 2.60.410A, authorize hiring candidate number 4540871 as a social services aide in the Child Welfare Service Division at Range G 164, Step D in the Health and Human Services Department, effective May 1st, 2022. Approximate cost and salary and benefits per month for a social services aide at A step is $4,883 and at D step is $5,506.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay.
Oh,
If you want this one again, you're doing great.
Okay, Phil and Shelley for the day. Happy to answer questions on it. I know in these positions, especially social service aid with the CWSD department, are very hard to come by, so it's wonderful to get someone with experience. Based on the evaluation by the director, this individual, based on their experience, would come in as a step D, and that is the request. Thank you.
I believe that this particular individual has worked for Trinity County in the past. That's one of the other reasons that, to bring them in at a higher level. I believe this is on Zoom, and she can verify that.
Okay. Does anyone have any technical questions of CAO, County Council, or Liz?
No.
Okay. With that, we'll open public comment on item 4.3.
Chairman Fisher, I have no raised hands and no new chats.
Right. We'll close public comment. Bring it back to the board.
Move to approve.
I will second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further comments, competing motions? Seeing none.
Supervisor Gogan?
Aye.
Supervisor Groves?
Aye.
Supervisor Cox?
Aye.
Supervisor Brown?
Aye.
Chairman Frazier?
Aye.
Thank you.
All right. Moving on, before we start item 4.4, does anyone need to take a break?
I just need a couple minutes.
All right, we will resume at 1:40.
The bathroom. You guys want to move your table around anyway, so. Yeah. You should have got
I think I have
I know, I'm trying. I am now. And the phone has not stopped ringing. Thank you so much. We understand.
Oh, there you go.
Yes,
Pendulum swings faster.
we don't have anything.
because I'm just being joking.
You're fine. I thought maybe we were.
You're not having
Yes, can you hear me?
Oh, no, you saved with all of my talk.
Oh, really?
Yes, what I love.
I know. That's the hard part, is that you want to.
Hang on, let me grab a chair.
But those were the commentary for the day.
Yes, will he be able to capture the crosstalk?
It doesn't work that way. In order for you to be seen on Zoom, you have to use my camera. There. I don't care. That way you're not. Exactly. I don't like, I just want to hear about it. I don't like it happening.
After 5 hours out.
Well, and
Does that mean you're on full time? Yes, sir. Sorry, I can't do that. I'll work on it. I'll work on it. My goal is to refresh
You guys can have my microphone.
You want me your mic? I can't unplug yours and remove it and get it removed.
I'll just be like
They started, they're out of there. It doesn't matter what it is.
Perfect.
Yes. I'm going out.
We're gonna be here till 6 o'clock anyway.
That's not popular.
Oh, yeah. But I don't think I want to.
Oh, did you see him turn? Why someone came up and like, this is
I did say 140,
I got 2 Sanders, so I can.
Should I test Miss Susie for Mike?
We have to turn it on, Sean, yeah, and then that would be great.
Before we start, I'll have a statement.
Test.
Oh.
And we're going to get very part of it. I like that too. Very good.
Holy moly. Is that beer?
It is. It is. You want some? I thought it was. I usually knock her down. Yeah, okay. That's my one.
She's drinking a white
Supervisor Grogan. Yes, sir. Would you like to make your way to the dais? I don't mind calling you out.
Well, hey.
All right. Let's jump right into this. Planning and zoning, item 4.4. 1, find that the adoption of the proposed resolution and ordinance falls within the scope of the cannabis program EIR as forwarded by the Board of Supervisors via resolution 2020-103 on December 21st, 2020. And 2, adopt a resolution creating guidelines for the establishment of commercial cannabis opt-out areas. And 3, introduce and waive the reading of a zoning ordinance amending various sections of Title 17 of the Trinity County Code to create and apply a cannabis exclusion overlay zone district. And 4, direct staff to file the appropriate CEQA decision notice within 5 days of the adoption by the Board of Supervisors. No fiscal impact. Staff.
Chair, I would comment.
All right, before we jump into that, go ahead, Supervisor Gross.
Yeah, so there's been discussion about what is allowed under FPPC, and if you live in an opt-out, that you would have to recuse yourself. I will say I am not recusing myself. I've talked to the FPPC. 33% of the people in the county live in an opt-out zone, therefore we meet the threshold of the 25%, so I do not have to recuse.
So, Keith, could I ask that same question with the same set of rules applying to the Planning Commission? That's up of those folks may live in that.
I'm not their attorney.
I understand.
But yes, my understanding of the FPPC rules is that you have that same threshold.
So could we, I guess to make things easier and to simplify things, would it not be best for us to just kind of put this off for a minute, get the FPPC to give us an absolute answer, which I hope will come between now and the next meeting, and then we can not have this discussion twice?
I am not going to recuse.
I
I'm not asking you, I'm not
I
asking
also
you.
sought legal counsel, and I'm not going to recuse, so if you
No,
feel
I'm not.
like you need to, we can still have a quorum.
I'm not asking either of you to recuse, I'm asking you if, because of the muddied water of the FPPC on the planning commission, not the board, that could we postpone this until we have an answer from the FPPC if the two individuals involved in the voting of that were cleared, and we wouldn't have to spend all this time kind of back and forth. I mean, if they weren't cleared, we'd have to go back, go to step A. Jeremy, you can put forward what you like.
Well, I'm just going to jump out here on a limb and say if those two planning commissioners were forced to recuse themselves, it doesn't change the recommendation of the planning commission. So I think we should hear this item today and take public comment and move forward.
How does it not?
I have a question for legal counsel. The threshold such as the 25%, does that apply if it's just an urgency ordinance, or does it need to be, because aren't the opt-outs under urgency ordinance?
This would make them permanent. That's what we're trying to do, is
I
take
understand
them
that.
out of urgency and put them into permanent status.
I'm just curious if the analysis of public general is based on, does it matter if it's an urgency ordinance, or does it need to be a final ordinance or approved ordinance, or an ordinance that's been vetted and not an urgency ordinance?
Happy to respond to that. First, I want to give the caveat that I represent the county as a whole, and I can't give individual advice on whether something violates the FPPC regulations. I can tell you generally that the regulations under FPPC apply universal to whether you're on the planning commission or the board of supervisors. The rules are the same. It also doesn't matter if it's a temporary or a permanent ordinance or matter that you're hearing. It would apply the same to that as well.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. But those,
So back to you, Dan. You said it wouldn't affect the motion that they put forward. If two of them had recused themselves, would it not have changed the motion or the motion put forward?
if I'm remembering correctly, the two supervisors that would have been asked to recuse would have been Supervisor Sharp and Supervisor Fall, unless you, in our package, she's Supervisor Hall, but commissioners, yes, Commissioners Fall and Sharp, and they were the two that voted in opposition to the final vote of 3-2, so I don't see it changes the outcome of the vote.
That's incorrect. They made the motion and seconded it.
That's not correct.
That
It was Todd too.
That was the retail.
They voted, okay, yeah, so I'm thinking the wrong ordinance.
So it completely changed the makeup of that voting. Would have gone, I don't know, who was it, Todd, Rory, and Duncan. So it would have been 2-1 the other way.
Anyway,
Voting one.
I don't think we should just kick this back and wait. I think we have people who have sat in the audience for several hours now to give us their public comment, and then once we hear public comment, which I'm sure we'll hear public comment about this, we've already been told we're going to hear public comment about this, we can make a decision based on public comment and staff presentation that we get. So that's just kind of the way I feel about it.
You're the chair.
All right, staff, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair, members of the board, CAO
Garza?
Garza. Okay, I'm going to get it, I promise. County Council Long. My name is Sean Connell. I am the Director of the Cannabis Division. With me is Heidi Chudin, who has done the heavy lifting for this ordinance, and she will be the main person presenting it to you today. And with that, I'd like to hand it over to her to carry this forward.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to present to you today. This item does have to do with the opt-out areas. And as was mentioned, there's really two things that are in front of you today. One is a resolution that would establish guidelines for creating new future or amended opt-out areas, and the other is an ordinance that would do two things. It would create an overlay zone called a cannabis exclusion zone that overlays on top of the base zoning. And then all of the land that is currently in opt-out areas would be moved into the overlay zone just as a zoning tool to be able to keep track in a more traditional land use related way where the opt-out areas are in place. The boundaries for the opt-out areas, with the exception of two corrections, are identical to or intended to be identical to the boundaries as they exist currently within your code. With respect to certain specific prohibitions by cannabis land use type, those are all also basically identical with the exception of two recommendations made by your planning commission. One was to allow, excuse me, micro businesses in the opt-outs specifically, and the second was to allow retail non-storefront in the opt-outs specifically. That's the length of my staff report today because I think it's really important to get into questions and comments. So unless you have questions, that concludes my overview for now.
Anyone have any technical questions before we move into public comment?
Yeah, I have a technical comment. Heidi, your map of the Copper Creek Fire District also includes some in Siskiyou County, which you probably didn't realize that that district was in Siskiyou County. So even though your map shows that that's an opt-out area, that would need to be corrected.
We can definitely do that. I apologize. I did get some help from staff in creating those in fairly quick order, so we'll make that correction.
I think I'll save everything else until after.
Okay. Anyone else with technical questions? All right. Seeing none, we'll open public comment on item 4.4.
All right, close it. We're done.
Adrian Keats, Mayfork. I was expecting considerable more input, so I was just trying to be patient. I've tried to be a supporter of the opt-outs. I support it in theory, I support it in concept. But the way that this ordinance and the resolution is drafted lacks in a number of ways, in my opinion. I don't see how the findings are unique to the specific areas. They don't really appear to be developed for the specific areas. They also seem to be uniformly things that are approached by the EIR, so I'm not certain how they can be considered outside of the mitigations and outside of that whole structure that we spent years, hundreds of thousands of dollars working on. I definitely am concerned at the lack of clarity on how a petition would be formed. It does seem to make it clear that to amend or alter one, you need 100% consensus from the people inside the area. Certainly, I would expect the same if you're creating an urgency or an opt-out, that you would want 100% consensus from the people in the area, same as altering it. I have a lot of concerns with that. I think it was in like section 8 or something. I don't have my notes because I'm just a little bit frazzled today. It's been a long day. There's a place where it says the county shall create opt-outs with this template, if you can call it that. That would really need to be changed to a may, because that would require that the county continue to create opt-outs based on these findings, which are all based on water availability, roads, so on and so forth. Those findings are in no way unique to those areas. It's exactly typical of the entire nature of the entire county. So I don't see how the salmon in one creek are more important than the salmon in another. The South Fork watershed is loaded with fish. It's the longest undammed piece of river in the entirety of California, yet we have opt-outs above the dam. There's no anadromous fish. In the Coffee Creek one, there's huge parcels, and I've never heard of anything about there being a shortage of water up there. I'm also concerned that the ancillary uses like manufacturing and whatnot are being based on these same findings when there's no evidence to show that manufacturing uses water. There's no evidence to show that distribution or transport or delivery only retail are going to have an impact on water quality. If the roads are of such low quality in those areas, then would this ordinance opt out home-based businesses, construction or craftspeople who get products delivered to their home, people that like have an Etsy business and have a FedEx truck come twice a week? You know, my distribution vehicle comes maybe 4 times a year. So I'm running out of time. There's a whole lot more. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, Chair and Supervisors. John Brower from Junction City. I've participated in these conversations for many years now, since the very beginning. Never really been opposed to the concept of opt-out zones. It was part of the grand compromise in the very beginning to allow for licensing for residential. Seems to have mostly accomplished its goal of blunting the onslaught of the green rush in the neighborhoods, and also being able to draw a line between the communities that are welcoming of campus and those that aren't. And they seem popular. There's additional opt-outs proposed and possibly passing today. I only have issue with many of the things Adrian just spoke to, especially the including of these environmental factors as reasons for establishing new opt-out zones that are already mitigated in the water board participation, fish and wildlife participation, state licensing participation, our county ordinance that was updated with the performance standards, and especially the EIR. It's a certified secret document. It deals with roads, odor, water issues in excruciating detail. And I encourage you to take a look at the statement of overriding considerations at the end of the EIR. It's the last page, and it states very clearly that the program, as studied, and the NOP is the best means of regulating cannabis and its impacts in Trinity County. So there's only one real reason anybody's clamoring for opt-outs, and that's community character. And it's one of the items listed, and it's one that the Planning Commission did spend some time on. The Planning Commission did not do a good job of sorting through the other environmental concerns, all right? It was glossed over and pushed through, and what was noticed as a workshop, but was not very workshoppy. And now it's here before you today. It's pretty sloppy work that came out of the Planning Commission, and I strongly encourage you to continue this item for a short period of time. Send it to the Planning Commission right away. We meet twice a month now. We have a new emergency director of planning who can help this along. And let the Planning Commission work through a few more of these issues and get this thing ready for prime time. It's important that the opt-out zone advocates get what they've been seeking for a long, long time. But it's inappropriate to hold hostage the licensing side of the program waiting for these opt-outs. So they both need to move forward. They both need to move forward fast. Please continue this item.
Thank you, sir.
Back to the PC.
Good afternoon. Karla Avila from Palm, and Executive Director of Trinity County Agriculture Alliance. I won't repeat things that have already been said. I'll do my best to be succinct. However, I must say that we do have a lot of concerns over the environmental side of this ordinance, in particular the water usage. My concern as an agriculturalist who farms other crops besides cannabis is that we're applying, we're assuming impacts on a certain crop, but we're not discussing the impacts of other agriculture in these areas. And what I don't want us to see is create a template with a filter on for cannabis and then be putting things into the document that would actually demonstrate that other activities in these communities aside from cannabis that have similar impacts, such as traffic or agricultural activities that use water, other uses that are certainly allowed in these areas. And I'm wondering if we're really intending to create a cannabis exclusionary zone that would open up the door in the future for other items to be excluded because they have similar impacts. So how can we say that those are okay? I mean, again, community character, maybe there's something there, but I'm really concerned about what we're putting together as findings, especially when in the EIR, we do have mitigations for a lot of this. I mean, we're talking about farms that cannot draw a drop of surface water between April and October and have to have an LSA and have to have approval for the flow when they do draw water to begin with. So what about the other agricultural uses that use water? And I don't want us to see us limiting people's rights on property where these are important critical uses for people's livelihood. Agriculture, small-scale agriculture, homesteading, these are really important aspects to our community character as well. So when we draw a line, what are we defining with that line? And is it actually consistent? And is it actually unique to this community? Because the other concern I have is that you could apply this anywhere in the county, that you could just draw a line around an area and call it done. And so I just think there's some dangerous precedent that could be set here, and I really like us to avoid that. I just don't think that it would serve us to move forward with something with issues like that in it. And so we do have some serious concerns in relation to that aspect, and I hope that they will be considered very carefully. I would hate for home occupations or other businesses who have similar impacts or uses just because they don't have cannabis, but then what are we really doing here? Is it filtered through bias? Is it really consistent? And is it really fair? And also, there's also regulation already on the books that we don't want to duplicate. So there's a lot to look at in the details here. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm Sally Barrow. I live on Bear Creek Road. The door to rural residential legal cannabis was left open in the original commercial cannabis ordinance to benefit the legacy growers. That open door has been interpreted by some in the cannabis community as a right to grow anywhere in rural residential neighborhoods in the county without restriction. We see proof of this in the outpouring of opposition to the radical idea that residents should have the right to live in a neighborhood without an industrial cannabis operation nearby. The Rush Creek opt-out is the result of years of work and waiting to return our neighborhoods to their historically residential status. Our urgency ordinance, which contained more restrictions for transfer of licenses than this document, was approved unanimously in 3 prior hearings before the Board of Supervisors. Our neighborhood has benefited greatly from this decision. We notify real estate agents when a property is listed not to market these parcels as cannabis properties. It allows people looking to legally cultivate to look elsewhere. And people that are looking for a property that will never be near a commercial cultivation have the assurance when they purchase within an opt-out. Since the urgency ordinance was passed, 2 new families have moved on our road, with a total of 6 children under the age of 12, and both these families moved into previous cannabis properties. There's an argument to force supervisors and commissioners that live in opt-out areas to recuse themselves from voting in this important issue. Some of these opt-out residents have been offered inflated prices from cannabis developers for their property. Their potential income is actually reduced by living in the opt-out. Compare this to the supervisor commissioners who do not live in an opt-out and whose commercial cannabis business could be affected by future opt-outs. But there, it's not being suggested that they recuse themselves. It's often said that the problems with commercial cannabis that our opt-out has experienced in our area are the result of illegal cultivators. In our area, we have had problems with illegal cultivators that we have addressed with some success. Through this process of hearings and meetings, I have met people in the cannabis program that I like and admire. I respect their willingness to get along with their neighbors and adapt to the ever-changing requirements to be compliant. Not everyone in the program is so conscientious. In our area, we have suffered greatly from people trying to take advantage of the ordinance, which does not prevent bad actors from becoming licensed, even with Trinity County criminal felonies related to their consistent cannabis fraud. Please consider separating the permanent establishment of our opt-outs from the template to define the requirements of new opt-outs, if combining them will cause delay. The Rush Creek opt-out especially is approaching an upcoming time limit. Thanks.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Crystal Bell, Lewiston. I think I'll start out though with, although not all of us in this room, not all of us are in this room, please know there are hundreds of us that feel this way. Some are honestly scared to stand up and say it. They've seen the attacks on our business when we try to stand up. But one of the things I just wanted to kind of clarify is that, you know, we're a business for what, 26 years in Lewiston that, to quote, are trying to make a living. We had to watch our American dream for the last 6 years be chopped at because 2 and almost 3 commercial grows were allowed within 250 feet of our public business. You know, there are times that this is appropriate to stand up. And this is a time where if we would just deal with this and finish this, you could go on to bigger and better things and help these cultivators finish their jobs that they're trying to do to get licensed. You know, we also make a difference here. And, you know, we suffered during this time when, you know, it was commonly said that there are no impacts going on. And thank God somebody finally did come to the realization that there are impacts. So please, we just urge you to finish this up and let us go on with our lives and help these others establish theirs as well. There were areas I sent a letter in, and there are areas that I think there should be some modifications to in these guidelines. One of them is the active and good standing definitions that were placed into the Rush Creek and Lewiston expansion overlays. Basically adding in an element of an active water board permit, and that wasn't where we were approved on. That was not a criteria, and I would hate to see that you would try to throw that in because you're at risk of taking away an opt-out status, because we have no clue out of all of the 120 parcels in the expansion which ones may have a water board permit. No one at this point in time has been able to tell me that either. So we just urge you to continue on, get this done, get this task done with, and let us all move on with our lives. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name's Chris. I'm up Bear Creek Road, Rush Creek area. Just to mimic what she just said, I really don't like coming up and talking to you guys about something like this because I'm not a good public speaker. And but I've been at this for 2 years now. I was in here for the initial emergency, and I've been in here for all of the planning meetings and the ad hocs and the workshops and all of this. And I think it's time for this to come to a head and to be over. The reasons for the opt-out, and I'm a pro opt-out guy because that's where I live, are listed in the body of the resolution, you know, and I'm not going to go over all of them and explain to you again, but they, you know, damage to the road, lack of groundwater, the smell of traffic, and then there's also the angst of who's going to be coming down my driveway. You know, we live on from where I live, I can hear the traffic, and I kind of live on a spur road off of Bear Creek, and there have been times when there are cars creeping down the road and turn down my driveway, and I have to go up and meet them to find out who they are. They say they're looking for, you know, somebody who lives further up the road, and which happens to be, you know, a grow. We have illegal grows up there that, you know, we've been somewhat successful in discouraging from coming back. And so it's the angst of having to deal with, you never know who's going to be coming down the road. You know, whether I have to start locking my shop or, you know, locking the cars, hiding everything, you know, locking up the ATVs, whatever we have there. There are places in this county where cannabis is welcomed, but there has to be a place for those of us who don't like it in our neighborhood to be able to live. Now, I grew up in the 60s. You know, I spent, you know, the last part of my 60s pretty much in a fog. It wasn't until a few years ago that I saw Easy Rider for the first time straight. And so I'm kind of familiar with what it's all about. But there are places that are available to people who want to grow, who want to be a part of that culture. But there has to be a place for those of us who don't want it to be free of any commercial cannabis operations whatsoever. And, you know, it's not just growing, but it's the processing, the cooking, the non-storefront sales, none of it, no commercial cannabis whatsoever. And even though the vote tally from the Planning Commission doesn't reflect it, every single member on that Planning Commission stated that they agree with opt-outs, even though the vote doesn't reflect that. They all stated that they favor opt-outs. And so that, you know, that should be an indication of the support from the board.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Hi, Steve Lyon, Junction City. I do, and I think most of the cannabis community folks that I've talked to do agree that there are some areas of the county that are not appropriate for cultivation. Downtown Weaverville, historic Lewiston, there are places. However, this template that is being created right now is, just looks like another nightmare coming down. You're using, and of all things, you're using environmental standards that are covered thoroughly in the EIR. So after all the work I've done, getting through my Appendix C, 6 years with the Water Board, Fish and Wildlife coming out and inspecting, state license, county license, several other ancillary permits that I have to get, I can still get lumped into an opt-out zone based on the conditions that I've already cleared through a really stringent environmental document. It doesn't make sense. I did a quick count. It looks like there's over 5,300 parcels that you guys are about to opt out today. And I keep hearing from the, you know, kind of like on the cannabis community side, I keep hearing from the same 30, 40, 50 people. You know, maybe there's as many as 100 or 200, but you're talking, what, 5%, 2%? Less than 10% of people that you're hearing from, but you're willing to opt out. Over 5,300 parcels are listed in those documents today. That's how many parcels are left in Trinity County. I'm more concerned about the template that you're setting. And like I said earlier, the fact that there is a CEQA notice of determination coming for opt-outs in record speed here over the past couple months. It went through planning like a month and a half ago, and they're ready for an NOD today. We're waiting on compliance determinations that we've been waiting years for, that we've been paying years for. I think there needs to be a more equitable process. I don't know what that looks like for opt-outs. I don't know if you need to hold special elections for those zones, but it does not seem fair that 2 to 5% of the loudest voices get to eliminate any opportunities for over 5,000 parcels. And you know, even activities that are enclosed and indoors, and it's a broad brush. It seems highly inappropriate right now to be doing this. That the cannabis director has spent a minute on this is obscene to me, when nothing else is moving in this area except opt-outs seem to just be flying right through, and I think it's highly inappropriate. Thank you.
Hello again, Chair Fraser and Board. Danahauser from Mayfork. Listening to comments earlier about doing things right taking time, I feel is perfectly appropriate for this situation and applicable. I can understand having opt-outs as a theory, but I don't think that this is the right way to go about it. Adrian's comments and Steve's comments and Karla's comments, the environmental issues for concern have been addressed in our site-specific individual sequence. There's Adrian's point of in section 8 or A8 where the document says shall instead of may, as Margaret Long can explain probably more thoroughly than I can. If legal documents says shall, it's as if it must happen versus it may happen. What I'm concerned about is this being used, allowing a tool to be used to create an opt-out over the whole Trinity County. There's people that spend their time and resources, instead of volunteering in their communities, they spend their energy to systematically undermine the legal cannabis industry. And I think they'll use this as a tool to weaponize against the cannabis industry. That's why I would like to see it go back to the Planning Commission for more review. That is my request formally. I think that it's easy enough to see through the tactics, and I hope that you can put it back to the Planning Commission. Thank you very much.
Chair Fraser, Supervisors Lisa Wright, Lewiston. I am not opposed to cannabis exclusion zones. We actually have them now, R1, R2, R3, and then uses for the other license types, manufacturing, etc., are limited to certain zones. Those other zones are excluded. There are some options that people have. They can rezone to R1, R2, R3. They can create homeowners associations. But to now be asking this board to carve out over 5,300 parcels is ridiculous. I can't even believe that it's gone to that full extent to get a few people in small neighborhoods what they want. I'm passing out to you some recommended, requested language for the treatment of existing licensees in restricted areas that makes some modifications. And due to time limits, I'm going to leave that with you, and it is now in the record. But I want to highlight some other points. The opt-out ordinance does not simply apply this cannabis exclusion overlay to these areas as they currently exist. It actually adds a prohibition on cannabis manufacturing to uses to properties where it does not currently apply. Should be a completely separate action, should have been addressed as a separate change in the ordinance and noticed appropriately. The county has not provided adequate notice of the type of CEQA determination the county is relying upon to approve the proposed ordinance or comply with CEQA requirements for subsequent review that relies on a prior EIR. Neither the county's notice on May 3rd nor the board staff report identify the actual basis upon which the county intends to support its CEQA determination. Another flaw. These should all be separate items as well. You're lumping these all into one action. Very, very concerning. The county's resolution to adopt the Rush Creek and Lewiston expansion opt-out zones fails to rely on reasons that are clear, substantiated, consistent, or supported by information in the record, as required by the county's proposed guidelines. Out of the gate, you're not following your own guidelines. The county's proposed adoption of the Lewiston expansion opt-out zone is arbitrary and capricious because the county relies on factors focused on smaller rural residential parcels to also unnecessarily place an overlay inclusion ban on large agriculturally zoned parcels. Why? Why are all these large parcels being added? They have nothing to do. Take this little strip of rural residential, they don't like cannabis, okay, give that to them. Why are you including all these thousands of other acres? Inappropriate. And the proposed opt-out overlay zones are inconsistent with the county's general plan. It's absolutely opposite of what the general plan is allowed for. I'm running out of time. It was provided in a letter to you as well. This needs to go back to the Planning Commission. Tons of flaws. You're setting yourself up. Thank you.
Any further public comment from the room?
Chairman, President, Supervisor Sean Elliott from Lewiston. Just a couple things I wanted to bring to the attention. So of the roughly 16,557 parcels in the county, if 5,300 are the proposed opt-out zones, that would leave approximately 11,200 that would be suitable. Of those, you figure 60% are owned by the federal government or BLM, some other agency. That leaves around 4,000 parcel total in the county. The largest section of opt-out being the Coffee Creek area with over almost 80,000 acres of opt-out. And in those maps that are shown on the proposed ordinance diagram, none of those except for the Lewiston expansion clearly identifies agriculturally zoned lots. They all show ag preserve, but there's what we got: ag 10, ag 20, ag forest 10, ag forest 160, ag forest 20s. All those are included in these opt-out. Nothing's done to address them. Cannabis would be suitable on some of those lots. Just because they're within these arbitrary lines doesn't mean they should be excluded or remove that landowner's rights. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Is there anybody else in the room? Right. We have public comment on Zoom.
We have Tony Miller.
Yeah, thank you, members of the board. Just wanted to speak on this opt-out thing that was described by a board member. Yeah, just thank you again to the staff and the members of the board, getting potentially this up to this part, bringing the opt-out potentially up to this completion line. These opt-outs were brought to you by efforts, by the citizens living in these areas, following given guidance from the county. The burden was bared completely on the opt-out proponents with arguments of little taxpayer general funded impact. There's a little impact to that. 90% plus of the Lewiston expansion opt-out supporters live, these are 90% plus of the parcel owners live in these areas 365 days a year round. We've seen the wave coming, the change happening with, started like cottage industry, small grows, and now thrown into this big commercial cannabis type operations. Realtors were selling properties, promising permittable properties because a water board application, simple water board application permitting process from an agency that never comes to or has an office even or a traveling representative in an area was somehow the deal closer, giving confidence to a buyer to purchase property excessively well over real market prices. This is some of the writing it's imperative that the language adopted in this ordinance be clear, not providing loopholes, often taking advantage of a very impressively organized, financially powerful interest group steering the ship of cannabis in this side of Trinity County. The water board agencies that your own environmental health specialist spoke on months ago recorded has very little, if ever, set a foot inside Trinity County. Cannabis supporters placed a full-page ad in the paper and turned the 20-year established winery into the water board, suggesting illegal taking of water and various stuff. Grass Valley Creek, millions of gallons, full front page of a paper. Even this didn't generate a site visit from the water board because if you call the agency, they have no reps to respond. Allowing, some possible potential writing inside of the ordinance, again, for some clarity, clear writing needs to be established, because having a simple 30-minute application through a water board is an insult and a slap in the face directly to the residents who have carried out this burden to go through appropriately, taking on all the burden for these opt-outs. It has been a long process. This did not happen overnight. Again, it's 95+% of the land property owners around the area are in favor of this. Thank you, people.
Okay, next we have Rhoda.
Good afternoon, Chairman, Supervisors. My name is Rhoda Kane. I live in East Fork. My optimism is also living. The 14th Amendment to the Constitution of the United States reads, "No state shall make enforce any law which shall abridge the privileges or the person of life, liberty, or property without the due process of law, nor deny to any person within its jurisdiction the equal protection of the laws." I am opposed to opt-out as written because they do not indicate unique features specific to given areas, are not fact-based, the development process is vague and generally rife with propaganda and misinformation. The Coffee Creek and Trinity Center opt-outs in particular have no basis in land use. These are massive chunks of land with large parcel sizes covering extremely rural areas of the county, and were created with something like 8% of the population of the area. Some of whom have also signed my petition to honor the grandfather clause. Criteria for creating an opt-out is vague at best, but the change in opt-out takes unanimous consent. It must be fair. Whatever the process, it must be equal for both sides. Examples of non-fact-based reasoning include section 2, number 3, impaired roadways that are not suitable for truck deliveries of water resources from outside the area. Well, this is even less. Section 3, number 4 states noise, odor, and lighting are likely to exceed acceptable levels. What does that mean? Comments previously submitted to the Planning Commission referring to cultivators and necessity for opt-outs included statements like abomination, drug users, dealers, trash, people from all these other write-ups, inherently dangerous, dishonest, murderers, horrible, and criminal. I would read you the definition of discrimination if I had more time. While I very much want this to be finished today, I oppose the passing of item 4.4 as written. However, if the opt-outs are to remain, I respectfully request the board honor the grandfather clause in Trinity County Cannabis Program Ordinance section number 17.43.050 regarding North Coast Water Board enrollment by November 2007, as well as any other grandfather clauses specific to any other opt-out zones or overlay district maps. In the April 14, 2022 Planning Commission staff report under general plan consistency, it states that one of the economic goals consistent with the general plan being to maintain as many privately owned agricultural lands as possible. I'm asking for our right to maintain privately owned agricultural land-based businesses that produce a heavily inspected and highly regulated license to produce a legal product. I have submitted a petition with 157 signatures, almost 100 residents from the North Lake area specifically, that shows community support for the grandfather clause. I really do appreciate your time. Thank you so much for your consideration.
Thank you.
Next we have Ryan.
Good afternoon, Chair, Supervisors, Ryan Tarbell, Mayfork. I do support the concept of opt-out areas, but I think this ordinance and resolution both have language that definitely needs work on. I'm just going to highlight a few of the areas as quickly as I can, and I hope you guys are able to address these areas during your discussion this afternoon. I'll start with the resolution. The second whereas, Cannabis Program EIR analyzed the adoption of commercial cannabis opt-out areas and adoption of guidelines for the establishment of cannabis opt-out areas as a component of the defined project description. It wasn't actually in the project description. It was listed in section 2.1.1 of Volume 1 of the EIR as proposed cannabis program modifications. Under Exhibit A of the resolution, under item number 1, area-specific considerations, it says, and not have adverse social equity outcomes. For these exclusion zones not to have adverse social equity outcomes, they need to apply to all commercial uses, not just cannabis in those areas. For example, if a neighborhood is concerned about groundwater usage, no commercial agriculture should be allowed in that area, not just cannabis. And further, no surface water usage for domestic or commercial uses should be allowed during the summer months, as this is also a requirement of licensed cannabis farms. Under Exhibit A, number 3A, expiration and exceptions. I would recommend striking the word compliant in this section. It's not defined, and unless you define that, it's going to be ambiguous what compliant actually means. I also think that active should be struck from this section. This isn't a defined criteria for grandfathering in the current ordinance, and we should stop moving the goalposts for existing operators. Good standing should remain, but it needs clarified because it's referenced to the Trinity County Code 144350 number 7, not only states water board grandfathering dates for the existing opt-outs in the ordinance, and the dates vary depending on. Okay, thank you.
Well, I wanted to hear the rest of his comment because he talked about the water board date, the original one, the November 2017. Sorry, I didn't figure it out.
Yeah, okay. Right.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
Go to the next person?
Yep.
Okay. Veronica?
Good afternoon, Veronica Kelly-Alves from Douglas City. I wanted to call in and participate and say that I am in favor of opt-outs and this ordinance. There are a few tweaks that could be happening, and I hope that you really take a look at all of that. But without an updated general plan, it is very difficult for the general public to voice what they see for their community. And more importantly, you know, this was all designed as they said earlier, for legacy programs. And nobody was really ready for the industrial use of these rural residential plots. And a lot of them have some real hard industrial use happening. So being able to allow an avenue for your constituents to take using valid land use requirements, provide to you the information of how they wish to have their community. We have the Douglas City Community Plan, we have the Mayfork Community Plan, many things that need updating, and these communities just want to be heard. And right now, without us prioritizing completing the general plan, this is just a way to mitigate letting the genie out of the bottle and then trying to put it back later. So I think this is a viable option for this to be used within the county. So thank you all for listening.
Thank you.
Okay, we have Patrick.
Yes, hi.
Go ahead.
Barely hear.
Patrick, we can't hear you very well.
Speak a bit louder. Is this better now?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, well, thank you. I'm calling because I'm concerned about several issues. The first one is that this option or this decision or intent to increase the carve-out is based on the June 2021 staff recommendation. And the staff recommendation that you have made was based with absolutely no findings of facts, no facts, just allegation, baseless allegation, calling for light pollution, no data, for odors, no data, for noise, no data, for waste of water or illegal use of water, no data. So it's basically based on pure allegation, no factual evidence. This is completely wrong to make this. Shows a very strong bias against a group of people and against an industry. This industry, as you know very well, is completely regulated by 10 or 11 agencies, state and federal. So all of those stories are just pure allegation and a pure excuse. I think this false narrative is very concerning because you're targeting a certain group of people. So today is going to be the cannabis community, tomorrow maybe the winery, and after that the woodworker. That's really wrong. Really wrong. You are also attempting to deprive people of the use of their property and also depriving them of livelihood. So basically it's a sanction about the way the people are making a living, because they're earning a living by growing legal cannabis. You don't like it, but that's not the law. That's not the federal law. It's not because you don't like it that you can prohibit it. That is wrong. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next we have Olivia.
Hello, Jake Grossman-Chris again, Mayfork. Someday I'll figure out how to log into this with my Zoom and not Olivia's. I've spoken a number of times about carve-outs. I've spoken, I'm not fundamentally against if your HOA or your neighborhood doesn't want cannabis in it, and everybody is against it, then it probably doesn't belong there. I have learned a lot in the, God knows how many hours we've been on this today, about some different things, and I wanted to circle back that one I learned that our new director of cannabis has been the one that sounds like solely working on excluding cannabis, which is kind of interesting, but I don't want to dwell on it. What I wanted to talk about is that I heard a great speech from him about doing it right, and about doing it right doesn't go fast. In fact, I think I heard Joe Cox say, we can't have fast and right. That doesn't exist. We heard Liam say, well, we needed fast and right. And we heard then Sean say, right, everything has to be right. Now, what I've heard about this document is there's very little that is right about it, and that it was done fast. In fact, it was done in record-breaking time that I don't think anybody on this board or this department is ever going to live down the haunting fact of how fast it happened. Because every licensee or every CUP applicant is going to come back to this and say, well, you guys processed the carve-outs in this amount of time, and it's been 5 times this amount of time for ours, and nothing's happened. I'm just trying to outline that there's some huge flaws in this. I'm sure that if I were to tell everybody that I had a property and a carve-out that had a water board number that I had never cultivated on, and I was planning on maybe putting a farm in because now that's allowed, they would probably say, we should hold off, we don't need another farm popping up. This is a very flawed document. I think now more than ever, there are people on both sides of the line chomping at the bit to bring any kind of litigation they can. I think we should take the right time and do it right. On another note, fundamentally, if we're cutting out the only industry that this county has right now, out of 5,000 something parcels, roughly half of the parcels county, are my cannabis tax dollars that I've paid between property tax and cannabis tax over $100,000 this year. And all of these outlying groups that are against this are pretty much retirees. They're not bringing in money or industry into our shriveling up community. And I think that that is a huge impact that we need to address, especially if we're going to be addressing some of these other findings that are.
Thank you, your time's up.
Okay. Next we have Chris.
Hello, good afternoon. Chris Williams, Weaverville. You stated today that you want to do things the right way. So if this is true, I urge you to take a deeper look at this ordinance. Think about its current and future implications for the possible 5,300 parcels that it could affect, and take the time to work out the kinks of this ordinance. This ordinance needs to be tied to land use that is unique to the cannabis industry and the specific geographic region in which it operates, with findings of fact that acknowledge and are in step with our general plan, EIR, county ordinance, and state laws, not findings of opinion, which is what it is in its current state. Don't get blinded by the bright shirts, and instead listen to the words that are being said today. This ordinance was rushed to you by the Planning Commission in a 3-2 vote. One commissioner who voted in favor said they had better things to do than put in time to create a meaningful ordinance. That same commissioner stated that opt-out zones don't really need to be founded upon land use or scientific reasonings. That's exactly what our opt-out ordinance needs, a solid foundation. You stated today that you wish to reduce the workload of our Monday through Thursday, that's right, Cannabis Division Director. Continuing this item by sending the ordinance back to the Planning Commission would reduce the current future workload because you're doing it right. So please take your time, do your due diligence as our elected representatives. Raise the bar as to what comes before you. Because this ordinance, whether you like it or not, will be part of your legacy. Take your time, continue this ordinance, send it back to the Planning Commission, and tell them that you want something meaningful. As somebody said earlier, passing this ordinance as is sets a dangerous precedent. It will only stand for NIMBYism and nothing more, and that's doing everyone a disservice. I request that you stop rushing anti-cannabis items through this approval process when we haven't had one cannabis cultivation license issued. Once again, I urge you to continue, and do this ordinance right. Thank you very much.
Okay. Next we have Walter.
Well, this is Walter Wood. I think that this opt-out is rushed. The wording is poor. Let's take the time to do it right before we take 5,000 properties and limit their use. And like everyone said, the environmental things are covered by the EIR, FEIR, all this stuff. This is it. You know, it doesn't make sense. Let's focus on the licenses. We've paid, and this focus needs to be on the cannabis licenses. Please stop wasting this one guy's time on these opt-outs and having him rush this through. Well, we can't get a call back. I don't even know if you guys actually got my Appendix C and all that. No response. This is ridiculous. This is the focus of our cannabis department, is opt-outs. It's really frustrating beyond belief. While I have no more to say. Just please do this right.
Thank you.
Next we have Matt.
Hi, Matt Jefferson from Coffee Creek, license 112. Thank you, board, for your time. I ask you please don't pass this or at least modify it. All of us opt-out farmers have the same rights and responsibilities as the rest of the people in the county. You could remove all the grandfathered parcels from the overlay zone presentation of the water board. That's just an idea. This ordinance is ridiculous. This entire thing is based on hate and NIMBYism. All the problems or concerns stated are addressed and fixed in the EIR and through regulation. All the problems that my neighbors on Trinity Center and these letters that they just sent in, those are all black market problems, and legal cannabis fixed all of that. I'm asking that you keep the grandfather clause the same. The water board paperwork by November 2017 gives your parcel cannabis land use permanently. I ask that you asked the county council if this is correct, and that active and good standing is keeping this water board paperwork current and paid. We circulated a petition in North Lake for support for grandfathered farms. We collected 157 signatures in total, 96 being full-time North Lake residents. Only 10 of the signatures were visitors, 51 were just from other areas of Trinity. As we collected the signatures, we saw that people were disgusted that we were being threatened to leave or being asked to sunset. But legal farms are supported and voted, and it's an outright lie that legal cannabis is not supported. People are begging us for jobs while we're doing it. Now, I don't even know if I'm gonna have a job. And I just want to point out, only a few hundred residents out of over 12,000 signed this opt-out petition, and we're canceling out close to half the parcels in the county. Saying it's based on land use, and it's being based off of discrimination. It's a very small group of people spreading misinformation and hate. The hate this group spreads is very fierce. I want to put out a few examples of my experiences. The previous planning commissioner would constantly fly his helicopter over my house, dusting my crop out. I've had fire department members tell me to let my house burn to the ground if it caught on fire. I recently donated a cabin rental to the fire department, bringing in $2,000. They got blasted on Facebook saying that they were apologizing for people, for us even attending. This is discrimination, and it's a small group, it's not the majority. We've done nothing to deserve this, and I think they should be ashamed that putting fear and intimidation into their communities is their pathway to happy, healthy, and safe communities. But it isn't. Cannabis is the driving economic force in Trinity County. Let's get people licensed. Let's make a future for Trinity. Let's be the future together. We really can. We've gone so far.
Thank you.
Next we have Tom.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Tom Palenko, Douglas City. I believe in the concept of carve-outs. I always have. I know they create problems. In the general equation of it all, I believe that they have solved more problems than they have created. This is the epitome of the sausage-making part of law. I think when we start talking about both process to create new carve-outs, I think we have to really hammer some things down. And I understand why we're anchoring this accurate. And I think, as we heard earlier, we don't want to cut corners on this. I don't think there's anything wrong with anchoring this into neighbor concerns and figuring out a mechanism where X amount of a neighborhood can say we don't want cannabis here. I think that is appropriate. And I think that's the mechanism we should invoke to do this. Because the reality is that is the mechanism we're invoking to do this. It's not road conditions or water availability or anything like that. So I think it's a cleaner process if we actually build a process around what we're really doing. Particularly as we are invoking or embarking on a general plan. This to me seems like something we do as part of the general plan. I know there's a huge concern with the Rush Creek opt-out because they can't renew, that's already been through 2 urgency ordinances. I understand that. At the same time, I think the frustration you are all aware of in the cannabis industry, no one is coming to Trinity to start a new cannabis operation on an unlicensed property within a year, for sure. And if they do, they're not going to Rush Creek. I think county council can tell you one very clear tenet of the law is that an application for a zoning entitlement does not lock you into zoning at the time. That's both in our ordinance and it's established California law. Some people would be foolish to try and get a license in Rush Creek. So I think the urgency you see there's not somebody waiting to start a license in Rush Creek the moment this urgency ordinance is filed. I'd send this back, I'd wrap it into the general plan, extend the Lewiston urgency ordinance, let Rush Creek run with it. Nobody's coming there for a year. Let's do this right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next we have Nancy.
Yes, hi, Nancy Anderson here in Lewiston. I wonder if I might have permission to share my screen. Because I have an image that might help. Is that doable?
Here's pleasure.
Yeah, I guess that's okay, as long as you remain within your 3 minutes.
I will, and I'll talk about it first. So, let's see, it looks like I'm disabled.
No, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Oh,
Yeah, it still says I'm disabled. I can describe it while I'm talking.
Now you can go.
Okay.
You're gonna have to watch.
Yeah, I'll talk while I'm multitasking. Basically, it's a picture of our Lewiston area, the small community called Grass Valley Creek. And it basically makes up about a half a mile on each side of, a small community with small parcels. And I guess our concern is the density of the area. There are currently 2 licenses that are under review right now, I think. And if you look at the size, if I could get this picture loaded, I can't seem to get it going. Sorry for my technical inexpertise. But to add additional licenses under this grandfathering clause would bring in anywhere from 3 to 4 additional in a very small square of acreage. And so I'm wondering if this isn't the essence of what opt-outs are designed to do, and so why it should be preserved. But I tend to agree with other speakers who, I'm maybe, other people may get mad at me for saying this, but I don't see the to make a bad ordinance. But something needs to be done. I wish it could all have been done at the community level, because I just see the animosity and the division and the conflict. It breaks my heart to hear that people are committing suicide over this issue. It just shouldn't be. And I'm concerned about burning out our new staff, Sean. I think he's done a phenomenal job, and I think when he approves a license, I bet no opt-out could form around it, because he did his work. Did it slow and did it right. I think he's working at warp speed by comparison to what time he has. But I really just think that there may be a better way to do this ordinance if it's causing so much trouble. But let's get Rush Creek done, maybe save the rest for a better plan. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next we have L. Wills.
Good afternoon, Chair and Supervisors. This is Lori Wills from Lewiston. I just want to clarify for the record, I already submitted my written comments regarding any language concerns in the draft ordinance. So right now, I just really kind of want to address some general issues after listening to the meeting today. I urge you to address this issue today versus sending it back to the Planning Commission. That would be an additional burden on resources that are already stretched beyond their abilities. It will also further delay the retail ordinance as described by Supervisor Rose. If the opt-outs impact the retail ordinance, and no one wants to see that happen. This is the 6th time cumulatively that the Rush Creek and Lewiston opt-outs have come before the board. You already approved these opt-outs unanimously 5 times. So it's really hard to understand why there is such pushback in making them permanent at this time, when you've already recognized the need and acknowledged the findings in the past. Opt-outs have been on the table since the inception of the cannabis program. Additionally, I don't understand some of the comments about the argument that there are only 4,000 to 5,000 acres left, or only 50% of the properties in Trinity County left for cannabis operations after opt-outs, when the county only allows for 230 licenses. And according to Director Connell's report, you've already received 243 Appendix Cs, which exceeds the available licenses. So there seems to be strife at all levels over cannabis, which we all acknowledge there is, but this strife is also at the Planning Commission level and the board level, based on public meetings I've witnessed. So I urge you to deal with the issues before you today versus delaying these decisions any further. You are the ultimate decision makers, and I'm asking you to take the bull by the horns and deal with these public comments through the public workshops, the Planning Commission, and these board meetings, which have been going on now for a very long time, and try to make decisions on this today and push it forward. Thank you very much for your time and your service. I appreciate it.
Well, thank you.
Okay, next we have Carolyn.
Hi, this is Carolyn from Rush Creek Estates. I'm here to talk about the opt-out. We have been working for years on getting this opt-out finalized. I'm really hoping you guys will vote to finalize our opt-out, as we are a neighborhood community and not conducive to commercial cannabis. Many of our roads are dirt and not maintained by the county. The additional commercial road use increases the cost to non-cannabis property owners. Most often, the growers don't even contribute to the cost to repair the roads they damage. Water is by creek and well, and the huge volume of water used by growers is not compatible with our water availability. Many times, the grower properties do not have enough water, and they rely on delivered water. Their excessive water use impacts all the ordinary household use, and especially during these drought years. Rush Creek Estates is already on water restrictions, and the grows are not. Our property owners purchase their property to enjoy the quality of life that rural residential designation allows. This does not include commercial cannabis, with the increased traffic, clear cutting, bulldozing, constructing hoop houses, stinky smells, night grow lights, and increased traffic and ruined roads. Our property values have been negatively affected by the negative impacts of commercial cannabis. We did not purchase our property in this neighborhood to be negatively affected by the cannabis grows. Most property owners were here long before commercial cannabis was even a possibility, and might not have purchased here if we knew this would be allowed in our neighborhood. The grow that was allowed in our opt-out should not be allowed to transfer the license to the property in our opt-out. It should never have been granted a license, and it should not be allowed for it to transfer. The grow has negatively impacted the property values adjacent to it and near it, and needs to be eliminated when the property sells. The issue of non-retail storefront and micro businesses should not be allowed in an opt-out area. How is this possibly consistent with a neighborhood plan? It isn't. All the issues concerning commercial cannabis are valid reasons that the retail cannabis should not be allowed. This is a neighborhood. There are many areas that do not have these neighborhood concerns and that are more compatible with this operation. Please do not allow this type of activity in our or any opt-out area. This is a large and diverse county. There are areas that are more compatible with the different cannabis operations. Neighborhoods should be allowed and even celebrated for their unique qualities. Property owners should be able to allow to determine their acceptable land uses in their own neighborhood. The county does not need to be smothered by cannabis operations everywhere. We need to have areas that are allowed their opt-outs. Please vote to continue our opt-out by making it permanent. Please vote to not allow the transfer of licenses within our opt-out. Please vote to not allow retail, non-storefront, and micro businesses in our opt-out area. Our area is not conducive to these activities. There are other areas that are also trying to protect their neighborhood, and I urge you to vote to protect them as well. Thank you. Hi. Sorry, I'm late.
This is
Okay. Next we have Carl. Carl? Okay. We'll skip Carl and we'll go to Jeff.
Hi, Jeff Goodell, Xenia. Man, I've heard some arguments for opt-outs. Some of them are valid, certainly in certain neighborhoods. Of the places where the opt-outs already exist. But what concerns me the most is the weaponization of this for future opt-outs, possibly making this entire county de facto banned. I think the board should reconsider and maybe give it back to the planning commission with new direction, so you guys don't get slaughtered in court when this goes to litigation. It's an important thing to think about. What do you want to support? Do you want to support landowners' rights? Do you want to just evaporate people's life savings and not let them sell their businesses or transfer their license to their children? Or do you want to give people some stability as this market matures? A lot of these environmental things are not things. Hold on. The county's EIR has already addressed many of these concerns. And I heard concerns today about illegal grows. Again, we're still focused on illegal grows. You know, legal grows aren't draining creeks. They're not hauling in water. They're not lighting up the night sky. These are already not problems with legal grows, and if they are, there's recourse already. I have my life savings in my farm. I don't want to lose it because the rug gets pulled out from under me at some point in the future. This is just a giant slap in the face that the county is even moving forward with this so quickly when nobody has a license. Even the guys with pre-approved sequels don't have licenses. I don't feel that like that's what Trinity County is really about, and that's what their core beliefs are, to just continue to move the hurdles ahead or move them higher on growers. Do something to facilitate a functional cannabis program, and then you can worry about the bad actors or the problems. I'm a former school teacher. I got a college degree, and I have an application in with the planning department, and I have experience working in planning departments. I'd like to get a job in the planning department. They have my application. Thanks.
Thank you.
Let's give Carl another chance. Carl?
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah, I just want to reiterate a little bit what Jeff and some other people were saying, and just, you know, you have to have a cannabis program before you deal with the opt-outs. It's ludicrous that that step is preceding the program's rebirth, and let's get the program going first and concentrate all our energy on that, and then, yeah, deal with the people who don't want to follow the rules. Stop lumping the black market and the white market together
and let's help these growers through the program instead of raising these hurdles and making it harder. And let's listen to the opposition and some of the competence and malfacts that come out of that crowd who think that we only have 230 permits when the cap is 500, and we need to get rid of the cap anyways, and have all areas grow in Trinity County. So please, let's not give away to NIMBYism. Let's support our local growers. Thank you, board.
Thank you.
Okay. Next we have Amber.
Good afternoon, Amber Weaverville. I just want to note that I'm not affiliated with any commercial or black market grows, for that matter. I'm just a supporter of free enterprise and legal business as a business owner, and I support the folks that are trying to do it right in our community. I've lived here my whole life, so I have seen the degradation of the land and the sad things that have happened in communities that are not comfortable to live in that where they're at. But I think that we've making some progress on that, and we are still. And instead of working in this major division that I've heard today, I would hope that we could become more communal and work through this together, and make some practical decisions for the ordinance or the opt-outs that you guys are pushing forward. While it is necessary to have opt-outs, I also feel that we need to have respect for our growers that are already existing, trying to do it right and legal. I also think that we need to be respectful for future retail and manufacturing businesses that could promote more economic growth in our area, and properly zoning those into places that are existing rather than doing blanket overlays of opt-out zones that just eliminate that altogether. I think is doing a disservice to our county. And so I would just encourage you to move forward in a careful way and take your time and consider maybe making some amendments to the existing ordinance that you're trying to push through now. There's something else I wanted to say. Where's my time at? Let's see. Anyways, please just consider what you've been hearing today. I know from both sides, but at the same time with consideration of how we can make this a little bit better before hastily processing it through, which could be just a slippery slope for folks in the future. And I would hate to see more disastrous things happening. So thank you for your time today.
Thank you.
And with that, Chairman, I see no new raised hands and no chats.
Terry Mines, Junction City. I think unfortunately we're in a big divisive situation here right now. You guys, nobody wants to grow.
Address the board, please.
Nobody wants to grow cannabis in their areas anymore. I think you guys got to come to a realization here that our industry's crashed. I mean, nobody's coming to buy properties. If you notice, if you look at the real estate guides, you guys, right now, there's no more cannabis properties even being advertised. The local realtors aren't even advertising because they're not working with it. So I think in the original part of this whole ordinance, we all came together and kind of didn't want to step on people's toes, and I think we've gotten into this. It's like the world of our politics, like we're Republicans and Democrats. We're all just Trinity County residents, people. I mean, right now, we're into this opt-out thing, and unfortunately, we're cool with it, but it's just not timed right, because no one's going to go do what they think is going to happen right this second, because we all know this. This is the truth. You guys need to, I don't know who's in charge exactly of making the decisions, but there's some things that really need to get done first here right now. And opt-outs really are at the end of it, because it's really not going to be effective. They're very worried, I get it. They need some security on this understanding. But we're just fighting here now, and we got to quit doing this. We really do. It's very immature on all of our parts. We got to come up with solutions, and the solution is to be honest with them. Nobody's moving to their area, and you guys will protect them, and nobody can. Just shut it down. And then seriously pay attention to what needs to happen here and get these licenses issued to the farmers. It's just, we're fighting for something that's not even worth fighting for on this one, you guys. So I came back here, I didn't really want to, I have some important things to do, but I think these people are really worried someone's gonna move next to them and grow weed, and nobody's moving next to anybody now and growing weed. You can't even sell the farm you have. It would be more advantageous to buy a farm that was set up than to go in and try and build one out. I have a big decision if I even want to do that, it is going to come up to me. I don't think it's financially viable with our industry right now. We're in a really tricky spot right now. And to sit here and fight amongst all of us Trinity County residents over something that doesn't matter, it's not really responsible on any of our part. I'm just being honest, you guys. I mean, I don't know how you pacify it, but you really got to put it in for this one. This one just is really not good, really, seriously. This is not smart.
Thank you.
May I just say two things? This is Joan from Weaverville, Rush Creek area. So this has been over a 3-year process. Our group alone, in the Rush Creek group, 72% of the homeowners, the property owners, want the opt-out. And I'm not sure, but I know that there's a majority in the Lewiston group as well. So thank you.
Thank you.
I still have no new chats and no raised hands.
All right, with that, we will close public comment and bring back the board. And Supervisor Gogan is requesting a short recess, so we will come back at 3:15.
Somebody actually has been seeing smoking cigarettes without this. No filter, and there's like 5 microphones.
And if you click, I will tell you.
You know where I live.
I'll find you. Have you ever seen all that code that's got everybody's name on it? I will track you down. And I won't even say that. I'll send all the things to your house.
Do they babysit?
Yeah, actually. My kids
Do they clean?
No, they do not do that. They make members. Big one.
They can't be worse than what Mike Green invited to.
I don't know, because 13, 14, 15-year-olds are bigger.
Yeah, they just make a different kind of mess.
It's like, well, it's still the clothes all over the place. It's just 14 sizes.
See, for me, it's the toys.
Oh, yeah.
Right now, it's the toys that are here.
I don't have toys. It's like I walk into my house and why are there 3 shotguns on my table? Put them away.
That's a damn problem. Storage or for fire? He's got Barbie dolls.
Barbie dolls and LOLs.
Oh, is that a thing? I missed that.
It is a thing.
I missed
You're
that.
lucky.
I saw the flat right when Maddie was too old, so.
I would take Barbie dolls over LOLs anytime because they are so. They're just little tiny dolls, but they come with so much trash.
Yeah, I know. Ridiculous.
I would freeze into this a little bit ago. I don't know how to work this stuff.
What's wrong?
Turn the temperature down.
So it's just really steady.
Turn it down to like 30 below. Maybe we'll get out here quicker.
We used to, on purpose, when I was on the water board, we would turn it down really low so we could stay awake.
Look who has
Can't be too low because I will freeze.
No, my back's.
Fan is good because then it moves the air. I got it.
If I had a pull-up, I guess if I hung by my feet.
Pretty good.
I need a bat cage.
Because you can keep running on this. Jen is over.
Generally have a chiropractor.
Specializes in chainsaw clearing.
I thought they'd be lovely.
No, I'm good.
Oh, good. Whoa.
No, if I just pounded down the sugar and that's really good. Yeah, no, I'll be fine. I worked on eat breakfast, go for hours.
JB, John, any more of those?
You got 2 minutes, Liam.
Why be in meetings that?
No, I don't think so. I got places to go. I got T-ball practice starts at 5. It's supposed to be, but
At least it's not in Fortuna.
that is very true.
Seriously, baseball, that's the last year I did Little League. It cost me $4,000.
No, yes.
And 2 kids on one team, 2 kids on the other team.
Oh, no.
There was times when it was divide and conquer. My wife and I were both in town on the same day. I have 2 rigs, 4 toilets, like 3 times a week.
I'm not looking forward to with my girls are.
Well, at least like you don't have to drive 60-something miles away to go to a baseball game.
No, that's true. Ours at the moment are Lewiston, Weaverville, and then we do have.
Excuse me?
No. I'm going back on Saturday. Mics are going live again. Mics are live.
Oh, look at Miss Healthy over here. That's fine. Is it a measure 2.5 hours? 2.5 hours.
Yes.
I don't.
We're gonna go live on
That's what. Power man. Once you start, you don't stop. He does that at home and all his kids do. Whatever.
No, do it good. All right, so we're back. We've closed public comment and I have lost my agenda and, all right, so back to the board. Would anyone care to start this out?
Yeah, so I have a little problem. I'd like to discuss changes and things, but we would have to put a motion on the table to pass it.
One more time, Pete.
I'm looking at council.
Yeah, so under Rosenberg's, in order to have substantive conversation, there should be a motion on the table. If you would like to have some brief conversation or brief discussion before a motion is made, as long as the chair doesn't object to that, you can move forward that under Rosenberg's.
I have a question for council. Is there a possibility that we can dissect or even, can we talk about, so we have 2 things right now. We've got a resolution to formalize those opt-outs, and we've got the ordinance to establish how we would do new opt-outs in the future. Can we put it in 3 parts? Can we take the opt-outs and talk about Rush Creek and separate that, and then talk about Lewiston and separate that, and then talk about how we would do a future thing if we did? Do we have to do it all as one big?
It's the board's pleasure how you take it. The direction we were given as staff is to do it all at one, but if you'd like to divide it up and the majority of the board agrees with you, we can work on that as well.
But it seems to me like there's some unique things, and there's also some, I guess we still have to put motion on it for me to get technical. Well,
Any other technical questions over there?
I have technical questions, but it's about the content of the.
Well, I guess I'll make a motion to adopt, so we can, for discussion.
Second.
All right, so we have a motion and a second. We have further discussion.
Well, I'm curious, what is and like what Supervisor Cox said, there's a lot of issues, and some of them are specific to the subtopic of the location or the broad overlay itself. And I guess my concern right now, there's a few, but where's the data for justifying the exclusionary overlay zone? Comparison, the EIR for cannabis is based on acquired data. And then what's the data that is based on the exclusionary zones outside of Brush Creek and Lewiston? And I don't know who I'm really directing the question to.
Well, I don't know if this will answer your question or not, but the zone, the overlay zone that is before you would only encompass properties that this board has already excluded cannabis in. So the data is the boundaries of the actions for the opt-out areas that are currently in your code.
So was it necessary then? I thought it was that way too. Like when I read everything, I thought that you had taken the Rush Creek opt-out area, the Lewiston expansion area, and all of the original opt-out areas. And then this was more of a land use treatment question, like how are we going to define all that? So you create sort of this overlay that then says, okay, everything beneath this it becomes it. So it was more like, how do we go back in time and do what we would have done right side up originally, but didn't?
That's correct.
Can we go back a minute though, but when did the board, and maybe I'm unaware when the board approved that or voted on it, or?
Well, that would have been when the board in the original ordinance created the opt-out areas in the original ordinance, and then we as a board have adopted the Lewiston, Grass Valley Creek, Rush Creek. We adopted those urgency ordinances. That's when the board.
What about the Ruth Lake and Bucktail?
Well, the Ruth Lake's original. And
That's the original cannabis.
Bucktail is all
from 2017 or?
Correct, yes.
So predating me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. That's why
That's in the original cannabis ordinance.
So is the confusion a little bit in that those original areas were done, obviously, before we had an EIR. And so now we have people who are seemingly looking at it retrospectively saying, well, wait a second, you're creating this, but we already have an EIR. Well, no, we already created it and then we had an EIR. Now we just have to figure out how we're going to talk about it. Would that be a...
So your EIR, I think, creates the context for licensing and CUPs for the various cannabis land use types that you allow. This action before you is to create a zoning tool, a land use tool, to simply denote where you have excluded those land uses from occurring. So it takes the existing areas that we were just talking about, the 7 or 8 from it originally, the Weaverville Historic area, all those. It adds the Rush Creek to it because Rush Creek is an urgency ordinance, but it has been adopted by your board. And it adds the Lewiston expansion. So it simply denotes geographically where those actions are that you have already taken, where they exist. And it overlays that on top of the zoning so that you can track that and know where that is, so that when people purchase property, that shows as an overlay zone on their property. It's a tool, it's a planning tool. You do not need to take that action if that is not what your board is looking for. That would be a typical way, though, to package that type of land use, and doing it at the same time that you were wishing to make the Rush Creek area and the Lewiston area permanent makes sense from a technical or a practical point of view.
Okay, that answers that. I'm wondering, if you look at the Rush Creek section 2, items 8, 9, and 10, they correspond to the Lewiston expansion, section 3, items 7, 8, and 9. And so, relative to one another, they talk about existing licenses allowed to continue, existing licenses allowed to modify, but then with the additional language that says stacking isn't allowed, and then existing licenses allowed to transfer. And it seems like there's a little bit of question to me on some of that language in there, but I wonder about just using our ordinance 17.33.020 that talks about non-conforming land use. And it seems like if we just utilize that, it would encompass all of that, clean up the language, simplify it, and create continuity.
So internally, we did talk a lot about the non-conforming land use aspect of your ordinance. That's a common tool. And I'm going to have to probably get county council to help me with this, but my understanding is that there's been a determination in the case of Trinity that that does not apply to cannabis, and I'm not up to speed enough to be able to explain why.
I'll have to think about that because I'm not up to speed on that analysis as well. I don't think that came from me, so that might have come from our seeking council, so let me double check.
Okay, thank you.
So you're looking at the zoning ordinance?
Yeah. Right? 17.33020, that's in the zoning code, correct? So yeah, how do we get an answer on that? Because this is the land use that doesn't conform to the original land use because we're changing that land use, so then.
It is a different way, and another way of allowing for exceptions. The way it's written up here works as well. I think we could come back and do the research. I don't know how easy it would be to get that research right now.
My goal in that was to clean up the confusion and maybe some frustration that exists in the language where we talk about what's acting, what's in good standing.
Sure.
If it doesn't conform to what that original land use was and we have the new one, now you're operating under our cannabis ordinance, and if you don't do that properly, well then your land use reverts back to what it would have been had you not been doing that activity. Do I understand correctly?
Are you, I want to make sure I understand your question. So are you asking that question in the context of a non-conforming land use, or are you asking that question in the context of what's written here?
I'm trying to merge the two and see if I'm doing it right. If that would take care of, if this would be a way to simplify it.
Yeah, I don't know that I can answer that question on the fly this evening.
The issue I would have with just saying non-conforming land use is because we have some non-conforming land use that is not licensed cannabis cultivation. It's illegal, but it's still a non-conforming use. So I think that's where we get into this, trying to define who gets to be non-conforming use. If we don't want to.
You can discuss illegal. We're not talking about anything illegal.
Except if you're allowing non-conforming use, blanket non-conforming use, illegal cultivation would be a non-conforming use, and they would be able to get a license and continue that non-conforming use.
That wouldn't.
So
would it be all right for me to respond?
Yeah.
So the concept of non-conforming use as a planning concept only applies to illegal use. So it has to be legally non-conforming, meaning that at the time that the land use was established, it was legally established and it met all of the requirements at that time. That's not an uncommon concept in planning because planning evolves. Zoning changes over time. The community's general plan changes over time. Feelings about appropriate or inappropriate land uses change over time. So the concept of a non-conforming use is to recognize that a use legally created at one time is going to be allowed to continue. That is a policy and land use choice. It's not a requirement. So that would be up to the will of the board to apply that.
The question becomes, you still have to draw the line of what we mean by the use, even if it's grandfathered or non-conforming. So you still have to pick a date, or you could say that they were 100% legal, which we have 6, or you could say they were trying to become legal, so you still have to pick that date somehow in either one, which to me is the bigger question.
Okay. So, okay, and in my mind, as I read all of this, in my head, I'm picking November 30th of 2017. Does anybody have a reason to pick a different date?
Yeah, because they were all different. The original ones, and we'll just talk about the original ones.
Okay.
That's where that is. So each one, we were very generous in the beginning for people trying to get people in, that you had this time to get in. And a large majority of people chose not to because they didn't believe we were serious, and we were serious. As this time has gone on, we've tightened that up to where the Grass Valley Creek, it was like, you must have a license by this date. Yeah, it's the original ordinance.
I could summarize those dates if that would be helpful.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't
No,
hear
that's
you.
okay. It was really quiet.
All right.
So the exceptions, as I wrote them down, just so I can understand how the dates worked. If you're in a timber production zone, the date was August 1st, 2016. If you were cultivating in the Weaver Community Services District, the date was December 31st, 2016. If you were in the Lewiston Community Services District, that date was January 15th, 2017. If you were in the Coffee Creek Volunteer Fire District, that date was November 30th, 2017. And if you were in the Trinity Center Community Services District, it was also November 30th, 2017. There was also a slight difference in the wording. For the TPZs, you had to have completed the enrollment. For all of the others, it simply said if you had submitted an application for enrollment.
So the question is, if we follow that same model, you would still have to pick it for the two new zones, or which I do have a problem with here because we don't refer to that, unless I'm wrong. So are we referring to what we did in the urgency ordinance? So I don't believe either one had a date. I could be wrong there. I know one didn't have a date.
I don't believe either of them did.
Okay.
And I think the way it's in the proposed ordinance, and give me a moment to confirm this. So the implication when you're not specific is that it refers back to whatever is in the main body of the law. So I think we just applied those same dates. But give me 1 second to just double check that.
Yeah, so let's be specific, please, in everything we do, because we run into a lot of troubles. Because basically we have hundreds and hundreds of lawyers that now work in the cannabis world. And I mean, not us kind of lawyers. So I think we need to spell things out.
I have a general question. Appropriate time to share that. So, assuming the overlays pass or there's opt-outs, can people still grow 6 personal cannabis or marijuana plants?
That is correct.
So, if it's actually 5,000 parcels, that's 30,000 plants.
That is correct.
That's one of our next deals we have to deal with is our personal growers.
Well, I mean, it's just, I don't know what the right word is for it. It's like what's really getting stopped, you know? Because anyone knows 6 large plants produces just as much smell almost as a 10,000 square foot grow. It can be argued. And so, is odor still going to become an issue? And if so, what is the process of future odor complaints? Is odor going to remain an issue for code enforcement, even if it's legally allowed for residential use, or as insinuated, is this something the board's going to look at and try to assess?
Well, in our, I guess it was medical ordinance that goes way back into my Wayback Machine, that's still on the books, is we mitigated that by the size of the parcel. And as far as I understand, that law is still valid, even though parts of it are challengeable. If that's a concern when we come, we can say indoor only. We have the right to say indoor only. That's, if you're making the case that 30,000 plants are going to destroy a bunch of neighborhoods.
I'm just trying to find a clear black and white boundary of where it makes sense, actually, because if everything is going to be indoors and then there's going to be no odor and no light, then aren't the issues at hand being mitigated and addressed as far as especially the grows that are currently in the opt-out areas?
Your
It's
question
cannabis,
assumes
there
that,
is no black and white.
your question assumes though that the 5,300 and some odd parcels would all wish to grow 6 plants. But we're looking at areas that have specifically said we in our community don't prefer that. So to assume that they'll all grow 6 plants probably isn't going to happen.
But plus their argument in this has been no commercial cannabis.
I mean, I was in Lewiston at the Deputy Sheriff's Association event last week, and late at night, a local Lewiston was there and said, I'm all about the opt-out, and I'm all about growing 6 plants and letting everyone grow 6 plants, and everyone should grow 6 plants. And so I just want to make sure also that the public and the residents in the neighborhoods are aware that this isn't going to get rid of odor. There's still going to be remaining issues that are going to be left unresolved until another policy is formed.
So Heidi, in your format here, I'm not a big fan of this resolution, and it's maybe different because it's not the way we do things. So it seems to me a lot of the teeth for the ordinance comes from the resolution. And so your definition of what good standing is in the resolution, but not in the ordinance.
They're two different things. The resolution is forward-looking, so the resolution applies to future and future amended opt-outs. It is not backward-looking. And it's a set of guidelines. It says you must consider it. So it's to provide policy guidance from the board to itself.
So I'm sorry.
It's okay.
So, but really the resolution has no teeth then? It's just,
well, it has teeth in the sense.
It's a guideline for employees.
That is
to
true.
look at.
That is true. Think of it like design guidelines.
Yeah.
It creates a policy document, if you will, that establishes what you're going to consider as you look at future things, whatever those things are. In this case, the thing is an opt-out area. It's separate and distinct from the ordinance. So the ordinance is regulating what's on the ground now. So all of these properties that we're talking about are already in an opt-out area of one form or another, and they all already have different land uses that are explicitly prohibited in them. And then they also, in some cases, are subject to various buffers that you've identified. And all those things overlay, and you have to understand how all those things apply to a property under your ordinance in order to understand if the particular use can really happen. So if it's prohibited outright, it can't happen. It may be an allowed use though, but still you can't do it because the buffers would preclude you from doing it. So you have to look at each individual property the way the commercial ordinance is currently set up.
So my heartburn comes is when the ordinance doesn't have the definition for good standing or footprint or
Well, it
active.
certainly should. So let me just take a quick
Well,
look
maybe
at that. But that is something that we could remedy if that's the case. That wasn't the intention. So I'm in the Am I in the ordinance? I'm in the ordinance, and I'm in section 3, which is on, I'm in section 3 on page 3, item 8. That's Lewiston expansion. Okay, those are the findings. For the ordinance itself. It is showing up in the findings, but without being able to search it on my computer, I'm not seeing it in the changes to the ordinance. So that's
Under
something
A,
we
you
can fix.
say active shall include any operator actively seeking a license from the state or the county. I think we really need to tighten what that definition is, what actively seeking means.
Sure.
In good standing shall an operator meet the circumstances described in these 2 sections, but those 2 sections, I don't believe cover Lewiston, the Lewiston expansion or Rush Creek. Those cover the other ones. Unless I'm wrong. But in the resolution, you get into a little more of the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The 5th whereas is a little more, but still seems to me lacking.
Was active put in there because of where we are in our program right now, where all of these things are, you know, in Director Connell's hands, and we're trying to get through our CEQA compliance and all that. That's what actively seeking means, and it's why it's in here.
That's correct.
Okay, so I think
the
that's
planning
where
commission wanted the language, so that's one of the reasons we brought it forward, and then we double checked it with the staff to make sure it was consistent with how those terms were being used in the program, and I don't know if Sean wants to add to that.
I don't have anything to add, but yes, that is correct. It's because we're in this limbo stage of having qualified applicants who are working through the process, but we don't have active issued licenses. That's where this actively seeking really comes to, is to cover the stuff.
So can we just tighten that up with the extra language that he's giving to us? I think that would ease some
I'm going to
concern.
look at council a little bit here, because my idea on tightening up that language is we know who these licensees are. Can we just put APN numbers on that? Or is that somehow, I mean,
I don't think we do know.
because we know who, we know for the majority at least of the, or do we tie it to the Appendix C, something?
So I can answer the question from a legal perspective, which is yes, if we know the specific parcels, we can identify them. That doesn't replace the actively seeking, or, because that language is where we're going to have some gray area and likely not know all of them at this time. But I turn to planning staff to see if they have a rough idea or of who this would qualify, but I do agree with Supervisor Groves, we may miss a couple, and I would be concerned about doing that.
So I had somebody contact me and say, well, I've had a water board license. I've never done anything with it, but I keep paying it, so I'm actively seeking. Well, so he's shaking his head yes, you're shaking your head no.
I didn't shake my head. I wasn't shaking.
No, it was Liam. No, maybe he was just understanding what I said.
Email, and I tend to agree with that.
And so that's the problem. I mean, that's the definition that everybody's going to say, what does that mean?
Yeah.
So, just for sake of not muddying the waters a whole bunch more, because they seem to be pretty muddy as they are. And we do have this FPP saying at hand. None of us know here right now whether the two people in question from the Planning Commission, not Keith or Jill, who have recused themselves. Would it just be best to send this kind of muddied resolution back to the Planning Commission and get it straightened out? There's no, to me, there's no urgency in this. And we have a planning director who, you know, has something else that's very urgent on his desk, and that's, you know, getting licenses out. My thinking was to take the most urgent issue in the county and then do that. And then do
Do you want to put that in the form of a motion?
Yes.
Council? So if there's a motion on the table, somebody's making an entirely different motion,
It's a subsequent motion.
then we have to wait until everything's finished discussing.
Correct, we'd still continue discussion unless there's a call.
Okay, all right. I learn something new every day.
So was my initial motion recorded?
You get restated.
Okay. So as to not muddy the waters anymore, because they seem to be, and with the FPPC results not being back for the Planning Commission, the 2 people from the Planning Commission, which would change the vote from a 3-2 one way to a 2-1 to the other, I would like to see this go back to the Planning Commission for that reason. I think that there's more urgent things to do in the planning department, the cannabis planning department, than do this. And, you know, we said it earlier, and I think that Sean said it earlier, you know, let's get it right. And we, you know, we're sitting here today and we don't have it right. We have people look over our shoulder every minute of every day that want to sue us for everything. And without getting it right.
Slow you down.
Motion
That is a long motion.
What I'm getting out of that is we're sending it back to the planning.
Yeah, I was going to say, can we simplify your motion to move to send this back to the planning commission? All right, now.
You have a second.
Okay, we got a motion and a second. Now you can go into your further discussion.
I already did it.
Okay.
All right, so with that, I just want to talk about the footprint and the meaning of footprint. So we have the discussion, in here we say that you can't change your footprint or you can't move around. So if your garden was like this big and you want to now say, you know what, I want to make it long and skinny. Well, I think the definition of footprint is the original footprint. But what would be wrong with them changing on that property? So we're not allowing to change in the cultivation footprint. So if somebody wanted to move a shed from one side to the other or things like that, which don't substantially change the project, I don't see the issue in allowing that, unless I'm misunderstanding what that is.
I think that's right. Can you tell me what section you're looking at, just so I can make sure I'm tracking with you, sir?
Well, we have that in it's the 5th whereas we talk about footprint. Where else do we talk about footprint? 3B, expansion of the cultivation footprint shall not be allowed. Now, and C, if it does not change the intensity or cultivation footprint. I understand we're not looking to do the intensity, but we are.
Sorry, I was in the ordinance. I'm with you now.
Waters are muddy now.
So I think what I'm hearing you say is that in the resolution, which contains the guidelines, you would like some work done, section 3E, which talks about footprint. And I believe what you're saying for the cultivation footprint is that if it stays the same area, but it's a different shape, that should be allowed? Was that the point you were making?
Yeah, to me, if you have something you substantially are not changing the project by moving a shed or that's in here.
Supervisor, if I may, through the chair, Director Connell, if you flip the page back to B in the beginning, expansion of the existing operations in opt-out areas shall only be allowed when it becomes demonstrated to the satisfaction of the county. There would be no or minimal physical impact from the expansion. Expansion of the cultivation footprint shall not be allowed. So as long, in your representation that we would be going from a rectangle shape to maybe a thinner, smaller, I don't think that we would be looking at a higher level of impact for the physical, and that would be allowed. I think what this is to address is that if you're under a 2,500 square foot permit, expansion to 5,000 square foot would be excluded.
So can we just define footprint better? Where?
And also on that point, it feels like this is just going to create a lot of controversy. Like, what's the due process of deciding what no or minimal is? It's not quantifiable. That's just going to be a lot of more of the planning commission sitting here doing this and the board sitting here doing this on a project by project basis. So I feel like it should be clarified exactly what we're talking about. Like none, or if it's some, how much is some? And when it's, the satisfaction of the county, well, if you're still here, if you go through this for a while and you're still here, we come to learn what our cannabis director considers okay, but what about the day you leave and we have somebody different and they've got a different perspective?
So many layers.
Right?
I have a question, County Council. When do the opt-outs expire? Like, when do they have to be renewed or extended or finalized?
I'm gonna double, I think it's July, but let me double check. When is our first opt-out expire?
Rush Creek is the first one, I believe.
Yeah, we have to be passed by this board by
July 7th, I believe.
That's my recollection.
June 7th.
It'd have to be second reading on June 7th, correct?
So in theory, there is time where it can be revisited. Like if it were to go back to the planning commission, there would still be time for it to go to the planning commission and come back to the board, or no?
I don't believe so with noticing, so I think we would miss that cutoff.
So Rush Creek is July 7th, and the Lewiston opt-out is July 30th, although Lewiston does have the option of one additional urgency extension. Rush Creek does not.
I'd like to.
So do we get it all in with noticing for those due dates?
Not for the Rush Creek. We would not be able to get that in.
That would have to be passed by this board on this June 7th, 30 days before.
Well, I have a second subsequent motion. Jared, may I? I would move to approve the Lewiston and Rush Creek opt-outs with the recommended changes from the Planning Commission and with the clarifications that are proposed within the staff report, but to hold off on the overlay and send that back to the commission and have that come back at another time.
So Supervisor Brown, so I can clarify, basically you're approving 1, 3, and 4 of the items presented before you? Is that your motion?
Not to overlay.
To do number 2, which is the guidelines, but to do the ordinance as it's presented, which establishes.
Well, with the modifications that are discussed.
No, you can't do a 1, 3, and 4, Susie, because the resolution and ordinance are both in one.
No, they're not.
There they are.
Yeah, they are. No, it's not. That's fine.
That's just finding that they meet with the EIR. That's not adopting them.
Would it be acceptable for me to make a comment? Do I need to
Wait,
wait?
we have a motion.
We have a motion,
Yeah,
we don't have a second.
But also, I think we might need some clarification on that motion. So would you mind withdrawing the motion while we clarify and then reserve the right to bring it back?
Yep.
So what I was going to say in reference to the motion and the question by Ms. Hawkins is it would involve a portion of 3 and potentially 4, which is why it's a little bit tricky. So in the ordinance right now, it creates the new cannabis exclusion overlay zone, and it pulls Rush Creek and Lewiston into the ordinance as permanent. And I believe what you're proposing is to not do the cannabis exclusion overlay, if I'm understanding it correct, but to do the adoption permanently of Rush Creek and Lewiston. So that's like a portion of item number 3.
So, can they make those substantial changes to that ordinance?
Yes, it's the first reading, so that can be done.
So should I restate the motion?
Yes, please.
Okay. So I would move to approve the Rush Creek and the Lewiston opt-outs with the recommended changes within the staff report. And some of those changes, I'll note, require discussion, so they're not set in stone. But to return the overlay back to the Planning Commission for consideration at a later time.
I'll second.
Okay, we have another motion and another second, and I'm sure we have further discussion.
So, my comments on the good standing and grandfathering and all that still remain in this motion. My comments would still be valid for this motion because since we did these as 2 separate things, they still need to be put in here. Otherwise, we have no timing or dates. No meaning of the people coming in. I'm rambling. I'm sounding like an ordinance now. Can we go back to resolution number 8? Well, that would be pulled out, okay? Would number 8 be pulled out of the resolution, which is the establish of the new amended opt-out?
Yes.
Okay, so I don't have to worry about that.
My understanding of the second subsequent motion by Supervisor Brown is that it does not take any action on the resolution. It's not clear to me if the board intends any action on the resolution as part of that motion, but the motion speaks only to the ordinance.
Correct.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you.
But there's going to have to be, we're going to have to go through here and make sure things that are in the resolution that are meant to be in the ordinance are in.
Well, kind of my understanding was the ordinance was supposed to stand alone originally.
I understand
So we need to make those changes if there's something you think that needs to be in the ordinance, we need to get it into the ordinance anyway so that it doesn't depend on something else.
And that was your intent, correct?
My intent is to, let these neighborhoods accomplish their goal. There's some gray area with the grandfathering and the existing and the definition, so working that out so they can be done. And also so we can pause and validate the concerns that everyone spoke out on the broader opt-outs expanding. There's no rush for it. The industry is mostly, not favorable to join. So I think there's, like how long did the staff report take? Sometimes people don't understand how much time goes into a staff report behind the scenes. And I feel like there's definitely better staff hours that can be put towards other things than the overlay stuff.
Well, so that answer to that question, Heidi's time was spent on that, not Sean's as much. So that's why we hired Heidi, is to do these things that aren't really Sean's job. So I do understand where you're coming from. I think I'm starting to sound like an ordinance myself. So we need to, my question is, how are we going to capture all these changes?
I was going to say, I'm going to need some clarification before we vote on it. If you wouldn't mind, the ordinance is not that long. If you wouldn't mind going through it with me, and we can make sure that the paragraphs we want to remain, and the paragraphs we want gone are gone. And so we can have some clarification. The other thing is, I did hear Supervisor Groves ask for 2 additional definitions to be placed in, but I did not hear the maker of the motion or the seconder if you agreed to that.
I heard actually
4, okay.
If you could restate them, or if they could be restated, and then I'll...
Okay, which would you like to do first?
The definition of active, the definition of good standing, You have the other two.
Footprint,
Footprint.
and I'm not sure I fully captured it, but the reference, sir, to the exceptions that were in the original ordinance, you wanted that
Yeah.
worded a little differently, I believe.
So, under number 7, it says, shall include operator meeting circumstances described in the section. Well, this section does not explain in the original ordinance what these two, Rush Creek and Lewiston. So we have to come up with
A date?
well, a date or as what they already were. So what was the, I know the Grass Valley had to have a license on the date of the opt-out, of the urgency. And I don't know what Rush Creek was.
I don't recall that I have them here.
So we have to define that, otherwise good standing, there's no definition for good standing in these two opt-outs.
So for Rush Creek, I believe it was silent. It was silent on any sort of grandfathering or exceptions. For Lewiston, let's see, for Lewiston it says, current commercial cannabis cultivation licensees within the Lewiston opt-out extension area, well, this is speaking to transfer, can transfer their licenses to properties outside of the opt-out extension area or to a new owner of their legally licensed property. I'm not seeing language though about basically the water board permits.
Well, we didn't tie it to a water board, but
Okay.
we tied it somehow to something.
Well, I'm not seeing it, but I'm happy to let the supervisor look.
Mr. Chair, can we call an expert witness to discuss? Well, I believe we have one of the opt-out peoples for both Rush Creek or... Well, no, Mr. Chair hasn't said that yet.
I'm okay if they can just give us a date without any,
Yeah, I don't think there was a date involved. All I know about our opt-out was the no transfer clause. So if anybody that had a license, a current license,
at the time.
that they weren't allowed to, and that I know that language is gone now, but that was what I remember as being the qualifier. If they had a license, that they were operating.
So what we need to determine is what date those ordinances took effect, because that was what we went off as the...
We still have the Grass Valley, they were different.
Yeah, ours is different. We actually received clarification on the July 30th board meeting from Margaret Long on they had to have the license in hand to be grandfathered in to the Grass Creek.
And that was at the date that ordinance took effect. So that's what we're gonna have to put in here is the date that each of those ordinances took effect. You had to be a licensed cultivator in order to meet that grandfathering requirement. Okay, now.
Does that mean that your license had been approved, or does that mean your license has to be approved, signed, and picked up?
That meant that at that point in time, I think that meant that would have meant that you had, and what do we not call those licenses anymore? It would have still been a provisional license. So
It would have been a signed license in hand, the date of that signed license.
And I don't know of any pending issue where there's, I'm just imagining.
So
I'll look for some clarity.
Just a second, real quick. Now, do we still need our Jeremy and Jill to accept Keith's proposed changes to their motion?
Yes, so that there'd be three additional modifications and then the inclusion of the dates, which is not a definition. So it'd be the definition of active, definition of good standing, definition of footprint, which are in the resolution, would be brought over and clarified as part of the ordinance. And it would also include the date being the date that the original opt-outs were granted.
Which I believe I could read to you right now.
Okay.
So for Lewiston, I believe it was June 15th, 2021. And for Rush Creek, I'm sorry, I reversed those. No, that's right. For Lewiston, June 15th, 2021. For Rush Creek, August 18th, 2020. Does that sound right? No, they're both 2021. No, that's right. August 18th, 2020 for Rush Creek. June 15th, 2021 for Lewiston.
So would the maker of the motion accept those revisions?
Sure.
Second? Yes. Thank you. And Susie is going to put the ordinance up on the big screen. Can you guys, you can't see it on your...
Yeah, we can.
Oh, you can?
We can
Okay,
see the big
good.
screen on every little screen.
So if you would indulge me, just to make sure we have a clean motion, if you would indulge me to go through it and just confirm the sections, the modifications you want. There are a significant amount of reference to overlay zoning districts. Can we globally look at those, extending them from exclusion overlay zone districts to opt-out? I think that's kind of a global change that we'll want to make throughout, but I just want to make it clear that that's what the intent of doing. Under 1, again, the purpose of this ordinance is to create opt-outs and allow the application in Rush Creek and Lewiston, correct? So there's no additional areas we're discussing. Okay. Then for section 2, finding for Rush Creek Estate cannabis opt-out as opposed to exclusion overlay district in the title. There is also reference in the first paragraph to overlay district, and we'll refer that as opt-out. I believe, again, I'm going to go through this quickly, so stop me if you think I'm missing it. Section 1, Section 2, Section 3.
Right. Just a second, in section 1, we still need to get rid of the application countywide. And that would be Lewiston and Rush, Casper, Holliday Creek, or Lewiston expansion, whatever.
Correct. Rush Creek's estate and Lewiston expansion.
Right.
Okay, I apologize for going fast, I'll slow down. Any corrections to section 1? Section 2.
Margaret, do you want to just type over here? That's faster. That might make it faster. Because then you know where you are. No, you're fine.
No, you're fine. I'd probably do that for a moment. I don't see any corrections to section 3.
So we're using the word grandfather in section 2, and where does that get defined?
Good,
Defined by the
good
date
point.
of the word.
Section 2 will become section 3, and section 2 will be definitions, and that is where the definitions will go.
Okay.
Well, you just don't spell sections like I do.
I was just going to say that looks like
Her computer's keyboard is a lot smaller than mine. So you're fine. We'll put the 3 definitions under here.
Wow.
I might have to have. I'm so.
Poor Margaret, no pressure.
It's not the her keys are way smaller than mine are. I can spell definition. Don't worry.
Oh
my gosh, it's not. I forget it. I can't get your thing to work.
Right click.
You want me to do it?
I might need someone to do it. There you go.
There you go.
Okay, we'll back to section 1, section 2, section 3, section 4, we're up to.
Step on 3 first.
Okay, stepping on 3.
Yeah, that's okay.
Section 4, and Heidi, jump in if you see anything as well.
I'm scrolling through.
Maybe change the word exclusion, or does it not matter?
Whether it's
Support opt-out, or is it exclusion, or prohibited?
We do call them exclusion areas above as well. So Rush Creek exclusion is also, so it's opt-out and exclusion are interchangeable.
And then dabbling back to my earlier comment about the personal cultivation allowance, it just says new cannabis cultivation activities. Is that gonna?
This is commercial cannabis ordinance though.
Okay.
Correct.
Which one are we on now?
We're on 4. And then next 5.
The exclusion overlays.
Oh, there's an
Section 5,
overlay.
it does.
And then overlay.
And it's up to,
And 6.
Are we calling them exclusion opt-outs or just exclusion?
just call them opt-outs.
Opt-out.
Or exclusion, whatever.
No, it's opt-outs.
I think opt-outs is the language that we've used elsewhere.
Okay, we're moving down to 6. 7.
So are we pulling those out and putting the definitions in section 2, or are we leaving them in there and doubling up with them also in section 2?
No, we will move, we will pull them out. Well, no, they're not defined here, this is just examples, but we'll have those up on the top area.
Okay.
So we're at 7 now?
We are at 7.
Overlay? First sentence.
Opt-out area.
Wow, this is gonna be tough now.
You don't know what I did.
Awesome.
On 7, there's an overlay.
Good standing, we have a,
So active and good standing would move to the definition?
Correct.
And footprint also, right?
Correct. Are we going to remove them from this section? Because this is not, this is not the definition, this is just what it includes.
So it can stay here.
Correct, but we do need to define it above.
Let's work through it and then define it.
No, that looks like a wrong definition.
So let's move it.
Yeah.
Well, wait a minute, you still leave active and you still leave good standing, you're just aren't defining it.
Well,
But
they
she'll
would
define
define
it in section
above.
2.
No, I know,
No,
but
but
you
it's
still
a
need to
section.
leave the word.
It says compliant
She did.
and active in there.
They do.
That shall,
It's just removing
All
like
right.
the partial.
we're good.
This is what I get when I.
Everyone's getting food hungry, watch out.
Okay, section 9,
how about 8?
section 8, okay.
Has the word overlay again.
Yeah.
The second
overlays in
location.
there. And do we need to have a description of intensity, increase of intensity? Which I'm not sure what intensity or cultivation footprint is. Is that a square footage?
Footprint, and the footprint question is supposed to be answered with definitions.
Correct.
Sean,
Yeah, he gave a.
you gave us a definition of
He
that.
gave us a brief definition of that. He says if you want to make it round, it can be long now.
But we didn't describe, Director Connell, we started this discussion, satisfaction of the county.
So do you have to shut it down?
Can we find a way to quantify that? When it can be satisfied, demonstrated to the satisfaction of the candidate, there will be no or minimal physical impact from the expansion. Can you just leave it no, because minimal is the
Well,
one that.
I'm thinking my reading of this is expansion of operations, so it's not like they're not allowed to make their footprint bigger, so, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, but that to me would be where some of this language was talking about allowing micro business. So like if you had a cultivation license, you could expand to a micro business as long as you could identify that you weren't going to have adverse impact. So I don't, am I wrong there, or?
If I may, through the chair, Director Connell, so intensity would be more of an intense use. So if your current application and your current operation consisted of cultivation and cultivation only, And then we were starting to apply new intensities on top of that, i.e. microbusiness, manufacturing, nursery operations, things of that nature. They would need to definitively prove that there would be no impact on the neighborhoods or the opt-out areas in which they would exist. And then to answer Supervisor Cox's question at the same time, while I don't necessarily want to commit to a hard line, this is what we as the county would need to see in order to verify no substantial impact. In my brain, my natural inclination is that that is what our EIR and our Appendix C documents are for, is to outline what those uses are and how they happen on those individual properties and how they may be married to our mitigation measures and our environmental document that's been adopted. And that's what we would need in order to substantially prove that there would be no impact.
So, Board, may I just quickly figure out, is the intent to not allow different license types? Because I think intensity is a pretty broad word, and without a definition, I can understand the struggle with that. So you could change it to it does not increase the type of license or cultivation footprint, or you could just take out intensity and have that definition under cultivation footprint.
That'd certainly be a lot clearer.
Mm-hmm. The first thing.
Because intensity.
License types?
Yeah.
Yeah, that could be, I think you're right, license type would be fine.
I need one more, okay?
So that would not allow a micro business, for example.
And without
Unless it's,
proper approval, however it's stated in there.
so if it's vetted through CEQA, someone can.
As long as they don't change the size.
No, this would not. This would preclude it entirely.
Okay.
We don't want to do that.
Okay. Well,
I mean, and I'll use an example. Let's say someone's cultivating, and then, they know they're still pissing off their neighbors, even though they have this. Maybe they decided, oh, maybe we can just sell nursery plants, and just sell plants that don't smell. Just something to consider. I don't know.
But that's not necessarily gonna happen because you've already limited, they're already opting out. What's there is there, it's not gonna increase in number. So changing it seems like you're going in the opposite direction from the intent of the original.
But if you're changing it to a less, if you take out all license types, because like a nursery license, I don't know, there's so many rules involved getting there with all the other overlays and stuff we have, there's no telling if we could be way down a rabbit hole, but it would possibly be less intense than what they're already licensed for.
Okay, so what if you put that back and you went back to intensity instead of license types, but you just removed the word minimal? So that I'm just trying to make it concrete instead of subjective.
And add intensity to the definition list.
If somebody can define that.
Yeah.
I mean,
I think Sean tried to, I don't think it was strong enough.
If you remove the word minimal, then intensity is just a word, it's not a quantifier.
Physical impact from their expansion.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like I'm on the planning commission.
This is, we got to be ad hoc, everybody got to be ad hoc in planning commission today.
So, like, another example, what if you want to move a compost bin, like a larger compost bin? Is that going to qualify as no physical expansion? Or is that going to be an allowable thing?
Just don't change the size of your footprint.
Okay. So I think that's well said. Don't change the size of the footprint,
So then maybe just take out the intensity and write cultivation footprint.
Yeah.
Well, then it's already down there. Expansion of cultivation footprint.
Meaning just remove intensity and just have, increase the size of the cultivation footprint. So if you are within that size, you can do whatever license you're able to. So you wouldn't be able to increase your license size, but you may be able to use a subsequent, like retail if you're zoned correctly, or some of the other options. Actually, you wouldn't be able to use retail because it wouldn't, so yeah, I think that serves the purpose we're looking for.
Yeah.
And aren't we only talking about cultivation here?
Well, the original one, that was one of the discussions.
Rush Creek.
Well, let's get through this first, though.
Okay, sorry.
Limited cannabis.
I distracted us.
Fine. Section 9.
If you, can I just back up for one quick second? If you remove the word, can you just like slide down a little bit?
Maybe. There you go.
If we removed intensity does not increase the cultivation footprint, then can you also remove the word minimal? I'm still trying to get rid of ambiguity.
Absolutely, I don't see the word minimal.
Oh, it's in the next to the bottom line
Okay.
over on the right.
No.
Yeah.
You have to remove or minimal.
Right. Leave no of it. So would be no physical impact from the expansion.
Well, there's no
No.
expansion anymore, so, correct? Is that what we're looking to
I would
do?
think we
May I
need
ask
to
a
get rid of
question?
no, not minimal.
Go
So
ahead.
the change in the second line where it says, if it does not increase the cultivation footprint, if we're allowing micro business, then it becomes silent on the other two business models that accompany micro. Whereas before, at least there was some language that it couldn't increase the overall intensity of the land use on the property. So I think this is making it less stringent if that's the intent of the board.
The issue with intensity is beyond just like your cannabis smell. That would be your traffic studies and all that fun stuff.
So do we want to then define intensity?
Or do we just want to put it all back out was in that way?
Yes.
I really,
No. What if you put intensity back and you removed minimal? If it does not increase the intensity or cultivation footprint of the operation.
but it's hard to have no impact though, because if you have to prove no impact, then you have to prove that there's no traffic or no, you can't even, so I think if we change opt-out, and we're never going to have a black and white. So I'm good with it just how you have it right now, personally.
Yeah.
Do another person ready to move on? Okay. Section 9. Section 10.
Read faster.
No. Yeah.
Okay, sorry. No, I apologize. That's right. Great.
Okay, Rush Creek is done, now the Lewiston expansion.
I
Yes, sir.
still want to go back to, in all our, I think all our other opt-outs, we don't allow manufacturing.
You want to add activities instead of cultivation on number 10?
That was their,
Are you looking for, change that to activities?
I was just throwing it out there for
or,
consideration.
I don't have a problem with that. That was the original language of the Rush Creek opt-out, was they were not allowing new cannabis. Or you could make that licenses. Whichever.
Then are we, is it theoretically getting finalized after this today, or is this going to get cleaned up and we'll be presented with a finalized version at the next board meeting?
So I understand we're moving forward on, your motion was to approve this today, so we're gonna make the changes now. You'll approve it. It will come back for a second reading, all clean and pretty next time, and you can make sure that we captured everything you intended. If we didn't capture anything you intended, we can make minor changes to it. We can't make major changes to it, but if there's something technical, I forgot to put an S on something, we can make those changes at that time. Then it will go into effect 30 days after.
Can I throw something out there, Margaret? If we have two different templates here, one for Rush Creek, one for Lewiston. If there is another opt-out a year from now, what template are we going to use? Are we creating a new?
That's what the planning commission's going to be tasked with if we pass this motion, is redoing that overlay and the way to go forward with new opt-outs and expansions. So we're just focused on this.
Mr. Chair, the substitute, Heidi Chuden, sorry.
Didn't know where the voice was coming from, sorry.
The second substitute motion is still silent on the resolution. So if the intent of the board is also to send that back to the planning commission, that should be added in.
Good catch. So does the maker of the motion agree that you would also like to send back that resolution to talk about overlays to the planning commission?
Yeah.
In a second?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
She takes better notes than me, apparently.
She takes great notes. Okay, let's move through this so you can feed me. Section 1, it works. I don't see any changes. Section 2.
It's an expansionary, we're calling it expansion, exclusion?
As I said, exclusion and opt-outs are interchangeable throughout this. So we could go back through all of the exclusion areas, but it would be more than one.
Okay.
We can do that.
Yeah.
We can clean that up later.
Okay.
Clean that up outside of figure.
Okay, section 3. Section 4.
Section 4, it states the manufacturing activities as well as cultivation, so I don't know if we need to be consistent with the Rush Creek one also, or just...
I would.
Okay.
So are we addressing illegal pumping from authorized water sources? We're going to leave that up to the planning commission?
I think,
Keith, is that what you wanted, or no?
I think that we're talking the other way on that,
We should move it up to top.
putting it into Rush Creek.
Okay, I apologize in advance for the...
But finish this one out.
In Rush Creek, you just took out cultivation and it's number 10. You took out cultivation and just added all cannabis activities
Yeah, there
in
you go.
general.
So we want to bring that
So
down
the bottom
here.
one, you just take out cultivation and manufacturing.
There we go.
And put in activities. Oh, you got it. It's already there, perfect. You guys are on. I really do feel like I'm on the planning commission again.
This does feel funny.
And it even feels like it's 11 o'clock at night.
Okay, section 5. And again, we'll read the same. Cannabis activities.
There's an exclusion whether those that change.
Correct. And again, with your permission, we will go back through this and make sure all exclusion overlays are changed to opt-outs, all exclusions are changed to opt-outs. We'll catch as many as we can, but if we miss them, we anticipate that's part of your motion.
Sure. Okay, top line at number 6 as well.
Should we just look for more substantive edits, or focus on the definitions, and then all of the repetitive edits can be done offline?
So we can just direct staff to catch all those.
We're happy to do that. Okay, any corrections to section 7? Section 8, I'm removing those 2 sections because they will go under definition. Okay, section 8. Here we say expansion of the cultivation footprint shall not be allowed.
You're on 9, right?
I'm sorry, I apologize, 9.
make it match the one we just figured out.
That'd be 8 from Rush Creek.
8 from Rush Creek. I think we ended up finally leaving it how it was and just chat.
Yep, it's identical. Section 10. And section 11. Let's see what the exclusionary
There's something in 10 also.
Cultivation and manufacturing, change that to activities.
What's in 10?
Oh, I'm sorry.
The exclusionary thing.
We're using that to interact.
They're gonna catch all those.
We will. Okay, section 4. So, gets eliminated. I was going to turn to you, Heidi, this gets eliminated. This is talking about the opt-outs, okay?
That's the overlay.
That will be sent back to planning as part of the overlay discussion. Section 5 is procedure to amend the code. Section 6 is severability. Section 7 is waiving first reading, and I'm happy to report we are done.
Quick question.
Oh, we've got exhibits.
Could I have a quick question?
Yes.
Once we send that resolution back to the planning commission and they send it back here, we just remove that language from the ordinance. Will we then have to revise the ordinance?
You should not unless you change the focus of the resolution. The resolution, again, is forward-looking to future opt-outs and opt-out amendments, so I don't believe you would need to do that unless you wanted it to capture more.
Now the exhibits, we just have to take out the overlay district language in this.
Right, so section
you take it.
1 would go away. Section, actually, give me just a moment, maybe all of this.
I think it all goes away from my
Yeah, give me 1 second here. What section is the definitions?
It's all overlay.
Stop. So exhibit 1 and 2, under the 2, let's Rush Creek and.
It just needs to not be a CEO.
I think at this point you could eliminate all of it.
Okay, there you go.
Do we have the definition of these
Well,
two areas?
no, we don't.
Yeah, that's what I want to make sure we have the definition of the expansion.
So if we add, what I'd recommend, Margaret, is in the section 4 that we just eliminated, we'll just turn that into a reference to the geographic places that are Rush Creek Estates and Lewiston expansion.
I would agree with that,
Attach
yes.
the maps.
So section 4 now will be a definition of the two
We'll define the
areas,
boundaries.
and it will also attach a map, so we have that as part of our record. Correct. Well, Heidi can prepare that for you. She knows that. Would the board like any additional changes?
Okay, so back to me. So we have a motion, we'll be voting, I guess, on our third motion first.
Correct.
Sub 2.
So I have one more comment on that.
Go ahead.
So, well, we'll wait for Heidi. So in this motion, we're sending back to the commission, but now that we're just an overall issue on opt-outs, I don't see any rush in this, and I really don't want the commission to be working on this. We're just trying to knock everything out, but if the commission has time and staff had time, that's great. But
I would agree with that. I would say not to make it a huge point.
I do appreciate that. We, we only have Heidi for a certain period of time. My only request would be that we kind of let her finalize it before she moves on to her other projects. So, which I think we have a little bit of time, but at least allowing her to finish that up and then.
How long do we have Heidi for?
Till August.
Till August.
And your point, just to
also want to move it down in priority.
But to confirm, this isn't, Heidi's time isn't removing anything from staff time, is that what you're trying to say?
Correct, to get Heidi to finalize it into a form that, and all the comments you heard here today and from the public, we put into, get the staff report ready and get it ready to commission. We don't have to take it to commission, but I'd like to have the board's permission to allow her to finish up the project from her capacity. We can take it through it once she's done, but I don't want to lose her time and brilliance on this.
It seems wise.
Any further discussion on this motion?
No.
Okay. We'll be voting on our second subsequent motion.
Which, as I understand it, is just to approve the ordinance that we just worked through.
That is correct.
None of the other actions that were presented before you today as part of item 4.4.
But also to send a resolution back.
To send the resolution back on a non-priority basis.
10-4. So,
Sorry, that part wasn't in my brain.
motion second.
And then also we will need to make the CEQA findings as well.
And tell the commission that's how you work together and get it done.
So we're approving, so then is the motion to approve item 1,
And
item 3 as modified,
yes.
and item 4, and send all the rest back?
Thank you.
Is that how I understand that?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Cox?
Aye.
Supervisor Brown?
Aye.
Supervisor Kogan?
Aye.
Supervisor Groves?
Aye.
Chairman Frazier?
Aye.
Thank you.
Okay, with that,
So we have to
If you would have permission, with your permission, can we continue closed session until the next board meeting?
if it's nothing pressing, I
I
was going to say, I suggest we go.
I would request it, please.
Okay, with that, then I will adjourn, and I don't think I have to take public comment on this. Thanks. 15. All right, we're adjourned. See you guys in a couple days.
I've wanted to put a lot of time into it, I'm sure. We never know.
Get overlaid.
Yeah, we're done.
Okay, so.